Upon being reborn as an infant, his very first sight is an alert from an infinite evolution system. This unique interface guarantees limitless strength in any body part he continuously exercises, meaning even a simple act like drinking milk boosts his power. Because of this, his physical progress is shockingly fast. He manages 10,000 leg kicks by his 3rd month, starts crawling at 4 months, and is fully walking by month 5. When he reaches 6 months of age, television broadcasts reveal the dangerous reality of his new world, which is constantly threatened by mutated beasts. To fight these monsters, humanity relies on 2 types of enhanced warriors: cyborgs, who undergo mechanical upgrades, and gene fusers, who merge their DNA with that of the beasts. Around this same time, a family moves in next door with their baby girl, Shen Qinghan. She quickly becomes his first friend, though neither realizes how closely their futures will be linked. His rapid development continues as he masters running, jumping, and speaking by his 7th month. A month later, he starts sneaking in abdominal workouts when left alone. His mother almost discovers his secret one afternoon, forcing her to rub her eyes in disbelief, but he swiftly pretends to be asleep to avoid suspicion. The truth finally comes out a few days later during a bath. Noticing the faint outline of a 6-pack on her baby's stomach, Zhang Wangxian screams in shock for her husband. Lin Yansheng rushes into the bathroom, but his panic quickly turns into joy. He enthusiastically claims that their child must be a once-in-a-century genius destined to become a powerful cyborg or gene fuser. Hearing their reaction, Ziken feels deeply relieved. He realizes that having parents who write web novels provides the ideal cover for his unbelievable abilities. Sometime later, a news report features a 2-year-old martial arts prodigy lifting a 20-kilogram weight with a single hand. Pulling Ziken close, his mother proudly declares that her son is equally amazing. This makes him wonder if he can achieve the same goal by his 2nd birthday. Thanks to endless secret workouts, he easily reaches that milestone. While hiding in the storage room on his birthday, he picks up a 20-kilo dumbbell with one hand. Before he can keep training, his mother announces that his friend Shen Qinghan, affectionately called Han Han, has arrived. Startled, he puts the weight away and hurries out to see her. However, their playdates are never typical, as Zichen is actually an adult trapped in a toddler's body. Because Qinghan constantly wants to be held, Zicheng figures out a smart way to exercise. He simply uses the little girl as a human-weighted vest while working out. However, this strategy comes with a messy drawback, as she regularly pees on his clothes mid-routine. By his 3rd birthday, his physical power has grown tremendously, allowing him to easily pick up a 40-kilogram weight using only one hand. When a television broadcast features a 4-year-old talent lifting 30 kilos, Zicheng just gives a small smile, fully aware that he has already beaten that record. Despite these impressive feats, his system continues to classify him merely as an ordinary Tier 1. Puzzled by this, he questions what it takes to achieve Tier 2. The answer might lie beyond his house, so he finally steps outdoors for the first time and is immediately amazed by the sight of a brilliant, highly advanced city. Walking the streets are individuals with animalistic traits and robotic parts, whom he correctly guesses are the famous gene fusers and cyborgs. He makes this outdoor trip with his mother, their neighbor Xu Meng, and little Shen Qinghan, heading straight for the local library. Since his parents strictly forbid him from using gadgets, physical books are his only way to gather information. Upon arriving, his mother tries to direct him to the kids' area, but Lin Zichen heads right for the complex encyclopedias instead. A nervous Han Han follows him, afraid he will get in trouble. Xuming questions why a toddler would want such difficult books, but Zhang Wangxin casually credits her son's brilliant genetics. Even when Han Han tries to share her cookies, Lin Zichen remains completely focused on his reading. The texts reveal a crucial fact. All life forms fall into 6 major biological categories: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, with 9 separate tiers in each. Discovering that regular humans, including his parents, are at the very bottom of this hierarchy fuels his drive to break his current limits and evolve faster. Just then, his interface issues a fresh challenge to read 100 million characters. Eager to improve his intellect alongside his muscles, he immediately takes on the task. Over the following year, he balances intense physical workouts with massive amounts of reading. This dedication pays off by the time he turns 4. Hand in hand with his childhood friend, he starts kindergarten under the care of their teacher, Miss Zhang Mei. Shortly after the school year begins, Lin Zichen successfully advances to ordinary Tier 2. His new physical stats are mind-blowing. He is now capable of jumping 1.2 meters high, running a 100-meter dash in less than 11 seconds, and lifting an 80-kilogram weight single-handedly. When Lin Zichen discovers a group of kids surrounding a crying Han Han and teasing her about wetting the bed, he immediately steps in to protect his friend. Leaping right into the middle of the circle with a dramatic entrance, he glares at the bullies and issues a strangely childish warning. He tells them that if they ever bother her again, he will personally pee in their beds every single night. Terrified by this threat, the children burst into tears and promise they will never come back to kindergarten. 6 months pass and he finally finishes his enormous reading challenge of 100 million characters. As a reward, he receives the Celestial Root of Wisdom, a unique trait that gives him a perfect photographic memory and maximizes his human learning capacity. Before long, he and Shen Qinghan are approaching their 7th birthdays. Lin Zichen refuses to take a break from his routine during the holidays, pushing his physical limits until he can easily handle a 200-kilogram barbell. Meanwhile, his brain develops at the same incredible pace, allowing him to master the entire elementary school syllabus well before classes even begin. Entering Sunshine Elementary School, he finds academic competitions incredibly easy. Whenever he isn't participating in sports to accelerate his system's tasks, he dedicates his free time to helping Shen Qinghan study. Even though she isn't a natural prodigy, her hard work pays off. Thanks to his tutoring, she finishes the term with the 2nd highest grades in the class, trailing only behind him. He expects his daily school routine to remain this predictable, but everything changes when a new girl joins their class. Introduced by the teacher merely as Bai, the newcomer immediately catches his attention. While Shen Qinghan simply notes how beautiful the girl is, Lin Zichen is entirely focused on a strange, subtle energy surrounding her. Recognizing that this aura does not belong to an ordinary human, he wonders if she might be a gene fuser or part of their bloodline. Over the following days, Baiju proves to be a complete mystery, refusing to talk to her classmates. Instead of leaving her seat or going to the bathroom after lessons, she simply rests her head on her desk without moving. The situation takes a disturbing turn when a foul-smelling, thick white liquid starts leaking from her, staining her clothes and running down her legs. As the other students complain about the terrible smell, one boy decides to make things worse. Laughing cruelly, he empties his water bottle over her head, claiming he is giving her a much-needed wash. Humiliated and soaked, Baiju sits shaking with clenched fists, silently crying as the bullies laugh even louder. Watching this unfold, a worried Shen Qinghan turns to Lin Zichen and quietly asks if there is any way they can help her. Even though Lin Zichen had previously felt a dangerous aura coming from Bai, seeing her suffer at the hands of bullies is all the motivation he needs to intervene. Stepping up immediately, he grabs the main bully, Guan Chun, by his collar. With a fierce smile, he forces the boy to clean the soaked desk. Panic washes over Guan Chun's face as he stutters his compliance. Terrified of Lin Zichen, the rest of the group quickly grabs tissues and frantically wipes up every spilled drop. Once the area is completely dry, Lin Zichen issues a final demand, an immediate apology to the girl. Sweating and broken under his intense stare, the boys bow their heads, mutter their regrets, and vow to never harass her again before rushing out of the classroom. In the quiet that follows, Bai Shui slowly looks up, her voice shaking as she expresses her gratitude to both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. Stepping closer, Han Han places a comforting hand on her shoulder and insists that classmates have a duty to look out for one another. From that day forward, Han Han makes it her mission to befriend the new girl, naturally pulling Lin Zichen into the group. As the trio starts spending more time together, Qinghan goes out of her way to spoil Bai, always making sure she gets the first pick of their snacks. During one of these snack times, Bai hesitates. Looking down, she quietly questions if her bad smell bothers them, admitting that their kindness feels like an unbelievable dream. Qinghan firmly denies this, explaining that her own past experiences with rejection mean she could never find Bai disgusting. With a warm smile, she promises that the three of them will be best friends for life. Overcome with emotion, Bai Shui breaks down in tears, pulling Qinghan into a tight hug. Wanting to give them something meaningful in return, she takes off a necklace adorned with 2 animal fangs. She explains that it was a present from her mother and asks them to keep it as a token of their bond, which Qinghan gladly accepts. That evening, standing together under the setting sun, the 3 kids officially promise to remain friends forever. However, this peaceful period doesn't last. Sometime later, Qinghan is completely shocked to discover that her new friend has suddenly left the school. Lin Zichen verifies the bad news, explaining that he personally witnessed her signing the departure forms. He clearly remembers watching from outside the principal's door as Bai Sui sat with the headmaster and an unfamiliar man. During that meeting, the principal had reassured the stranger that all the necessary documents were finished and that the girl's files would be kept entirely secret. Baiju's sudden departure permanently confirmed Lin Zichen's theory that she was someone highly unusual, especially since he never crossed paths with her again. Sometime later, during a quiet evening at home, he gives his mother a shoulder massage. She expresses her relief, mentioning that his technique is exactly what she needs after a long day of typing. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, he easily learned professional-level massage skills, which makes him appreciate the practical, everyday benefits of his special ability. Their peaceful evening is suddenly cut short by a breaking news report featuring the famous Kyoto Prodigy. Now 10 years old, the boy has successfully undergone aberrant beast gene fusion. On screen, the child easily lifts a massive 500-kilogram rock using only one hand. Seeing this, a shocked Lin Zichen realizes his competitor has already moved into the genetic enhancement phase. While his father complains about the boy's constant media presence, his mother strongly argues that subjecting a child to such experiments is abusive. In response, Lin Yansheng points out that the child's ancient martial arts family possesses highly advanced fusion methods. Ignoring his parents' debate, Lin Zichen starts analyzing the numbers. He remembers that the Prodigy's maximum lift was only 100 kilos before the procedure, meaning the fusion multiplied his strength by 5. At just 8 years old and completely unenhanced, Lin can already lift 300 kilos with a single hand, proving his natural potential far exceeds that of the Kyoto genius. Before he can think about this any longer, a much darker news story begins playing. A devastating explosion and a terrifying monster invasion have completely wiped out a city in the neighboring Sakura country. The broadcast shows horrifying footage of a woman being eaten alive by a giant mutated rat as massive swarms of the creatures destroy the city ruins. According to the reporters, an underground cult known as the Heretics, a group that controls these mutated beasts, orchestrated the disaster. During a press conference, an official from the ruined nation begs the rest of the world for help and condemns the cult members as traitors to all of humanity. Watching the tragedy unfold, Lin Zichen feels incredibly thankful to live in a powerful, secure nation where he can focus on his training in peace. However, his comfort is shattered when deafening sonic booms echo through the night. Rushing to pull back his curtains, he spots teams of heavily armed cyborgs flying across the sky, leaving him wondering if a major conflict is already starting. Despite the frightening night, the following morning seems perfectly normal. Lin Zichen waits outside for his friend, who eventually hurries over with apologies for her delay. As she approaches, his attention is immediately drawn to the necklace she is wearing, the gift from their former classmate. To his absolute amazement, the pendant flashes with a bright blue light for a split second. He instantly realizes that the piece of jewelry is not a simple accessory, but an actual fang from an aberrant beast. The combination of the glowing pendant and the recent cyborg activity leaves Lin Zichen with a strong sense of approaching danger. While heading to classes, the two children encounter an attractive woman resting against a streetlight. She warmly comments on their adorable appearance and wonders if they are brother and sister. Before Lin Zichen can react, Han Han eagerly clarifies that they are actually lifelong best friends. The stranger expresses a desire for a similar connection, but her attitude quickly shifts. Leaning closer, she questions why the kids are traveling without their parents. Sensing trouble, Lin Zichen immediately grabs his friend's hand and leads her away before she can reply. Once they are at a safe distance, he softly reminds her of the dangers of speaking to people they don't know, to which she obediently agrees. When classes end, Lin Zichen decides to lead them home through an abandoned alleyway. Even though he reassures a nervous Ching Han that the street is simply deserted due to scheduled demolitions, the eerie silence is suddenly broken by a familiar voice. The woman from that morning emerges from the darkness, casually observing that their school day has finished, but this time she is accompanied by a massive man. Realizing that his attempt to lose them by taking an alternate path has failed, Lin Zichen feels a deep sense of dread. While the woman attempts to trick the children by offering snacks, her large partner, Sheng, grows frustrated. Holding a rag that smells strongly of chemicals, the man rushes at them, aggressively suggesting they simply drug the kids and sell them. Reacting instantly, Lin Zichen pushes Shen Qinghan out of harm's way and steps forward to protect her. Channeling all of his power into a single tightly clenched fist, He lands a direct hit on the attacker's face. The sheer force of the blow sends the giant man flying backward, leaving him groaning on the ground and violently coughing up blood. The red-haired woman freezes in absolute shock, unable to believe a young boy could overpower a grown adult. Wasting no time, Lin Zichen turns his attention to her, delivering a brutal punch to her stomach followed by a powerful uppercut to her jaw. As he stands over his defeated attackers, a dark thought crosses his mind about ending their lives right there. However, a sudden earthquake interrupts him. A massive claw destroys the wall of a neighboring building, revealing a gigantic mutant rat. Surprisingly, the terrifying creature completely ignores the two children. Instead, it locks its eyes on the knocked-out woman and effortlessly cuts off her head with a single strike of its claws. Fully aware of the deadly situation, Lin Zichen quickly picks up the girl. After explaining that they are up against a massive mutated rat and need to escape immediately, he sprints out of the crumbling alleyway with her in his arms. Just as they make their getaway, the sky above them tears open. A blonde female cyborg, sporting glowing rabbit ears on her helmet, plunges from the air in a flash of gold and red. Touching down right behind the monstrous creature, she readies the weapon on her arm and unleashes a rapid wave of explosive projectiles. While Lin Zichen protects Qinghan from the resulting fire and debris, the beast cries out in pain. Weakened by the tranquilizing effects of the attack, the monster stumbles, giving the cyborg the perfect chance to rush in. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, she finally delivers a fatal blow that brings the massive rat crashing to the ground. Later that night, while reviewing the broadcast of the fight at home, Lin Zichen carefully studies the cyborg's combat skills. He reaches the serious conclusion that her power level is actually quite limited, considering she had to slowly exhaust the creature over a full 7 minutes to win. Remembering the terrifying encounter, he notes that these mutant rats, which can grow past 10 meters in length, are classified as ordinary Tier 5 threats. Surviving such a close call makes the reality of the danger impossible to ignore. Consequently, he makes a silent promise to intensify his training so he can safeguard both himself and the people he cares about. Before long, he is back in his private gym, pushing through grueling heavy barbell squats. Despite the constant threat of monsters, normal life continues as the two friends celebrate their 9th birthdays with their families. When it comes time to exchange presents, Shen Qinghan is thrilled to receive a beautiful wooden hairpin, which she immediately puts in her hair. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, Lin Zichen had managed to master the art of woodcarving in a single night just to make this gift. Soon after the celebration, they finish their elementary education and get ready for middle school. Upon graduating, his system notifies him that he has successfully finished the compulsory education quest, granting him titles like Kindergarten Kid King and Elementary School Top Dog. Knowing that his next objective is to become the middle school overlord, he dedicates his entire school break to intense physical conditioning. His relentless routine includes doing 1,000 push-ups while balancing a heavy boulder on his back, earning him continuous system upgrades. Finally, at the end of an exhausting 10-kilometer run, he successfully levels up to the ordinary 3rd tier, causing his overall abilities to surge dramatically. Capable of lifting 700 kilos with one arm, jumping 4 meters high, and running 100 meters in 6 seconds, his physical abilities are remarkable. Still, he constantly wonders about the Kyoto Prodigy's current level. An evening broadcast soon provides the answer by showing the 14-year-old, now genetically enhanced with ant DNA, effortlessly lifting a 2-ton metal block. Lin Zichen quickly calculates that since ant genetics multiply power by 4 to 8 times, his rival's natural lifting capacity is actually under 500 kilos. Breathing a sigh of relief, he realizes his own base strength is significantly higher. He smiles quietly, knowing that pairing his natural power with the right genetic fusion will make him completely unstoppable. As middle school approaches, he receives offers from the city's best academies. However, he agrees to attend Shanghai Middle School strictly on the condition that his best friend joins his class. During enrollment, the school staff warmly greets them, clearly aware of Lin Zichen's excellent reputation. Yet, his actual reason for selecting this campus is its highly advanced sports equipment. Seeking to play before lessons begin, the pair heads to the badminton courts. While Han jumps around excitedly and Lin easily returns the shuttlecock, a gang of older students abruptly interrupts. Their arrogant leader snatches the birdie from the air, claiming the area for his group, while his friends suggest that Shen Qinghan should stay and entertain them. Standing her ground, she firmly reminds them of the first-come, first-served rule. After Lin Zichen warns the teens to leave, the leader just laughs and dismisses the rules. Taking action, Lin coldly states that they will follow his rules instead. He leaps and hits the shuttlecock with terrifying power, completely shattering the leader's racket and knocking off his hat. Terrified by this display, the older boys immediately apologize and run away, ensuring that no one ever bothers the two friends again. Because he has already learned the entire curriculum, middle school classes are extremely easy for him. He spends his days quietly passing courses and his nights intensely working out or using his celestial route to master new hobbies like cooking, swimming, photography, and driving. Since the middle school overlord achievement remains locked, he understands he must conquer extracurriculars as well. He begins entering various national tournaments, collecting plenty of awards while intentionally avoiding the first-place spot to stay out of the dangerous public spotlight. As the semester concludes, the achievement he desires remains locked. Instead, he simply gains a massive number of secret admirers. Although his desk is frequently covered in romantic letters, he pays no attention to them, focusing entirely on helping Shenqing study and preparing for the school's athletic competition. By entering just 3 sports events, he completely shocks the audience with his speed and strength. Although he intentionally restrains his true power to seem like a normal teenager, he still easily dominates the contests, even throwing a shot put 200 meters to secure first place in every category. While resting next to Shen Qinghan afterward, a sudden wave of energy rushes through his body alongside a system alert. He has finally earned the middle school overlord status. By outperforming all his peers, he successfully collects all 3 educational achievements, finishing the 9-year compulsory schooling quest. As a reward, he receives a potent biological ability known as survival of the fittest, which finally activates within him. Walking home that afternoon, Lin Zichen deeply considers this new predatory skill, which allows him to absorb the life force of other beings to trigger his evolution. Puzzling over what actually counts as life essence, he is so distracted that he barely hears Shen Qinghan asking him to slow down. He turns and asks to borrow the animal tooth pendant Baiju had gifted them, and she hands it over without hesitation. The moment he touches it, his interface activates, notifying him that he has extracted a small amount of essence from an abyssal giant butterfly. A ghostly projection of an enormous dark butterfly materializes, proving the tooth originated from this specific monster rather than a regular animal. That evening, he frantically searches online for information about the creature, but becomes frustrated upon finding absolutely 0 records. Realizing he must solve this mystery alone, he remembers that Baiju actually gave them 2 separate teeth. After finding his own pendant in his room, he grips it tightly and absorbs its energy. A new notification confirms the absorption, but he is disappointed to see his progress on the butterfly guidebook only reach 2%. Frowning, he understands these small items contain very little power, meaning he will need much larger sources to unlock the monster's complete abilities. Following his classes the next day, he decides to start cycling daily. This will not only build his physical endurance, but also offer a fast getaway method in case mutated beasts ever attack. Cycling through the city streets became their daily routine after classes. While riding Shen Qinghan home one afternoon, Lin Zichen was suddenly stopped by a man in a tracksuit. It was Coach Guo, who excitedly called out to him to praise his unbelievable results at the recent sports festival. Claiming that the boy's physical abilities were even more impressive than his excellent grades, the coach enthusiastically offered him a spot on the school's athletic team. Because the man spoke so rapidly, Lin Zichen never even got the opportunity to decline the offer. Before walking away, the coach simply instructed him to visit the martial arts squad in room C of the gymnasium whenever he felt like joining. Later that night in his bedroom, the teenager decided to test how his survival of the fittest ability actually worked. Spotting a mosquito and a cockroach nearby, he crushed them both between his hands. However, opening his palms revealed absolutely nothing. There was neither an energy boost nor a system alert. Frowning at this failure, he realized that ordinary bugs simply did not possess enough life essence to trigger his evolution. It became clear that he would need to find much stronger, rarer animals to absorb any meaningful power, prompting him to plan a more ambitious experiment. The following day, he rode his bicycle to a large city supermarket with Shen Qinghan sitting on the back. Upon arriving at the meat section, he was annoyed to find that all the mutant beast meat was securely wrapped in plastic, completely preventing the direct physical contact he required. Fortunately, a booming voice suddenly echoed through the store. A butcher was loudly advertising a fresh, completely unwrapped selection of safe-to-eat beast meat. Instructing a very confused Shen Qinghan to stay behind, the boy walked straight up to the vendor's display. Without a word of explanation, he confidently placed his bare hand directly onto a large, freshly butchered cut of meat. Instantly, a current of bright purple energy flowed into his body, making his muscles vibrate with newfound strength. Barely able to hide his joy, he confirmed his theory that the flesh of these monsters held massive amounts of life essence. Watching his thrilled reaction to touching raw food, Shen Qingyan became both worried and deeply confused. She cautiously approached him to ask what the experience was like. Brushing off her concern, he casually replied that the meat simply felt extremely fresh and playfully invited her to touch it herself. After she wildly shook her hands in absolute refusal, Lin Ziqian purchased a few pieces to continue his secret tests back at his house. Han Han watched in absolute disbelief as he gathered a large pile of meat. Mutant flesh was outrageously expensive, and even the most affordable option, the ghost shadow squid, cost nearly 1,000 yen per jin. Ignoring the price, he grabbed a package anyway. His friend panicked, begging him to return the items and ask his mother for permission first. Instead of listening, he simply smiled and patted her head to soothe her anxiety. He then smoothly lied, claiming his mother had specifically ordered him to buy enough food for both of their families. While she had indeed agreed to prepare a grand feast, his statement was only a half-truth. He certainly planned to share the meal, but his true objective was an experiment. He desperately needed to find out if eating the meat directly would let him absorb its life essence, as he worried that merely touching the flesh might ruin its overall quality. Maintaining a calm expression at the register, he paid almost 3,000 yen for 3 tiny portions of squid. They finally left the supermarket after 9 o'clock, but the heavy cost lingered in his mind. While pedaling his bicycle home, his curiosity took over completely. He subtly rested his hand against one of the packages in his basket, instantly feeling a familiar pulse of purple energy. His system confirmed the absorption of the squid's essence, immediately unlocking a new guidebook. However, the progress bar barely moved, increasing by a frustrating 0.1%. Cycling through the quiet streets, he calculated that reaching full mastery would require around 100 jin of meat. Still, the creature's unique power to turn into water and disappear made the massive effort worthwhile. Knowing he could not ask his parents for that kind of money, he wondered how to fund his goal. He then checked his other theory, feeling deeply relieved to discover the squid remained completely fresh and edible after the energy extraction. It would provide both physical nourishment and system power. His progress meter had just reached 3% when Shen Qinghan's panicked shout forced him to brake hard, narrowly avoiding a walking couple. She pointed forward, revealing a terrifying situation. A large man was screaming threats at a crowd while holding a knife to a woman's throat. Lin Ziqian was entirely shocked to realize the hostage was their teacher, Xiao Mei. Because the criminal is using the teacher as a human shield, the police captain stops Officer Ah Bing from shooting blindly. When Ah Bing proposes using sleeping gas, the captain rejects the idea, explaining that the delayed effect might cause the panicked suspect to harm the hostage. Out of nowhere, a small rock strikes the attacker's hand. Crying out in pain, the man drops his weapon and lets go of the victim. Taking advantage of this distraction, the police squad rushes in to pin him down and apply handcuffs. Meanwhile, a female cop hurries over to comfort the shaking teacher. Thinking the danger has passed, Lin Ziqian gets back on his bicycle. A wide-eyed Shen Qinghan quietly asks if he tossed the projectile, but he immediately shushes her and starts riding away. However, the captain's strict voice stops their escape, directly asking the boy if he threw the stone. Panicking, Lin flashes a nervous smile and denies it. As the teenagers pedal off, the confused officer wonders aloud why anyone would hide such a brave deed, especially since it comes with a cash prize. Hearing about the money instantly changes Lin Ziqian's mind. Slamming on his brakes, he turns around and confesses the truth to the officer, honestly admitting that he really needs the funds. The captain instructs him to visit the precinct later to submit a statement, guaranteeing he will personally ensure the boy gets paid. After calling their parents to explain the situation, the two friends get ready to head to the station. Just as he expects a smooth resolution, the situation takes a disastrous turn. While being escorted to the police car, the arrested man begins to shake violently. The cops watch in horror as his face and body physically distort, revealing him to be a dangerous heretic. He rapidly transforms into an enormous mutated rat, easily breaking his restraints with a loud roar before attacking. The captain urgently commands his team to shoot the monster and prioritize civilian safety. Despite the heavy gunfire, the bullets simply bounce off the creature's tough skin. A desperate radio dispatch confirms the enemy has fused with Rat King genetics and begs for immediate reinforcements. Realizing the extreme danger, Lin Zixian grabs Shen Qinghan's hand, mutters an apology, and drags her away from the chaotic scene. Although thankful that the monster is ignoring them, the boy understands the urgent need to escape the war zone. Before they can get very far, a purple streak of light plunges from the sky. Wearing advanced futuristic armor, a female cyborg crashes into the giant rat with a massive punch, sending the creature stumbling backward through a thick cloud of dust and debris. Floating easily above the street, the warrior charges a glowing purple laser cannon. After issuing a strict command to attack, her weapon fires a huge energy beam that completely swallows the mutant. The beast lets out one last scream before turning entirely into burnt ash. Watching this unbelievable display of strength leaves Lin Zixian completely paralyzed with shock. Now that the threat is destroyed, Shen Qinghan and teacher Cao Mei finally let out trembling sighs of relief. However, the teenager is worried about something else entirely. He quickly checks his bicycle and breathes easily upon finding it completely undamaged, glad to have avoided such a huge financial burden. Unfortunately, his comfort is short-lived when he looks inside the bike basket. To his dismay, the expensive squid meat is rapidly rotting. This confirms his earlier suspicion that extracting life essence eventually ruins the food, just with a delayed effect. Knowing he must explain the spoiled groceries, he quickly fakes a temper tantrum. He throws the rotting tentacles onto the street, loudly complaining that the mutant's attack and the cyborg's laser had ruined his family's dinner. Stepping in to calm him down, Cao Mi gently reminds him that surviving the attack is the only thing that truly matters. Following the captain's instructions, the group heads to the police station with the security squad. Surprisingly, they are placed in the exact same transport van as the heretic's terrible burnt remains. Sitting quietly near the smelly blackened pile of flesh, Lin Zixian considers a daring idea. He wonders if he can extract life energy from the ruined body, just like he did with the animal fangs, to secretly acquire the Rat King's genetics for himself. Taking advantage of the ride, he carefully examines the corpse and secretly absorbs a small piece of the monster's energy, discovering that fresher bodies provide much more power. Even though he tries to behave normally, Officer Ah Bing catches his subtle movements, prompting the captain to keep a close, suspicious eye on him. Once they arrive at the precinct, the captain calls the teenager into his office. While he confirms that the paperwork for the financial reward is already finished, the officer is deeply curious about how an ordinary student could throw a rock with enough precision to disarm an adult. The boy casually lies, stating that he practices throwing with his right arm constantly. Although the captain clearly doubts this simple excuse, he decides not to question the teenager any further. At the police station, Han Han walked in alongside Xiao Chen's anxious parents. Overwhelmed with relief, his mother hurried to embrace him, strictly instructing him to always hide instead of fighting if he ever faced such danger again. He gave her his word, though he secretly doubted he could actually keep that promise. Before heading home, he eavesdropped on the officers discussing the Rat God cult. They noted the organization's increasing aggression, specifically how they targeted university students who were denied legal genetic enhancements. In fact, the monster killed earlier that night was originally just a brainwashed liberal arts student. The police concluded that hunting down regular members was useless. The true threat was the Rat King itself, meaning the city would only be safe once that supreme creature was destroyed. That title stuck in his head. During the drive back, his online research revealed that the cult mainly operated in Shanghai by recruiting social outcasts. Recent reports linked their surging activity to hoarding evolutionary materials for their leader. He reasoned that if a highly intelligent, ambitious beast was consciously stockpiling resources to evolve, it could trigger a catastrophic disaster far worse than any ordinary cult violence. Looking out the car window, he spotted a massive rat cornering a cat in an alley. He briefly suspected a cult connection, but quickly dismissed it, recalling that giant rodents were quite common in the southern regions. Meanwhile, he noticed Han Han acting unusually quiet. Unlike her normal behavior, where fear or anxiety was immediately obvious on her face, her current expression was completely blank and unreadable. Upon arriving home, his mother was horrified to realize the expensive groceries were missing. Xiaochen smoothly lied, claiming he dropped the packages while fleeing the monster. She completely bought the excuse, simply thankful her son was unharmed, leaving him to sigh internally at her blind trust. Conversely, his father immediately wanted to go outside and search for the lost meat. Staying calm, The boy managed to convince him that the food would be rotten and worthless by now, finally persuading the man to stay indoors. Elsewhere, the security captain remained deeply bothered by his interaction with Lin Ziken. He found it hard to believe a middle schooler could disarm a criminal with such deadly rock-throwing accuracy. His thoughts were abruptly cut short by the sudden appearance of an abnormally massive rat. Relying on his professional training, the officer immediately drew his weapon, took aim, and fired straight at the giant creature. Sitting in class the following morning, the teenager's mind remained stuck on the previous night's intense fight. Witnessing the clash between the cyborg and the heretic highlighted his current limitations. To ensure his survival and continued growth, he desperately needed resources, particularly the ghost shadow squid meat required to level up his guidebook. Although he initially considered earning cash through safer methods like internet fame or selling study notes, he quickly rejected those ideas to avoid unwanted public attention. He ultimately concluded that pursuing martial arts and genetic enhancement, the two most respected fields in society, was his most logical option. Later that day, he headed to the squad's training area in Building C, locating Coach Guo enjoying a cup of tea. Following a polite greeting, the boy inquired if team members participated in city tournaments and whether those events offered significant financial rewards. The older man happily confirmed that competitors could win tens of thousands in prize money. Hearing this was enough to convince the teenager. Shaking the man's hand firmly, he officially joined the squad. Thrilled, the coach quickly assembled the students. He proudly introduced the recent sports festival champion to Zhang Kai Huang Tiansheng, nicknamed Axing, Li Shutong, and Han Yisuo. The newcomer simply acknowledged them with a respectful nod. Because the recruit lacked formal experience, the instructor began by showing him some foundational punches and kicks. He warned the boy that these seemingly basic moves demanded intense focus, mentioning that their most talented student, Li Shutong, required an entire week to learn them properly. When invited to attempt the routine, the teenager stepped up confidently. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, his mind possessed an unnatural clarity that allowed him to memorize every detail of the demonstration instantly. The moment he threw his first punch, his digital interface alerted him to new stat increases in strength, dexterity, vitality, and skill. Meanwhile, the instructor and the other athletes froze in disbelief. Rather than the clumsy mistakes of a beginner, they watched him perform the routine perfectly, looking like a seasoned veteran. Almost dropping his thermos in shock, Coach Guo stared at the flawless display. He immediately realized this boy was not a regular teenager, but a once-in-a-generation fighting genius. Later that evening, in his Shanghai home, his mother announced that dinner was ready. Rushing to the table with a spoon in hand, the eager teenager asked what was on the menu. She proudly presented a hot plate of ghost shadow squid, the precise mutant meat he secretly needed. After taking a deep breath and praising the delicious aroma, he followed her advice to eat before the food cooled down. His first bite prompted him to declare her cooking the greatest on earth, making her smile brightly as she urged him to eat his fill. While he enjoyed the meal, a digital alert popped up in his vision, confirming that absorbing the creature's life essence had successfully advanced his system's guidebook. Meanwhile, the television broadcasted a fascinating news segment about a 14-year-old who had just become the youngest cyborg in history. Thanks to a newly integrated energy core, the girl possessed incredible superhuman stats, such as jumping 8 meters straight up, running a 100-meter dash in 3 seconds, and single-handedly lifting an entire SUV. Observing this, Lin thought about society's biggest debate and wondered if mechanical upgrades were ultimately stronger than the genetic enhancements used by the Kyoto Prodigy. However, a sudden breaking news alert shattered his focus. The reporter announced the tragic death of Captain Chunshan, the police officer they had met recently. Security footage revealed that a gigantic mutant rat had broken into the precinct and brutally eaten the man. Feeling sick to his stomach, the boy instantly remembered the massive rodent he had spotted in the street the previous evening. The terrifying reality of such monsters roaming the city sent chills down his spine, serving as a grim warning of the approaching danger. Driven by this tragedy, he committed to a brutal workout routine, perfectly balancing his private exercises with the school's martial arts practices. His physical stats quickly exploded. He could soon lift 1,200 kilograms with one arm, jump 5 meters into the air, and sprint 100 meters in just 4 seconds. The following morning, a curious Qinghan followed him as he walked to the gymnasium for team practice. Along the way, a friendly pink-haired girl approached them and offered him a chilled bottle of milk. He kindly rejected the drink and continued walking with his best friend. Watching from a distance, Zhang Kai grew furious. Not only had Lin defeated him during the recent athletic festival, but he had just dismissed a gift from the girl Zhang Kai had a crush on. Shortly after, the angry teammate aggressively confronted Lin, calling him insensitive for hurting the girl's feelings. Remaining completely calm, Lin simply clarified that he had a milk allergy. Unconvinced, Zhang Kai demanded a sparring match to settle the issue, proposing a strict bet. If Lin won, Zhang Kai would never bother him again, but if Lin lost, he would be forced to drink the entire bottle. Right after the challenge was made, a digital alert popped up in Lin's vision. A fresh objective required him to face 1,000 unique challengers in official matches to fully unlock his survival of the fittest ability. News of the upcoming fight circulated quickly across the school. Upon entering the gymnasium, the two boys found a massive crowd of students gathered around the fighting ring. Noticing that almost everyone, particularly his female fans, was cheering for his opponent, Zhang Kai frowned angrily. Despite the heavy bias, he viewed this match as the perfect opportunity to restore his damaged ego. On the other side of the mat, Lin appeared completely calm. Hoping to wrap things up so he could make it home in time for dinner, he politely requested a fast match. Interpreting this casual attitude as a direct insult, Zhang Kai angrily agreed to end it swiftly. Acting as the official judge, Coach Guo reviewed the regulations and signaled them to begin. Unexpectedly, Zhang Kai called for a pause right before they engaged. Boasting about his 2 years of martial arts experience, he generously offered to let his opponent take the first 3 strikes to ensure a fair fight. The moment he finished speaking, the older boy charged forward. Reacting instantly, Lin delivered one incredibly powerful punch that hit its target perfectly. Blood sprayed from Zhang Kai's nose as he lost consciousness, dropping to the mat in a single second. Absolutely stunned by the immediate knockout, Coach Guo yelled out in shock that the highly anticipated battle was already over. The quiet gym suddenly erupted into loud celebrations. Shen Xing'an excitedly raised her fist and cheered over the roaring crowd, while the rest of the female students, including the pink-haired girl, screamed in amazement at Lin's performance. Standing over his fallen rival, the teenager received another digital update. Not only had he gained priority mating rights, but his task progress also increased to 1 out of 1,000. Turning to the rest of the team, he casually invited them to practice with him next, causing all of them to pale in fear. Before they could escape, Zhang Kai woke up groaning. Struggling to his knees, he angrily rejected the outcome and demanded a future rematch to destroy his rival. The coach quickly silenced him, instructing the boy to handle the defeat maturely. However, the instructor still suspected the instant knockout might have been pure luck. Wanting to verify the teenager's actual skill, he ordered a terrified, spiky-haired teammate to step into the ring. Fast forward 10 minutes, the gym floor was covered with knocked-out athletes. Although Lin calmly stood victorious over multiple opponents, a look of disappointment crossed his face when he finally checked his interface. Lin's progress tracker frustratingly remained stuck at 1 defeated opponent out of 1,000. While he considered this, Coach Guo slapped his shoulder with overflowing enthusiasm. The instructor loudly praised the boy as a rare, once-in-a-century prodigy. Having outpaced the entire roster to become the star athlete in merely a month, Lin was now the coach's ultimate hope for completely dominating the upcoming regional championship. Interrupting this moment, a bruised Zhang Kai struggled to his feet. He pointed at his rival and officially surrendered. But before he could finish his rambling speech, the frightened team and their coach hastily left the room. Determined not to fall behind, Shen Xing'an officially joined the martial arts program to practice alongside her closest friend. To help her recover from the intense daily workouts, Lin regularly massaged her aching muscles. After a grueling month of preparation, the regional tournament finally kicked off at the city gymnasium. Coach Guo bitterly complained about their terrible luck in drawing the toughest competition bracket right from the start. Although his teammates felt hopeless, one student pointed out that Lin's ability to sprint 100 meters in under 9 seconds gave them a real chance. Stepping up to the challenge, Lin volunteered to fight first, earning an encouraging nod from his confident coach. Entering the ring, he faced a massive, muscular teenager who immediately insulted him. The older boy mocked the first-year student's short height, arrogantly claiming that pure size and power would easily win the bout. When the match started, the giant lunged forward with heavy footsteps and threw a massive punch. Moving with unbelievable speed, Lin effortlessly dodged the attack and delivered a precise blow to his rival's ribs. The larger boy crashed backward across the mat, losing instantly. As the announcer declared Lin the winner and Shen Xing'an cheered wildly from the stands, the rival coach angrily yelled at his own fighters for ignoring their footwork training. Simultaneously, a digital alert informed Lin that winning high-stakes official matches significantly accelerated his system's growth. Wasting no time, the rival instructor sent out his next competitor, Chen Feng. As soon as the round began, the new challenger attempted a wide, sweeping kick. Lin easily avoided it and countered with a brutal strike to the boy's hip, throwing him violently across the arena floor. Paramedics quickly rushed in to carry the injured athlete away on a stretcher. The audience erupted in shock, actively debating whether the newcomer was incredibly lucky or secretly powerful. Realizing that luck played no part in this brutal performance, the opposing coach called upon his next student, Gao Fei. Walking onto the mat with extreme confidence, Gao Fei sized up Lin's slender body, incorrectly assuming the younger boy was physically weak and relied entirely on cheap speed tricks. Relying on his impressive athletic pedigree, which included a sub-9-second sprint record and a father who was a known gene fuser, Gao entered the duel convinced his physical advantages would guarantee a win. As the round began, he unleashed his signature flowing water, rock-shattering fist in a rapid barrage of strikes. However, his opponent evaded every single move with supernatural ease. Even as his coach screamed from the sidelines for him to switch to a defensive stance, Gao arrogantly ignored the advice, loudly boasting that he had no need for protection. Meanwhile, Zishan remained completely calm, effortlessly dodging while secretly deciding to memorize and study the rival's techniques at a later time. As the fight continued, Gao's frustration peaked because not a single one of his punches was connecting. He angrily demanded to know how his opponent could move so perfectly, but the boy only responded with a taunting smile and told him to put in more effort. Eventually, Gao overextended his reach, providing the perfect opening. Ziken seized the moment by delivering a powerful sweeping kick to the stomach, sending Gao flying backward until he crashed heavily onto the floor. Following this decisive victory over Gao Fei, Shen Qinghan and the rest of the team celebrated wildly. Over the next several days, Ziken continued to dominate every battle, eventually crushing Shenkai No and 2 other institutions to secure the 8-school championship for Shenkai High. While Coach Guo proudly hoisted the gleaming trophy, the teenager received multiple system alerts confirming his continued advancement. He later treated himself to massive portions of his favorite foods, even making a waitress laugh when she jokingly told him to slow down. By the end of his second year, he successfully broke through from ordinary Tier 3 to Tier 4. His strength reached a level where he could easily lift massive weights with one arm and sprint 100 meters in just 4 seconds. During their graduation ceremony, a gloomy Shen Qinghan walked alongside him. She was deeply upset about her entrance results, knowing her low martial arts scores would prevent her from joining the elite class at Shenkai High. Despite ranking first in both academics and fighting, Ziken quietly mentioned that the principal was visiting his home soon and invited her to join them. She sadly declined, insisting the visit was only to recruit him and had nothing to do with her. However, Ziken firmly stated that his only condition for staying at the school was simple. She had to remain his desk partner. As promised, the headmaster visited his home and spent hours discussing his future with his mother and Han Han. Before concluding the meeting, she made a final offer, promising to grant him any single request if he agreed to stay. Taking his chance, he made his one condition clear. Han Han had to be placed in the same class as him. The principal agreed immediately and instructed them both to report to the school together for the new year. Overjoyed, the 2 friends bowed in deep gratitude. Before starting high school, Ziken led his team to one final junior high championship, intending to use the prize money to finally complete the remaining 20% of his Ghost Shadow Squid Codex. To ensure his safety, he traveled into a dense, secluded forest on the outskirts of Shanghai to consume the remaining squid essence. As he finished, his system chimed to confirm the absorption of the life force, and the codex bar finally reached a full 100%. A new notification immediately appeared, informing him that he had acquired a new biological trait called Blessing of Liquid Affinity, which provided a heightened connection to water. However, as the initial surge of energy faded, he stood in the quiet woods feeling somewhat disappointed, as the results seemed underwhelming compared to his efforts. Deciding to test the ability regardless, he visited a nearby pond and slipped into the water. He was surprised to find some immediate effects. His skin no longer wrinkled regardless of how long he stayed submerged, and swimming felt nearly effortless due to significantly reduced water resistance. He eventually realized that because the Ghost Shadow Squid was only a low-tier creature, the benefits were naturally limited. If he truly wanted more powerful attributes, he would either have to save a fortune for high-grade meat or become strong enough to hunt dangerous mutant beasts in the wild on his own. Sometime later, his mother and Han-Han's family organized a short trip to the beach, partly to help him practice his new liquid affinity. While standing in the surf, Han-Han shivered from the cold, but Lin felt perfectly at home in the waves. As he swam, the system rewarded his efforts with additional stat points for his diving and swimming skills. From the shoreline, a nervous Han-Han called out and asked him to teach her how to swim, so he waved her over and began a step-by-step lesson. Although he expected her to struggle due to her average athletic ability, she adapted instantly and began diving as if she had possessed the skill her entire life. Suddenly, a faint blue aura appeared to shimmer around her in the water. Han-Han excitedly exclaimed that the sensation was incredible, leaving Lin deep in thought. He reasoned that no matter how much talent someone had, mastering such complex skills this quickly was impossible. He suddenly remembered her childhood issues with bedwetting during stressful times and wondered if that apparent weakness had actually been an early sign of an innate water affinity hidden within her. To test this theory, they continued diving together, and the results were even more astonishing when she managed to hold her breath for over 10 minutes. Before he could fully process this discovery, Han-Han's expression shifted, and a strange vibration echoed through the water as glowing blue currents swirled around her. Later that night, as the two of them walked along the moonlit beach, Lin finally asked her what had happened under the surface. Shivering at the memory, she explained that she had heard unsettling sounds whispering in her ear the entire time, describing it as a female voice speaking a language she didn't recognize. Seeing how frightened she was, Lin did his best to offer her comfort. After she eventually fell asleep, he spent the night searching the internet for any reports regarding mysterious female voices heard underwater. Still feeling a lingering sense of unease, he decided to channel his restless energy into an intense workout. He began a grueling set of weighted sit-ups, pushing himself until he had completed a full 1,000 repetitions. His dedication was quickly rewarded with a system notification confirming his advancement to ordinary Tier 5. At this new level, he realized that his physical power was now great enough to rival a fully grown giant mutant rat. Eager to explore these new limits, he returned to the deserted starlit beach, where he tested his strength by effortlessly lifting a parked car with just one hand. The vacation soon came to an end, marking the official start of high school at Shanghai High for him and Han-Han. On their very first day, 2 female classmates recognized him immediately, feeling incredibly fortunate to be assigned to the same class as the famous Prodigy. However, he was surprised by a more unexpected development. Simply performing his routine classroom duties triggered a brand new system quest. To unlock a biological attribute called Social Animal, the interface required him to complete 1,000 different cooperative tasks. Once the school day finished, he made a trip to a massive local supermarket to browse the chilled beast meat department. He stopped abruptly when he spotted a specific item inside a refrigerated display, the severed head of a savage giant eagle. He felt certain that this creature would be the subject of his next codex, especially since the eagle was ranked as a much higher-level aberrant beast than the ghost shadow squid. Back in the privacy of his room, he studied the eagle meat carefully. Its affordability made it even more attractive, as it cost only 1,900 yen per jin compared to other high-tier monsters. By pressing his hand against the meat, he confirmed that he had successfully absorbed a trace of its life essence, though he calculated that reaching full mastery would cost over 200,000 yuan. If he hoped to unlock the eagle's codex before his second year, winning tournament prize money was his only option. The following morning, the teachers introduced themselves in a formal lineup before allowing the students to share their own interests. Chu Shixi began by bragging about her artistic talents, followed by a lively girl named Zhang who enthusiastically discussed her passion for sports, anime, and cosplay. Another student, Peng Huaguang, casually mentioned his love for playing video games at home. When it was finally Han-Han's turn, the sudden attention from her peers made her quite nervous. Lastly, Lin Zichen gave a very brief introduction, simply stating his name and asking for his classmates' support. After the session, a new brown-haired student named Chu Shui approached a startled Han-Han to ask about her academic performance. Feeling shy, Han-Han admitted she had earned a 709 on her entrance exam before politely asking the new girl about her own score. Clearly impressed, Chu Shui revealed that her own score of 698 was 10 points lower than Han's. The conversation quickly shifted when Chu Shui, driven by curiosity, brought up the physical fitness exam. Because her performance had been poor and she had barely qualified for the elite class, Han Han began to stutter in an attempt to avoid the topic. To her, admitting the truth felt deeply embarrassing. However, Chu Shui failed to notice her friend's discomfort even as Han Han looked away. She continued to guess scores in the low 90s, which only made Han Han's humiliation worse with every word. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto the desk between the two girls, interrupting them. It was Lin. Leaning in calmly, he asked Han if she would be willing to add him on WeChat. The girl was left momentarily stunned by the sudden attention from such a handsome classmate, though she quickly nodded in agreement. From her seat, Han Han let out a long breath of relief, silently thanking Lin Ziken for breaking the awkward tension. Moving smoothly, Lin turned to another nearby student and casually asked to exchange contact information as well. Once they were all connected, he formed a small 4-person group chat, which triggered an immediate system notification. His progress toward the social animal achievement had successfully increased. As the group started chatting, Lin Zichen mentioned he was originally from Niuan City, where his family managed a well-known martial arts dojo. Chu Shui followed his lead, explaining that her family owned a chain of clothing stores, which gave her a comfortable upbringing. By the time Shen and Lin finished sharing their own backgrounds, the 4 students felt like genuine friends. During the conversation, Heiyu playfully wondered who the strongest student in the class might be. While Chu Shui immediately pointed to Lin Zichen because of his top district ranking, he calmly reminded everyone that high exam scores didn't always reflect actual combat strength. He then shared a surprising piece of information. The principal had personally recruited 2 other exceptional students from Niuan City. The first was a blonde boy named Wang, who ranked 3rd in the city and could sprint 100 meters in just 7 seconds. The second, Liu Gang, was a massive figure capable of lifting a 300-kilogram barbell with ease. Despite these impressive rivals, Lin remained perfectly confident, knowing he had already surpassed those levels. When the bell finally rang for the distribution of textbooks, the students discovered that the semester would focus on mechanical modification, gene fusion, martial arts, and wilderness survival. Since he had already mastered these subjects through self-study, Lin decided not to waste his time on the lectures. Instead, he slipped away to focus on his private training. While exercising, his mind turned toward the dangers lurking outside the school walls, specifically the Rat God cult. Although the police had arrested several low-level followers, the Rat King was still at large. To prepare for an eventual confrontation, Lin resolved to reach Tier 6 strength as fast as possible. The first practical lesson of the semester focused on wilderness survival. During the session, teacher Shi Chengbei challenged the class to create fire using the traditional wood drilling method. While He Yu was initially skeptical, Wang and Liu Gang stepped forward and successfully completed the task, much to the surprise of their peers. Liu Gang explained that he had learned the skill at a summer camp, whereas Wang attributed his success to watching online tutorials. Meanwhile, Lin quietly assisted his own group, providing enough guidance that they were able to succeed without any difficulty. When martial arts class began, instructor Yao Yunfeng presented a unique cultivation and breathing technique. Both Wang and Liu Gang claimed to be familiar with it, demonstrating versions that were messy but functional. Although Lin had already achieved perfect mastery of the method, he decided to keep his advanced abilities a secret. A quiet month passed until the mechanical modification class, where the teacher announced a practical exam featuring cash rewards. After calculating that the top prize would cover nearly half a jin of savage giant eagle meat, Lin felt highly motivated to excel. The excitement grew when the gene fusion instructor announced another test with an identical prize structure. By the time the difficult exams ended, the entire class felt drained. He Yu slumped at his desk while several students worried aloud that they had barely passed. In contrast, Wang and Liu Gang boasted loudly about the high scores they expected, which visibly annoyed a frustrated He Yu. When the results for the mechanical augmentation test were finally released, Guo Yanling received a 52, while a thrilled Han Han managed to pass with a 61. He Yu secured 3rd place with an 88, humbly offering to use his winnings to treat his friends. Both Liu Gang and Wang Shuji earned a 95, arrogantly claiming they could have finished the final problem if they had more time. However, their confidence shattered when the teacher revealed that Lin Zichen had taken 1st place with a perfect score of 100. While his rivals stood in shock, He Yu admitted that Lin was simply in a different league, and Han Han proudly labeled him the pride of the school. Instead of basking in the praise, Lin calmly inquired about his 888 UN prize money. Later, the gene fusion results were posted. Liu Gang earned an 81, Wang Shuji an 83, and Han Han reached the top 5 with an impressive 78. Once again, Lin stunned everyone by securing another perfect score and a second prize. This repeated dominance left his rivals feeling so defeated that Liu and Wang eventually accused him of knowing the answers beforehand. Teacher Kai immediately dismissed their claims, explaining that he had written the questions himself, making cheating impossible. As their classmates ridiculed them for embarrassing their hometown, the group's focus shifted toward the upcoming wilderness survival exam, which would test their skills in swimming, climbing, and fire-making. Hoping to restore their reputations, Wang and Liu Gang were determined to take down Lin Zichen. However, he easily outclassed them in the climbing challenges through his superior speed and physical power. During the event, Lin felt a bit concerned for Han Han, who struggled significantly and finished in last place, though he remained confident that she would excel during the swimming portion. His performance in the fire-making task left both Wang Shujie and Liu Gang speechless when he produced flames in a mere 58 seconds. Just as he predicted, Han Han dominated the swimming round, effortlessly defeating the pair from Nanyuan and further damaging their self-esteem. By the conclusion of the wilderness survival exam, both rivals were left feeling silent and deeply humiliated. Their spirits were briefly lifted when teacher Yao announced the final martial arts sparring contest. They viewed this as their absolute last opportunity for redemption, believing that Lin Zichen's previous successes would mean nothing if he lacked true combat strength. Before the actual fighting began, the instructor had the students complete several warm-up drills, including a vertical jump, a one-handed barbell lift, and a 100-meter sprint. Even while intentionally holding back his true potential, Lin placed first in every category by sprinting in 7.78 seconds, jumping 2.18 meters, and lifting 330 kilograms. Although these results rattled Wang Shujie and Liu Gang, they tried to convince themselves that fighting technique was more important than raw numbers. Once the sparring matches officially started, the class was so intimidated that nobody volunteered to face Lin, forcing the teacher to assign Liu Wei to the first bout. The fight ended almost instantly with a single devastating punch. Lin then proceeded to defeat the rest of his peers with such ease that his overwhelming superiority became undeniable. Watching this display of power, Wang Shujie and Liu Gang realized with dread that Lin had likely been restraining himself during the earlier fitness tests, making the gap between them feel impossible to bridge. Suddenly, a determined Heiyu stepped forward to challenge Liu Gang. Grateful for a chance to release his pent-up frustration, Liu Gang accepted the duel confidently, boasting that he would win in under 30 seconds. Although Heiyu attacked fiercely, the difference in their physical strength was far too great. Liu Gang easily overpowered his opponent, catching a kick and brutally throwing him out of the ring. As a defeated Heiyu lay in pain, a smug Liu Gang acknowledged the boy's effort while loudly declaring his own dominance. Lin Zichen then stepped up to challenge Liu Gang. Still feeling arrogant from his recent win, Liu Gang accepted the fight, only to be knocked out of the ring immediately by Lin's superior speed and precision. With both of his friends defeated, the crowd turned their attention to Wang Shujie. The onlookers began to mock him, joking that the pride of Nanyuan rested solely on his shoulders and daring him not to run away. Cornered and irritated, Wang Shujie silenced the hecklers by declaring he had intended to fight all along. Despite the terrifying odds, he braced himself and entered the ring. He charged at Lin Zichen with every ounce of his strength, but Lin effortlessly caught the punch and delivered a single counterstrike, leaving Wang Shujie unconscious on the gymnasium floor. Lin continued his dominant streak by defeating every other boy in the class, with each opponent falling after just a single exchange. Upon checking his system afterward, he realized that the survival of the fittest achievement only registered each unique rival once. This meant he would have to face the girls next to keep progressing. To his surprise, they volunteered with great enthusiasm, some even cheering for him as they stepped up. The first girl attacked quickly, but Lin smoothly evaded her and ended the bout before she could land a single hit. One by one, he defeated the rest of his female classmates effortlessly, taking care to ensure no one was actually injured. Although he had beaten everyone in the room by the time the final match concluded, he felt a bit frustrated to see his achievement bar was still not full, leaving him wondering where to find more challengers. The disappointment quickly vanished when their teacher, Hao Yuanfang, announced that the class would be sparring against the top second-year regular group in 1 month. Lin felt a surge of excitement, realizing this was exactly the opportunity he needed to advance. After the session, a newly humbled Liu Gang admitted he had completely misjudged Lin's abilities and vowed to remain his rival for the next 3 years. Similarly, Wang Shujie swore that he would eventually avenge his defeat. Lin, however, paid little attention to their words, focusing instead on the rewards he had secured. With over 3,000 yuan in exam bonuses, he was pleased that he could finally purchase more beast meat to increase his strength. Back in his dormitory later that evening, he reviewed his finances and concluded that his current savings were still insufficient. To generate more income, he decided to follow in his parents' footsteps by becoming an online novelist. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, his writing was so captivating that he secured an official contract within a single day. The following morning, a headline caught his attention. A massive mutant rat, over 5 meters in length, had raided a frozen meat facility. The beast was only stopped when a cyborg self-destructed to take it down, serving as a grim reminder of the world's dangers. While studying the photo of the dead monster, Lin wondered how many other creatures were hiding unseen within Shanghai. Days later, the highly anticipated sparring session between the elite class and the strongest second-year regular class finally arrived. Inside the gymnasium, teacher Hao Yunfang warned his students that despite their high talent levels, the older class held the overall advantage. He instructed them to finish every fight rapidly, without giving the opponents any time to recover. As soon as the meeting ended, Lin Zichen rushed toward the ring, eager to be the first to fight and reach his goal. His first opponent was a tall blonde girl who complained that it was unfair for her, the weakest in her class, to face the elite group's strongest fighter so early. Realizing the situation, an angry teacher Hao confronted the opposing instructor, accusing him of breaking the unwritten rule that both sides should start with their lowest-ranked members. After a brief, heated argument, Hao ordered Lin to step down so he could be saved for the later, more difficult matches. Teacher Hao initially chose Yunfang to start the round, but Han Han interrupted by volunteering to go first, arguing that as the weakest member she should lead. Although she was visibly trembling, she entered the ring to confront the self-assured blonde opponent. As the match began, the blonde launched a fierce attack that immediately forced Han Han backward. Despite her growing fear, Han Han remained focused on her goal. Realizing she could not win through raw power, she adopted a defensive strategy, patiently blocking and enduring the assault while waiting for the other girl to tire out. After several minutes, the tactics started to show results as the blonde became exhausted and visibly frustrated. Gathering her remaining energy for one last decisive strike, the blonde finally managed to knock Han Han down, prompting the referee to end the match. Even in defeat, Han Han earned the respect of her peers and received praise from teacher Hao for her clever defense and impressive endurance. Lin Zichen also offered comfort, giving her a gentle pat to help ease her embarrassment. The next fighter from the elite class, a girl with brown hair, stepped up and tried to take advantage of the blonde's fatigue. However, her reckless assault backfired when the blonde countered the move, pinning her down and forcing a surrender. The blonde then began to mock the girl mercilessly, belittling the perceived arrogance of the elite class. Before the humiliation could go any further, Chushin stepped forward. She declared that she would fight to avenge Han Han and prove that their class was not to be trifled with. Once inside the ring, Chushin proved to be an exceptional combatant, ending the match against her older opponent with a single devastating punch. While Han Han cheered excitedly from the sidelines, Lin Zichen reminded her that Chushin's quick victory was only possible because Han Han had successfully weakened the opponent earlier. 2 hours later, the sparring session was still going strong. With the elite class managing to tie the score, teacher Hao Yanfang confidently pointed out to the rival instructor that the second-year class had only 4 fighters left. However, he quickly warned his own students not to become complacent, noting that the most difficult part of the battle was just beginning. Their 4 strongest representatives, Lin Zishen, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and Heiyu, were now scheduled to fight. Heiyu took the lead, taunting his rival before delivering a lightning-fast kick that knocked the senior out immediately. Even when a stronger opponent stepped up next, Heiyu defeated him just as easily. Fueled by the cheers of Chushin and Han Han, he went on a rampage and won 5 consecutive matches. Exhausted but still defiant, he shouted that he could handle 10 more challengers, but his fatigue finally caught up with him during his 6th duel, where he was defeated. With Heiyu out, the elite class was down to 3 fighters against 13 remaining opponents. Wang Sujie entered next, fighting with incredible power and speed. His strikes moved like lightning as he tore through 10 opponents in a row. By his 11th match, however, exhaustion slowed his movements, and he was eventually overpowered. Finally, Lu Gang stepped into the ring. In under 10 minutes, he defeated 2 of the regular class's top fighters, successfully restoring hope to his entire team. With only 1 second-year fighter left, teacher Hao taunted his rival, suggesting that Feng should simply surrender. However, Feng declined, noting that his final student had not yet entered the ring. A massive, intimidating figure then stepped forward, causing the arena to tremble with his presence. This was Wang Jinhei, a transfer student whom Feng revealed to be his secret weapon. Although Hao felt a surge of anxiety and urged Lin Zichen to give his all, Lin remained perfectly composed, calmly promising that victory was certain. Once the match began, the giant mocked the younger boy, arrogantly offering to let Lin land 10 free hits. Accepting the offer without hesitation, Lin struck the moment Wang finished speaking. His fist became a blur as it slammed into the senior's stomach with incredible power. The force of the blow actually lifted the massive fighter off the ground and threw him backward. As Wang crashed to the floor, the gymnasium fell into a stunned silence before the elite class erupted in wild cheers for their victorious teammate. Following this lopsided win, a second-year instructor approached Hao Yuanfang to praise Lin's strength, even comparing him to a legendary former student named Wu Tiancheng. While Hao smiled at the compliment, he corrected his colleague, explaining that while Lin was gifted, he hadn't yet reached Wu's level. According to Hao, Wu was a legend who had defeated an entire third-year elite class when he was only a freshman. His physical stats were considered superhuman. He could sprint 100 meters in 6 seconds, jump 4 meters vertically, and lift 650 kilograms with one hand. Lin listened to the story with interest, though he wasn't particularly impressed. He secretly noted that those legendary numbers only matched the strength he had already possessed as a child. That evening, the elite class gathered at a restaurant to celebrate. Raising a proud toast, Hao Yuanfang announced that the losing teacher would be picking up the tab for the entire meal. The students crowded around Lin, firing off endless questions about his training routine. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the attention, Lin noticed Han Han quietly looking after him, placing food on his plate just as she always did. When he caught her eye and smiled, she panicked and hurried toward the restroom. While there, she overheard 2 classmates gossiping cruelly. They mocked her for acting like Lin's servant and claimed she had only reached the elite class because of his help. Instead of hiding in shame, Han Han showed unexpected courage by stepping out to confront them, firmly declaring that she was Lin Zichen's childhood friend. Her boldness left the girls speechless. Later, as the two walked home under the dim glow of the streetlights, Lin noticed she was unusually quiet. When he gently asked what was bothering her, she hesitated before revealing her most embarrassing secret. She confessed that she still suffered from bedwetting and had to wear diapers at night. Overcome with shame, she tearfully told him that she felt broken. Lin offered gentle reassurance by placing his hands on her shoulders and telling her that she wasn't broken. He suggested that her perceived weakness might actually be an unawakened power, which caught Han Han by surprise. When she asked if he truly believed that, Lin smiled and confirmed he did, even mentioning that he possessed a superpower of his own. This gave her hope, leading her to wonder about the nature of her potential ability. Lin promised her it would undoubtedly be something extraordinary. Their conversation was interrupted, however, when they reached a cordoned-off street. There, exterminators in protective gear were clearing out a rat infestation, while a frantic man in an apron tried to stop them. The man shouted for the officers to spare his brothers before attacking the team in a total frenzy. Horrified by the scene, Han Han asked if the man was insane. Lin nodded, noting that while the man seemed unstable, the situation was still a tragedy, and suggested they simply head home. Later that night, Lin watched the news with his parents. The broadcast reported that a young female teacher who vanished the previous week was still missing, marking the 5th such disappearance this month. Every victim shown was a young, beautiful woman. Concerned for their neighbor, Lin's mother urged him to ensure Han Han never walked home by herself, a request he solemnly promised to fulfill. Meanwhile, the man who had interfered with the exterminators was being held at the Shanghai City Public Security Office. From behind an observation window, a doctor and a police officer discussed his condition. Although the officer suspected the man was mad, the doctor remained uncertain since the suspect hadn't spoken a word since his arrest. The officer recalled how the man had been screaming uncontrollably just a short time earlier. Suddenly, the prisoner began to shake violently as a dark aura leaked from his skin. In a matter of moments, he mutated into a terrifying rat-like monster with glowing red eyes. The officer desperately radioed for reinforcements, but the sound of shattering glass filled the room before help could arrive. The monstrous, aberrant rat began a rampage through the city, proving completely immune to gunfire. Because police bullets had no effect, Officers were ordered to retreat and lure the beast away from the crowded city center. With all available cyborg units busy on other missions, reinforcements were still 10 minutes away, far too long to survive a direct fight. One female officer attempted to lead the creature away by speeding off in a police van, but the beast chased her by leaping across rooftops. The pursuit moved to a mountain road and into a tunnel, where the rat eventually caught the vehicle, flipping it over violently. Dazed and injured, the officer braced for the end until a massive explosion illuminated the tunnel. Out of the smoke emerged a female cyborg with short purple hair and shining armor, who immediately unleashed a volley of violet missiles. Powerful explosions filled the tunnel, making the very ground beneath it shake. Once the smoke and flames finally dissipated, the monster was nowhere to be found. The cyborg noted that the creature was likely wounded and couldn't have retreated very far. As the beast continued to evolve, she did the same, and with a determined look, she set off into the night to track its trail. Hours later, at 3 a.m. under the bright lights of Shanghai, Lin Zichen sat in his apartment. Instead of his usual physical training, he was busy writing. After 2 weeks of relentless work, his online novel had nearly reached 200,000 words, already bringing in over 10,000 yuan in profit. Although he was excited, he felt restless, so he closed his laptop and decided to exercise instead. Stepping into a quiet, empty alleyway, he began to assess his own progress. His skills had moved past normal human boundaries and were becoming truly superhuman. But a strange sound suddenly broke his concentration. From the darkness, he noticed a grotesque rat-like humanoid hunched over, eating a human arm. The monster froze upon seeing him, its eyes filling with terror as it begged him for mercy, claiming it was only acting out of extreme hunger. Lin's blood ran cold as he realized he was looking at a mouseman. He remembered news reports about a mutated rat that had escaped from a laboratory and realized this was likely the same half-human creature. While he knew he should contact the police, the monster panicked as soon as he moved, misinterpreting his actions. It let out a sharp shriek and lunged at him with unnatural blurring speed. Lin's reaction was instantaneous. He lashed out with a kick that struck the beast directly in the jaw with a thunderous impact. Stunned by the incredible strength of a mere student, the mouseman collapsed to the ground. Before it could get back up, Lin began hurling rocks at it with perfect precision. Each stone hit like a bullet, breaking the creature's body until it finally fell silent. Staring at the lifeless remains, a chill went through him as he realized the truth. His power had surpassed human limits so far that he hadn't just defeated the monster, he had completely destroyed it. Lin crouched down and forced himself to touch the bones of the fallen creature. The moment his fingers made contact, a wave of blue energy flowed into him, and his system reported that he had absorbed 2% of a giant mutant rat's life source. He frowned at the result, remembering that the previous creature had given him 5%. This supported his theory that different heretics carried varying amounts of the Rat King's DNA, which explained why this absorption was weaker. As the morning light began to appear, Lin decided it was time to go and quietly slipped out of the alley. Just moments after he left, a cyborg woman with purple hair descended from the sky, landing at the exact spot where the fight had occurred. She stood over the smoking remains, her eyes scanning the area as she wondered who could be responsible for such destruction. Meanwhile, inside a decaying building bathed in eerie red light, a group of hooded cultists chanted around a glowing summoning circle. One of them dragged an unconscious woman into the center as an offering to their deity. From the shadows, the deep, furious voice of the rat god rumbled, expressing anger at receiving only a single sacrifice. Trembling with fear, the cultist begged for mercy and explained that city women had become far too cautious to be captured easily. In response, the monstrous entity snarled and commanded them to begin abducting young men instead. To reward their compliance, the rat god tossed a piece of raw meat onto the floor, which the cultist ate hungrily as the circle flared with light. Crimson tentacles suddenly rose from the ground, lifting the woman high into the air before a massive dark mouth consumed her in a single terrifying bite. Before falling silent, the god demanded that future sacrifices consist of noble blood to ensure the meat remained soft and flavorful. Unaware of the horrors unfolding elsewhere, Lin Zichen returned to his normal routine. To assist Han Han with her difficult martial arts studies, he began conducting private lessons at her house. Acting as a patient yet strict teacher, he meticulously corrected her form and guided her stance, helping her posture and showing her how to use her strength more effectively. When she launched an attack with new confidence, he easily blocked her moves while praising her progress and suggesting further refinements. By the end of an intense workout, A breathless Han Han collapsed with a smile, feeling more capable than she ever had before. Although she eagerly asked to train every day to speed up her growth, Lin refused, warning her that pushing too hard would eventually injure her body. Reluctantly, she agreed to stick to their current plan. Their quiet break was interrupted when Lin's phone buzzed with two major headlines. The first mentioned a corporation offering free medical care for injured mechanical geniuses, while the second announced that a prodigy from Beijing University had become the youngest person ever to achieve dual gene fusion. This second news story stunned him, reminding him of the 18-year-old genius he was frequently compared to. As he put his phone down, a deep question began to form in his mind. While gene fusion was considered the peak of human progress, he wondered if merging with animal DNA was truly the best way to gain power, or if there was a different path to surpassing human limits. At the same time, Lin Ziquan had fully committed to his career as an online author, focusing all his energy on his stories. His rapid typing and engaging plots quickly went viral, leaving readers shocked by his productivity. They were amazed that he managed to publish 50,000 words on his very first day, a feat made possible by his celestial root of wisdom, which allowed him to perfectly coordinate his hands and his mind. After a month of dedicated practice, his typing speed had reached a staggering 10,000 words per hour, allowing him to complete his daily writing in just 60 minutes. This efficiency created a perfect balance in his life, as he could dedicate the remaining hours to his martial training and cultivation. His father felt immense pride in this achievement. Observing the novel's rising popularity, he estimated that Lin could earn 50,000 yen in the first month, with the potential to double that figure if he remained consistent. This financial prediction gave Lin a massive surge of motivation. He began strategizing how to use those earnings to unlock the exotic beast codex, specifically targeting the savage giant eagle as his primary goal. During the following weeks, Lin continued to attend his martial arts classes. Under the guidance of instructor Hao, the students took part in a sparring session intended to evaluate their individual growth. Lin's performance in the ring was simply incomparable. Moving with overwhelming speed and precision, he defeated every single opponent before they even had a chance to react. This dominant display not only earned him $88 in prize money, but also provided significant progress toward his survival of the fittest achievement. Meanwhile, Han Han showed clear signs of improvement despite her ongoing struggles. While she had previously been beaten in seconds by weaker peers, she now managed to hold her own for several minutes and even landed a few solid strikes. Her progress earned her quiet praise from the instructor, who encouraged her to keep pushing herself. Once the sparring concluded, Hao informed the class that they would be facing the second-year elite students in 1 month. Their objective was to defeat everyone except the top 3 fighters in that grade. This upcoming challenge filled the room with a sense of competitive spirit and anticipation. As the days passed, the web novel's popularity continued to soar, bringing in $89,000 by the end of the month. With these funds secured, Lin decided it was time to invest in beast meat for his cultivation. At the supermarket, he asked about the savage giant eagle meat, and the clerk informed him that bulk orders over 100 jin came with a discount. Realizing he could save a significant amount of money by waiting just 1 more month, he decided to postpone the purchase until he had enough for a bulk order. The next day, Lin and Han Han headed to the school cafeteria to try the new stir-fry counter. As the chefs worked quickly behind the glass, the rich aroma of fresh food filled the air, and the two friends managed to grab a table just before the crowd arrived. The atmosphere was cheerful and loud with conversation until a sudden fight broke out at the front of the line. 2 students began arguing over someone cutting in, and the dispute quickly grew more intense as others joined in, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. From his seat, Lin quietly watched the cafeteria disturbance, assessing the situation before finally intervening. His calm authority successfully de-escalated the tension and prevented any physical violence. Meanwhile, far from the typical noise of campus life, a secretive meeting was unfolding inside a high-end villa in Shanghai. Members of the Rat God cult had gathered to discuss their latest developments. Their leader, dressed in a black cloak, informed the group that a member who lost control in public had been killed by security forces. The cult members dismissed the news with cold indifference. During the meeting, the leader introduced a new recruit and revealed a significant change in their primary mission. Following divine orders, the group was now expected to abduct elite nobles instead of common citizens, as their god demanded higher quality sacrifices. Although some members worried that targeting the upper class would draw too much heat from the authorities, the leader suggested a compromise, They would go after the children of wealthy but politically insignificant merchants. This strategy would satisfy their deity while keeping the risk at a minimum. The gathering ended with the new recruit receiving his first assignment: to capture a handsome young man as an offering. Eager to prove his value to the organization, the recruit immediately began searching the city for the most suitable target. Back at school, Haeyu remained frustrated over the cafeteria incident. After doing some research, he was shocked to find that the students who had cut the line belonged to the second-year elite honors class, the very group they were about to compete against. He found it difficult to believe that students from such a prestigious program could act so shameless. Leaning against the lockers, Lin Zichen wasn't surprised at all, noting that academic success does not always reflect a person's character. His focus shifted when a news alert popped up on his phone, reporting the disappearance of yet another wealthy heir. Since this was the fifth such case in a few weeks with no ransom demands, Lin immediately linked the pattern to the rat god cult's new objective. He was now certain they were the ones responsible. When the day of the interclass tournament finally arrived, the gymnasium was thick with tension. 2 combat rings had been prepared as both classes packed into the bleachers. Across the room, the same troublemakers from the cafeteria glared at Haeyu, who met their gaze with equal defiance. Once the matches started, the mood became grim. Han was the first to enter the ring, but a powerful kick from a senior knocked her out almost instantly. The trend continued as the first-year students were defeated one after another in rapid succession. The older students showed no mercy, leaving their opponents with no time to react. Eventually, a tall senior with red hair stepped onto the mat and crushed 9 first-year challengers in less than 10 minutes. By the time her dominant display ended, only 4 students from Lin's class were still standing. Only 4 fighters remained for the first-year team: Haeyu, Lu Gang, Wang Shuji, and Lin Zichen. In contrast, the second-year honors class had only lost 5 members so far, all of whom were girls, making the power gap between the 2 grades painfully obvious. Though he was visibly frustrated, Teacher Hao decided to send Haeyu into the ring next. Stepping forward with total confidence, Haeyu accepted the challenge and immediately proved his skill by defeating 6 upperclassmen in a row with calm precision. However, his winning streak was cut short when the honors class finally sent out their first male representative. The student entered the ring with heavy, deliberate steps and an intimidating presence that Haeyu recognized instantly. It was the same bully from the cafeteria incident. Underestimating his opponent and seeing this as a simple chance to settle their previous grudge, Haeyu was caught off guard. The bully's first strike was unexpectedly fast, a brutal punch that landed in Haeyu's stomach with crushing power. Before he could even catch his breath, a follow-up kick sent him crashing out of the ring. As he lay there in pain, Haeyu realized too late that this rival wasn't just a common thug, but actually one of the elite fighters in the honors class. After his victory, the bully tried to provoke Lin Zichen, who remained completely unfazed. When his turn finally arrived, Lin entered the arena with perfect composure. The crowd's anticipation peaked as the two stood face to face. The bully attempted a high kick aimed at Lin's head, but the teenager caught the leg mid-air with ease. In one fluid motion, Lin slammed his opponent headfirst into the mat, creating a sound that echoed throughout the entire gym. The senior did not get back up. The spectators were frozen in stunned silence, shocked that one of the top 5 fighters in the honors class had been taken down instantly. Even Teacher Hao watched quietly, realizing that Lin's true power far exceeded anything he had demonstrated previously. His own classmates whispered nervously, unsettled by how inhuman his strength appeared to be. Breaking the silence, Lin calmly turned toward the remaining upperclassmen and asked who was willing to fight him next. Out of pure fear, no one moved. What followed was a truly staggering display of dominance. Within just 30 minutes, Lin defeated all 29 remaining second-year students. He stood alone in the center of the ring, surrounded by his fallen rivals, as his system interface flickered before his eyes. Despite this massive victory, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. His progress toward the system's ultimate goal was still too slow, and he realized that the limited talent pool at school no longer provided a real challenge. Since his abilities had already surpassed those of his peers, he decided to abandon his current strategy and move forward on his own terms. Rubbing her temples and exhaling deeply, the principal of Shanghai High stared at the teenager across her desk. The notion of a first-year student challenging every person in the school seemed ridiculous, yet the boy's serious expression made her pause. To prove his capability, he suggested they move to the gymnasium so he could demonstrate exactly why he felt so confident. A few moments later, the two stood in the quiet, dimly lit facility, where long shadows stretched across the polished floor under the fluorescent lights. With her arms crossed, the principal waited for an explanation. The boy calmly took off his jacket, revealing a powerful and highly defined build beneath his school uniform. Maintaining total composure, he walked toward a massive barbell resting on the mat. He gripped the weights with just one hand and hoisted them high above his head. Despite the barbell weighing 700 kilograms, he held it steady with no visible effort. The principal froze in pure shock, her mouth hanging open as the truth finally hit her. His strength was not merely impressive, it was unnatural. Even Wu Tiancheng, the school's legendary top senior, had never shown this level of power during his own first year. Finally acknowledging the incredible reality of what she had just witnessed, the principal gave him an approving nod. She officially agreed to authorize the school-wide challenge, though the boy accepted with a grin and added one specific condition. He insisted that the event must include rewards, arguing that without proper incentives, no one would be motivated to fight him. He laid out a clear plan where every participant would receive a small prize, while the main reward pool would grow with each new challenger. If anyone managed to defeat him, they would take everything, but if he remained undefeated, the entire pot would be his. Amused by such boldness, the principal agreed to the terms. Before departing, the boy asked her to keep his true strength a secret to ensure that potential rivals wouldn't back out early, and she promised to stay silent. Later that evening, the principal finalized the event's logistics in her office. When the boy reviewed the plans, he nodded in satisfaction. Their quiet, friendly conversation was noticed by two passing teachers, who nearly stopped in their tracks at the sight. They were completely baffled to see the usually stern and iron-fisted principal smiling so warmly and showing such clear approval toward a student. By 2 p.m. the following afternoon, the gymnasium was packed to capacity. Students filled every seat, buzzing with a mix of excitement and total disbelief. In the center of the room, 2 large combat rings had been prepared. The principal took the microphone and, as the boy stood beside her, her voice echoed through the hall as she introduced him, summarized his recent victories, and officially announced the rules of the massive challenge. A single first-year student was taking on the entire school. The gymnasium exploded with a mix of shocked shouts, mocking laughter, and total disbelief. Many students called the idea pure insanity, even suggesting that the principal had lost his mind. They argued that defeating one top-tier class did not mean a freshman could handle the combined strength of the second and third-year students. Amidst the chaos, Lin remained perfectly still and composed. Once the uproar subsided slightly, he announced that he would be in the gym for 2 hours every afternoon starting the next day. He invited anyone willing to fight him to show up then. The surrounding mockery and anger did not bother him. Instead, he viewed the hostility as fuel. He realized that the more he provoked the student body, the more challengers would come forward, allowing him to accelerate his survival of the fittest progress. As night fell, a young blonde man walked through the city alone, nursing a drink. He coldly dismissed 2 women who invited him to a bar, feeling increasingly frustrated as he wandered through the neon lights. As a new recruit for the Rat God cult, he was on his first mission to locate a suitable sacrifice, but days had passed without success. His anxiety grew as he considered kidnapping a celebrity, only to realize he was too weak to overpower one. With time running out, the thought of failing his superiors made his stomach twist. However, while pacing the streets, he spotted Lin Zikin jogging past in a tank top and shorts. Deciding that Lin was a perfect, handsome target for an offering, his panic turned into determination. He followed silently until Lin turned into a deserted industrial alley. Tucking himself into the shadows, the cultist felt a surge of excitement and released his power with a low growl. His body began to twist and deform until his human shape vanished, replaced by a monstrous creature crouching in the darkness. He lunged forward with a roar, but the silence was sliced by a sharp crack. A brick slammed into his skull with brutal force. While the rat man reeled from the impact, the boy was amazed to have bumped into him, knowing the rat codex would boost his progress. The creature clutched its head in terror, but it suddenly dropped dead, shocking Lin, who hadn't expected a cult member to be so fragile. He quickly absorbed the life force before being noticed, though he was disappointed when his essence only increased by 1%, leading him to view the attacker as trash. For his own safety, he decided to stop his night runs, acknowledging that not all cult members would be so weak. Later that night, Shanghai University's Evolution Academy joined forces with city security to wipe out the Rat God cult. Lin watched the news, which reported that the instructor Wu Tianqing a high-level gene-fused evolver, had defeated the Rat King. His power was so immense that the entire operation was over in just 30 seconds. Lin felt a deep sense of awe as he considered the immense power possessed by high-level organisms. Elsewhere, a man wearing a bulletproof vest sat sipping tea, inquiring whether there had been any news from their missing comrades. Tian King explained that they were still lost, noting that the elite squad sent to handle the rebellion at source number 36 remained missing after several years. When the man asked for an update on that location, Tian King mentioned that things were stable enough for him to take a break and eliminate the Rat King. Despite the fact that the entire security headquarters had been powerless against the Rat King, Tian King dismissed the creature as an insignificant little fish. The man then began to tease him about their old school, which seemed to make Tian King visibly nervous. Deep within the sewers, a trembling rat man begged for his life before a monstrous figure who appeared to be his superior. Although the boss was furious, he decided to grant the rat man one last chance, though it would come at a specific price. Turning his attention to the Rat King's brother, the boss accused him of being clever enough to let his own sibling take the blame, while he stayed safely in the background. He threatened the rat man, stating that if he didn't begin digging tunnels immediately, he would face death as well. Meanwhile, Lin walked through the streets surrounded by local gossip while scrolling through news updates about the ongoing search for Rat God cult members. He noticed that a reward of 500,000 yuan was being offered for their capture, a sum that made him eager to find them. However, he knew that if he did track them down, he would have to remain low-key while claiming the prize. Upon arriving at the arena, he was greeted by a massive crowd. Han announced the various rewards for participants, including high-end gaming consoles and iPhones. A male student tried to volunteer, but a girl literally stepped on his face to get into the ring first. Following her lead, a wave of girls rushed forward, and Lin soon found himself completely surrounded. The girls began touching him on purpose, causing the situation to take a chaotic and wild turn. Lin focused strictly on the competition. Although he hated the idea of hitting girls, he knew he had to fight to win the contest. He began throwing the challengers out of the ring one by one, yet they refused to back down and kept demanding rematches. When he denied their requests, the girls became upset, as their true goal was simply to be near him. Suddenly, a bulky student, fueled by jealousy, approached the ring to teach Lin a lesson. With a single punch, however, Lin sent both the boy and his friend flying. Quite some time later, Lin stood victoriously over the pile of contestants he had defeated. Unexpectedly, Yan Xiaoshuan stepped forward to challenge him. Known for being strong enough to defeat his entire class alone, Yan claimed he would teach the hero a lesson in humility and the importance of hard work. Looking bored, Lin simply asked the teacher if they could start. As soon as the fight began, Lin delivered his usual single punch, knocking Yan down and leaving the entire crowd in shock. Next to enter the ring was Chen, who expressed total shock that a junior had managed to defeat Yan. Before Chen could even finish his sentence, Lin requested his teacher's permission to start the match, which visibly angered his opponent. As Chen charged forward, Lin simply tossed him into the air, leaving the audience in complete disbelief. One after another, the protagonist continued to defeat every challenger until his system finally notified him that he had unlocked the survival of the fittest attribute. Although he had secured the skill, he remained uncertain about exactly how much damage he could now endure. Once the tournament officially concluded, he found Han and the two walked away together. Later, the principal congratulated him on becoming the top-ranked student in the entire school. Suspecting that he was concealing his true power, she tried to press him on the subject, but he skillfully avoided the topic. She mentioned that Chen Wuxing was capable of lifting 690 kilograms, noting that Lin's performance suggested he could handle at least 800. To keep his actual stats a secret, he lied and claimed his limit was exactly 795 kilograms. He then immediately inquired about his prize money. The principal transferred the funds right away, privately concluding that the boy was obsessed with cash. When she tried to change the subject, he interrupted to ask if he and Han could use the school pool privately. He specifically requested that no one disturb them and that the security cameras be covered, which the principal found rather suspicious. Despite her reservations about a teenage boy and girl being alone in a room, she handed him the keys, jokingly warning him to be careful and avoid any unplanned pregnancies. Lin was simply confused by the comment, as his only goal was to test Han's emerging powers. As the two friends left, Han asked if he would help her prepare for an upcoming singing competition. Lin happily agreed to rehearse with her. That evening, as they practiced in her room, Chen made a suggestive remark about the two being alone together. This prompted Han Han's mother to snap at Chen, telling him to stay out of their business. Overhearing the tension, Lin decided it was a good time to head home. Before departing, he reminded Han Han to bring her swimsuit the following day. Later that night, she nervously looked at her swimwear, worrying if it was too revealing, before reassuring herself that it was only Zikin who would see her. The next day at the pool, Zikin thought she looked adorable in her choice of swimwear. They began their practice session without delay, but after a while, Han Han asked Zikin to step out of the water so she could explain something strange. She claimed that the water was actually passing through her body. Confused, Zikin asked how that was possible, and she demonstrated the phenomenon by showing him water flowing directly through her palms. After witnessing water pass through Han Han's body, the boy helped her out of the pool to investigate if her superpowers were surging or if other parts of her body shared this strange trait. Following 3 separate tests, he concluded that everything appeared normal except for her hands, which were the only parts possessing this unique ability. Han Han then asked a rather awkward question, wondering if her inability to control her bladder was caused by her body letting liquid pass through. Visibly flustered, he told her to simply inform him the next time she felt that sensation, so he could check again. Despite the embarrassment, Han Han felt relieved to finally have a superpower, hoping to prove herself as a worthy partner for him. Later that day, he visited a supermarket to purchase 100 caddies of savage giant eagle meat. He provided his address and credit card for the delivery, leaving the cashier stunned by the massive amount of money being spent. When the delivery girl arrived at his home later, she politely requested a 5-star rating for her service. Having roughly 210,000 yuan available, he felt confident in the investment. He was eager to see what the new codex held, and upon touching the meat, his system confirmed he had absorbed a massive amount of life essence, reaching 100%. This granted him a new biological attribute called Sky Eye, which significantly enhanced his vision and his ability to track motion. After testing the skill and finding it highly effective, he returned home. The evening news featured a report on an individual who had undergone a triple gene infusion mutation in public, resulting in numerous casualties. This sparked a televised debate about the dangers of gene infusion. One expert argued that it was the wrong path, suggesting that true evolution lies in unlocking human potential rather than merging with monsters. However, a doctor protested, questioning if society should really rely on traditional martial artists who couldn't even stop a bullet instead of gene-fused individuals. At home, the boy's father discussed the risks with his wife, noting that gene users could mutate at any moment. She disagreed, pointing out the state's control over the process, before the conversation shifted to the fact that many gene users lose their ability to have children. Noticing their son was nearby, the mother became flustered, worrying they had discussed something inappropriate in front of him. During dinner, the boy mentioned the upcoming campus singing competition that Han Han had entered. Both parents immediately decided to attend and cheer for her, as they viewed her as their own daughter. Later, in the dressing room, the hero helped Han Han with her makeup and complimented her looks. She blushed while a friend teased her, leading Han Han to explain that she only asked for help because she was unskilled at applying it. The teasing stopped when her friend warned her that her performance was starting soon. Suddenly, Han Han called out for him in tears, distraught because she had suffered another accident. She was terrified that all her hard practice would be wasted, but he urged her to stop crying so she wouldn't ruin her makeup. Thinking quickly, he grabbed a pair of scissors and a nearby curtain, instantly fashioning a new dress to save her performance. He handed her the garment and told her to go change immediately. While he turned his back to give her privacy, he couldn't help but blush, fully aware that she was undressing in the same room. After putting on the new dress, she admitted that her nerves had finally settled since she had already cried so much. He wished her the best of luck before sending her off to the stage. The announcer then introduced the next performers, Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan, who both delivered such passionate performances that they ended up winning the entire contest. Meanwhile, a staff member entered the dressing room and was left completely baffled after finding the curtains torn to pieces. The following day, the boy was seen sweeping the school floors as a punishment for damaging the curtains. During a break, he checked his notifications and realized he had saved roughly 900,000 yuan, which was more than enough to buy the next beast meat. Once the delivery arrived, he absorbed the life essence of a stealth lizard, successfully gaining a natural camouflage ability. The system explained that he could now decrease his vitality to lower his presence and hide his true biological level. He was impressed to receive 2 effects at once, the ability to stay hidden for ambushes and the advantage of appearing weak before striking hard. Later, while heading to the market to buy a birthday cake for his mother, he ran into his senior, Zhang Kai. Noticing Zhang's legs, the older boy explained that a motorcycle accident had forced him to undergo an amputation. However, he had recently joined a cybernetic program run by the Mecha God Group, transforming from a disabled person into a cyborg. When asked about a woman being held in custody, Zhang revealed she was the only female among 9 captured members of the Rat God cult. As Zhang walked away, the protagonist noted that while the security department had struggled for a long time to find these cultists, the Mecha God Group had caught one effortlessly, proving their massive influence. His mother called to check on him, and he assured her he would be home with the cake shortly. Since he and Han Han were born only a day apart, their families always celebrated their birthdays together. Now that they had both turned 18, they exchanged gifts after blowing out the candles. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the building, causing objects to fall everywhere. Although it felt like a massive earthquake, he sensed that the cause was something much deeper. Later, news reports claimed it was only a minor tremor. Experts stated that because Shanghai isn't near any tectonic plates, the chance of a major quake was nearly zero. After finishing his breakfast the next morning, Lin Zichen headed to school alongside his friend. Now that they had both celebrated their 18th birthdays, the pair were officially considered adults. However, the immense pressure of the upcoming college entrance exams continued to weigh on Han Han, leaving her feeling quite anxious. Around this time, Lin Zichen finally managed to accumulate enough funds to unlock the Void Eel Codex. By activating it and absorbing the creature's life essence, he successfully acquired a new biological trait called Danger Sense. This power allowed him to detect hostility from any nearby living beings, effectively granting him the ability to anticipate and dodge sneak attacks. To test how well it worked, he spent some time walking through a busy shopping mall. As he moved through the crowds, he noted that most people he encountered were still just ordinary individuals. During his walk, he sensed the presence of an undead slug and immediately decided to make it his next goal, hoping to gain its powerful healing abilities. Unfortunately, his excitement was short-lived. The slug was incredibly expensive. Even with his monthly writing earnings of $100,000, the cost remained far out of reach. He realized that further progress would require a much higher income, a problem he planned to solve once his exams were finished. Meanwhile, a staff member in the principal's office was delivering a formal update on this year's academic standings. He noted that the overall performance across Nanjing province was very similar to the previous year. Tianzhou City held on to the top spot, followed by Changzhou, Nangguan, Shanghai, and Doshan, while Haiyuan City was once again at the bottom of the rankings. After finishing the report, the employee asked about the status of Inside Source Site 36. He appeared visibly relieved upon hearing that the situation there had stabilized, after which Principal Yuan dismissed him. Left alone, the principal reflected on the fact that she hadn't taken on a new student in many years. In this society, the martial arts entrance exams are a grueling 9-day process. The first morning consists of a written test on theoretical knowledge, followed by a physical fitness evaluation in the afternoon. From the second day through the 8th, students are sent into a forest for a week-long live combat assessment, where they must survive in the wild. The final day involves testing for mechanical modification and gene fusion compatibility. On June 7th, the first day of the exams, Han Han was noticeably terrified that her nerves would cause her to fail. Noticing her distress, Lin Zichen gave her a reassuring hug. He comforted her by saying that her theoretical knowledge was excellent and that she was sure to succeed. After exchanging words of encouragement, the two friends split up and headed toward their separate examination halls. Lin Zichen managed to finish his written exam with plenty of time to spare, so he spent the remaining minutes brainstorming new ideas for his web novel. When he eventually left the classroom, he spotted Han Han walking out with an embarrassed look on her face. Fearing she might have failed, he tried to console her by pointing out that martial arts students only need a passing grade on the theoretical part. However, Han Han quickly cleared up the misunderstanding, assuring him that she had actually done quite well. She then mentioned she had to run to the restroom, and Lin urged her to be quick since the physical fitness evaluation was about to start. During the fitness test, Lin Zichen's performance left everyone in total shock. He performed a single-arm barbell lift of 950 kiloid, which stunned both the other candidates and the examiners. He followed this up by crushing the 100-meter sprint in just 5 seconds and reaching a vertical jump of nearly 5 meters. Later, Han Han shared her own impressive statistics. She ran the 100 meters in under 10 seconds, jumped over 1.5 mm vertically, and lifted 125 kg with one arm. Although she felt her results were small compared to his, Lin Zichen reassured her that her scores were outstanding for a female student. At that point, a friend arrived with the news that the written results were already out. He noted that Wang Shujie and Liu Gang had scored in the 80s, while he himself had almost reached that mark. When Han Han revealed her own score of 82, their friend was deeply impressed, though it was understood that Lin Zichen's grade was even higher. As the two walked home, Han Han expressed her curiosity about what the forest test site would be like. Lin Zichen told her not to worry, promising that he would look after her during the wilderness survival assessment, and she vowed to stay by his side. Meanwhile, a different kind of meeting was happening elsewhere. A masked man met with a safety officer, asking him to use his position to influence the 10 geniuses taking part in the upcoming combat test. He provided a box of demon seeds that could temporarily boost the officer's power and promised to help him join their organization. While the officer reminded him that his goal was to obtain a mutated fruit, the masked man argued that such a fruit would only lead to a standard Tier 7 evolution. Joining the organization, he claimed, offered the far greater chance of evolving into a high-level life form. The officer took a moment to reflect on his situation before finally agreeing that joining the organization as an official member was the more strategic move. Around the same time, the instructor alerted the students that they were nearing the combat evaluation site. He told everyone to prepare themselves and get ready to leave the bus. Lin Zichen quietly woke his friend just before the order came for all students assigned to entrance number 9 to disembark and head toward their meeting point. Scattered throughout the vast forest were numerous score tokens, each displaying a specific point value. These markers were intentionally hidden in perilous spots, such as high in the treetops or along steep, dangerous cliffs. Some were even placed inside the bodies of the local wildlife and predatory mutants. While safety officers were constantly monitoring these creatures, the students were warned that calling for help in an emergency would lead to immediate disqualification. While the dangerous beasts deep in the woods were intended for top-tier students looking to earn extra points, the instructor strongly advised regular students to be cautious and recognize their own limitations. Final grades for this portion of the exam would be based on both the total points gathered and a performance score evaluated through live camera feeds. With 100,000 participants fighting over only 50,000 available points, it was clear that more than half of the candidates would walk away with nothing. The exam was structured to promote a mix of teamwork and rivalry, as students were permitted to either share tokens or take them from their competitors by force. As the 1-hour countdown to the start began, several students tried to gain an advantage. One boy loudly boasted about his father's high-ranking position at the Mecha deity group, offering to pay anyone who could protect him. Another claimed to be the best student from Changzhou High's gifted program and offered to lead a team. However, the instructor quickly shut them down, hitting the latter on the head and sternly reminding the group that forming open teams was strictly against the rules. Meanwhile, a group of girls crowded around Lin Zichen, begging for his protection, but he turned them all down without a second thought. Shortly after, another young man approached him, asking to purchase some of his food. Lin Zichen handed over a portion but mentioned that he didn't want any money for it. The man, however, stubbornly insisted that he wouldn't take the food for free. The boy introduced himself as Hong Junping from Tianjin High School's rocket class and suggested they form a team. When Lin Zichen flatly turned him down and walked away after thanking him for the food, Hong was left in total shock. Han Han found the interaction odd, questioning why he would ask them for a meal when there were plenty of food stalls in the vicinity. Lin Zichen calmly explained that the food was just an excuse to talk to her before they moved further into the exam. To help his friend get used to the environment, Lin Zichen decided to stay on the edge of the forest rather than heading into the deep woods immediately. Using his Sky Eye ability, he quickly located a point token high in a tree and told Han Han to go get it. She dashed forward, climbed the trunk with ease, and secured the prize. This pattern continued as Lin Zichen pointed out several more tokens, which Han Han excitedly gathered one by one. Thrilled with their progress, she jumped toward him and expressed her gratitude for his sharp eyes. At that point, Hong Junping showed up again. He bragged about having already earned 28 points and claimed that he always rewarded kindness many times over, though his real motive was simply to get close to Han Han. He proposed they form a 3-person team and split their points equally. Lin Zichen stepped in and firmly rejected the idea, instead demanding that Hong hand over all the tokens he had already collected. Furious, Hong declared that Lin Zichen had made a huge mistake and charged forward to attack. Remaining perfectly still, Lin Zichen delivered a single, well-timed punch to Hong's stomach, dropping him instantly. The two then departed with even more tokens in their possession. When Han Han worried if they had hurt him too badly, Lin Zichen assured her he would be perfectly fine. As they continued, Lin Zichen helped her find more points while teaching her how to use a basic bamboo pole to hunt wild boars. He coached her to be fast, powerful, and accurate with her strikes. Along their journey, they snacked on wild fruit and worked together to fight off anyone who tried to ambush them. Eventually, when exhaustion set in, they leaned against one another to rest. Lin Zichen secretly hoped the peaceful moment would last, but they soon reached the mutant beast zone in the heart of the forest. However, they were immediately met with a disturbing scene. The ground was covered in blood, and every single mutant beast had disappeared. Han Han felt quite disappointed upon seeing that the mutant beast zone was deserted. She believed that if Lin Zichen had arrived sooner, he surely would have earned the prestigious genius title. However, her friend reassured her that the title wasn't that significant to him. He pointed out that with so many security officers and cameras watching, he wouldn't have been able to absorb the life essence of the beasts anyway. For him, the time spent teaching her survival skills was a much more valuable use of their time. Once the combat evaluation concluded, the focus shifted to the gene fusion compatibility test. At the Island Gene Research Institute, students were instructed to line up at the testing windows. While they waited, Han Han asked about the reagents being used, which were derived from flow cloud jellyfish. These specific genes are highly compatible with humans and react uniquely with human blood, making them the standard for these assessments. The process involved extracting fresh blood from the candidates and injecting it into the reagent to trigger a chemical reaction. The strength of this reaction determined a student's suitability for fusion. Among those in line, one student expressed his hope to pass, as he was terrified of the alternative, the mechanical modification test. A girl nearby agreed, noting she had heard that becoming a cyborg involved painful alloy implants that were reportedly more agonizing than childbirth. After Han Han completed her own assessment, she and her friend waited an hour for the results to be processed. As the scores were announced, the room filled with mixed emotions. One student celebrated an excellent score of 8%, while another felt crushed by a failing grade of 4%. A third student was simply relieved to have barely passed with 6%. While 8% was considered a great result, the elite universities in Kyoto and Shanghai generally required a benchmark of 10%. Knowing that a famous prodigy in Kyoto had reached 16%, Lin Zichen privately hoped his superior physical strength would push him toward a 20% score. The tension grew as Han Han became increasingly anxious about her own future. While trying to comfort her, Lin Zichen couldn't help but worry that they might be separated if her compatibility was too low. After watching several other students celebrate scores of 10% and 11%, he decided it was time to check their results. Too frightened to look at her own grade first, Han Han asked him to check his score before hers. To his surprise, the system showed a compatibility of 15%. Although Han Han hugged him excitedly, certain he would be the top student in the province, Lin Zichen felt a sting of disappointment. He realized that physical power alone wasn't the only factor, as he had still fallen short of the Kyoto Prodigy's mark. Lin Zichen decided it was time to check Han Han's results, with their friends offering constant reassurance that she would surely perform well. When the score finally appeared, the entire group was stunned to see that her compatibility reached an incredible 21%. At the same time, officials had gathered at the provincial education headquarters to review the gene fusion data from across all schools. Initially, they focused on Lin Zichen's 15% score, offering congratulations to Principal Bai for producing the top student from Shanghai. However, the atmosphere shifted instantly when Han Han's results were revealed. Because she had always been an average student, no one could quite believe she had reached 21%. When questioned about Han Han's background, Principal Bai admitted she had never stood out before and suggested there might be a technical error. Seeing no other solution, Yuan sighed and decided to investigate the situation in person. Back at the testing center, even Han Han was convinced there had been a mistake. Lin Zichen, however, explained that the result made perfect sense because of her natural affinity for water. He pointed out that since the flow cloud jellyfish used in the test was a water-type mutant, her high compatibility was logical. Han Han's excitement grew as she began to see herself as a true genius, finally feeling like an equal to her friend. The arrival of Yuan at the site caused a massive stir among the examinees as she entered riding a giant wave of water. Some students even feared she intended to flood the building. As she walked in, the crowd respectfully made way, whispering about her legendary family, a 1,000-year-old martial lineage famous for slaying a dragon and fusing with its genes. Watching her master the ocean wave, everyone realized she was a powerful water-type gene fusioner. Yuan approached Han Han and instructed the staff to draw 3 more blood samples for retesting. After providing the samples, which left her arm feeling numb, Han Han was asked by a doctor to follow him to the vice principal's office. There, Yuan confirmed that all the follow-up tests still showed a 21% score. She then directly offered to take Han Han on as her personal disciple. To demonstrate the benefits of the offer, Yuan began manipulating the water inside a glass, telling Han Han that she would eventually be able to control the element just as easily. Caught off guard, Han Han hesitated and asked for some time to consult with Lin Zichen. Yuan quickly dismissed the need for delay, emphasizing that the opportunity offered nothing but advantages. As both the director of the provincial education headquarters and the vice principal of Shanghai University, Yuan insisted that Han Han should pursue her studies there. Despite her nervousness, Han Han exchanged contact details with her. Yuan also mentioned that she had another student who had joined her 10 years prior. Though they were the same age, Han Han would have to address her as a senior sister. When Yuan shared a photo of this other disciple, Han Han was shocked to realize it was Baiju. When Han Han inquired about the other student's identity, Yuan revealed that the girl was named Luo Ganshui. The master then asked if Han Han recognized her senior sister, leading Han Han to explain the striking resemblance to a close friend from elementary school. However, because that friend had transferred away years ago, Han Han could only wonder if they were truly the same person. Finding Han Han's compatibility levels unprecedented, Yuan conducted a thorough physical examination to search for any hidden abnormalities. To her surprise, the results showed a body that was remarkably ordinary. Yuan found it highly unusual for someone so talented to appear so typical, but she decided to officially record Han Han's score as 16% to protect her from being targeted by dangerous individuals. Once Han Han was dismissed, Yuan contacted her father to announce the new apprenticeship. She noted that after investigating the girl's background, she found it to be completely clean, also mentioning that the second-ranked student, Lin Zichen, was her childhood friend. Yuan's father was quite impressed, believing this disciple could bring great advantages to their family in the future. However, he sternly warned his daughter to keep Han Han's true potential a secret from the public. Meanwhile, although Lin Zichen was caught off guard by his friend suddenly finding such a powerful mentor, he chose to support the move. He reasoned that as long as Yuan's intentions were good, it was a great opportunity, and if she turned out to be untrustworthy, Han Han could simply break ties once she became strong enough. To celebrate the exam results, the two mothers took the teenagers to Mingxiang restaurant for dinner. They were thrilled by Han Han's performance and delighted that the two friends would likely attend the same university again. After a night of celebrating their first and second place rankings, everyone returned home. Later that evening, a knock at the door surprised Lin Zichen's mother. Finding Han Han there, she initially joked to herself that the girl had come to stay the night with her son. Han Han shyly explained that she needed to discuss something urgent with Lin Zichen before heading up to his room, leaving his mother to wonder if a romantic confession was finally about to happen. Upon entering his room, Han Han told Lin Zichen that she wanted to talk about her new master's findings. She explained that despite her power, Yuan had found absolutely nothing special during the physical exam, concluding that her body was entirely normal. This revelation deeply intrigued Lin Zichen. If a woman capable of controlling the ocean couldn't detect the secret behind Han Han's abilities, her true nature was more mysterious than he had imagined. He strictly warned his friend to keep this information to herself, fearing the unknown consequences if the truth ever got out. Lin Zichen reassured her that they would investigate her mysterious body together once they had gained more power and knowledge. Han Han agreed, shifting the conversation to her senior sister and showing him a photograph she thought might be of their old friend, Ju. While Lin Zichen admitted the resemblance was striking, he noted that the woman in the picture possessed a completely different temperament and aura. He was particularly intrigued by the location of the photo, but when Han Han questioned her master, she was only told it was a place called the Origin Ground, with no further details provided. After a brief quiet moment sitting on the bed, Han Han shyly asked if men found women in Chipaos attractive. Lin Zichen, wondering if her new master had influenced her fashion sense, began to blush as he pictured her in the traditional dress. He told her honestly that she would look wonderful in one, and admitted his preference for the style. When the topic turned to what color stockings she should buy, a flustered Lin Zichen suggested either black or white, prompting Han Han to immediately place an order online. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock from Lin Zichen's mother, who brought in a bag of supplies for Han Han's stayover. Although Han Han felt a bit embarrassed by her mother's over-preparedness, Lin Zichen's mom warmly reminded them that as adults, they were free to stay up late together. However, while unpacking her things in the bathroom, Han Han was mortified to discover that her mother had packed protection. She rushed into the washroom in a panic, leaving a very confused Lin Zichen behind. Both friends were eventually accepted into the Evolution College at Shanghai University and signed contracts with Heiyu's martial arts school. On their way to a promotional event for the school, their path was suddenly blocked by a group of strangers. A man named Liu Chuanwu, the dean of Shanghai University's martial arts college, introduced himself as a representative of the Heaven Human Pavilion. This organization was well known for its controversial stance against mechanical modifications and gene fusion, often facing public criticism for its beliefs. Dean Liu invited Lin Zichen to join their cause, even offering him a new iPhone just to get him to listen. He explained that the Heaven Human Pavilion focused on unlocking the hidden potential within pure-blood humans. Their goal was to surpass ordinary human limits and evolve into rare or legendary life forms without using external modifications. To prove his point, the dean showed Lin Zichen a video on his phone. In the footage, Liu, who was only at a biological level of ordinary 9th rank, managed to completely overpower and defeat a high-level gene fusioner, demonstrating the success of his research. As the video played, the protagonist was shocked to see a fight between Liu and Wu Tiancheng, the same man who had destroyed the rat god cult alone. In the footage, Wu took to the sky and unleashed a barrage of feathers at his rival, but Liu managed to protect himself and block every strike. Once Wu returned to the ground, Liu charged forward and ended the match with a single, powerful punch to the face. Dean Liu explained his belief that the human body is naturally superior and that merging with other species is unnecessary. He argued that the true future of the human race lies in pure-blooded individuals who master body-tempering techniques. Stunned by what he had just seen, Lin Zichen questioned whether the video was genuine or if Wu Tiancheng was merely an actor playing a part. Dean Liu quickly dismissed these doubts, assuring him the footage was authentic and inviting the boy to witness him challenging other high-level gene fusioners in person. When Lin asked why such an impressive video wasn't shared online to promote the Tian Ren Pavilion, the dean explained that the authorities had blocked it. Apparently, the government believes there is no progress without increasing biological levels through fusion, so they refuse to support his methods. This lack of promotion makes it hard to attract new researchers, preventing the qualitative change that only comes with a large number of participants. However, the dean was convinced that a genius like Lin wouldn't get stuck at the 9th ordinary rank for 50 years like he had. He believed the boy could truly evolve into a high-level being. Lin Zichen was confused by the mention of 50 years of training, as the dean only looked like he was in his 50s. Liu then revealed a startling truth. Although he appeared middle-aged, he was actually nearly 100 years old, credit for his youth going entirely to his body-tempering skills. At the dean's urging, Lin looked up his background online. The profile confirmed that these techniques could indeed extend a person's life, leading Lin to wonder if his own parents could learn them. He further discovered that Liu Quanwu was actually the eldest son of the famous Liu martial arts family. Once one of the most prestigious families in the Nanjiang province, the Lius had fallen from grace during the gene fusion era because they refused to merge their DNA with mutant beasts. This decision had even destroyed the dean's personal life. His wife and children had abandoned him to pursue the path of gene fusion themselves. For a moment, Lin imagined his own relationship with Han Han, feeling certain that their bond was too strong for her to ever leave him. However, his heart skipped a beat when he reached the relationships section of the dean's profile. He was floored to discover that Liu Quanwu's former wife was actually Han Han's new master. Noticing that the photos of the children in the profile were grayed out, the protagonist began to wonder if they were no longer alive. After reviewing the details of Dean Liu's history, he realized he should never underestimate the man. Liu Quanwu pointed out that his youthful appearance at nearly 100 years old was living proof of the potential within pure-blooded humans, which was the core reason for the Tian Ren Pavilion's existence. He explained that the name Tian Ren represented humans who could defy their own destinies and overcome the heavens themselves. The dean argued that gene fusion was limited because it simply borrowed strength from mutant creatures, meaning humans could never truly surpass the beasts they relied on. He expressed a grim belief that humanity would eventually face extinction if they continued this way, as they wouldn't be able to withstand a full-scale invasion. This same logic applied to mechanical modifications, since those parts also originated from mutant materials. While he clarified that his organization didn't completely oppose these two paths, he was against relying on them exclusively. In his view, fusion and cybernetics should only be used as temporary tools in the early stages of development, while people researched alternative ways to prepare for the future. Extending his hand, the dean invited Lin Zixin to join the Tian Ren pavilion and help secure a better future for mankind. As the boy remained silent, Liu added that he saw him as the first pure-blooded human capable of shattering the limits of the ordinary rank. When asked about the specifics of their methods, Liu described an ancient blood-tempering technique discovered in ruins. This process involved using one's own internal energy and blood to refine the physical form, making the body incredibly powerful. According to ancient records, reaching the highest level of this technique would grant a person a sanctified body, allowing them to fly, tunnel through the earth, and destroy mountains with a single blow. It would enable a person to tear apart massive beasts using nothing but their own steel-like flesh and bone. However, Liu emphasized that this path was strictly for pure-blooded humans. Because gene fusioners had tainted blood and cyborgs lacked complete biological systems for energy circulation, neither group could practice it. This reinforced the pavilion's belief that the future belonged only to those who remained purely human. Once more, Liu asked the boy to join their journey. Still, the protagonist felt he didn't have enough information to commit, and told the dean he needed to look into the matter further. Respecting the need for careful thought, Dean Liu agreed, but warned Lin Zixin that with his immense physical talent, it would be a tragic waste not to pursue the path of the pure-blooded human. From the perspective of the Tian Ren Pavilion, the student who placed first with a 16% compatibility score cannot truly compare to Lin Zixin. Because he ranked at the very top of the physical evaluation, the organization is convinced he is the rightful champion of Nanjiang province. They believe that if he chooses to follow the pure-blooded human path, he will eventually surpass the current top scorer with ease. Han Han felt quite awkward as she sat there, having been pulled into this intense debate without saying a single word. Breaking the tension, Lin Zixin introduced her to Dean Liu and clarified that she was actually the one who had earned the highest score in the entire province. After picking up the iPhone and thanking Liu Quanwu for the generous gift, Lin Zixin prepared to depart. As he began to walk away, Dean Liu desperately pleaded with him to give the pavilion a 6-month trial. He initially offered to double any benefits the Evolution College was providing, and when the boy didn't stop, he quickly tripled the offer. Suddenly, the hero was back at the table, enthusiastically praising the mission of the Tian Ren Pavilion and agreeing to dedicate his talents to the future of pure-blooded humanity. Liu Quanwu was privately stunned by how quickly the boy's loyalty shifted when money was involved. Curious about a specific mystery, Lin Zixin asked the dean about the origin ground. Liu was surprised by the boy's knowledge and explained that it was considered the birthplace of all life, including every mutant beast in existence. Through this conversation, Lin Zixin realized that humanity not only knew about these anomalies, but could actually access them. The dean further revealed that the monster meat sold in shopping malls actually comes from that place, as the Earth's natural supply wouldn't be enough to feed the elite, let alone the general public. When asked if there were any videos of the area, Liu noted that electronic devices fail to function there, meaning realistic paintings are the only way to document the site. This made Lin Zixin realize that the photo Han Han had shown him earlier was actually a highly detailed drawing. Just then, Lin Zixin's phone rang, and he was urged to head to the martial arts hall for a promotional event. Before he left, Liu handed him a translated manual for the blood refining technique, which contained specific instructions. He warned that the technique required a practitioner to be at least at ordinary tier stage 4 with sufficient energy and blood circulation. Believing the boy was close to that level, Liu suggested he study the manual over summer break and start training once he officially evolved at school. In reality, the hero had already reached stage 6 and planned to begin his training as soon as he got home. Meanwhile, Yu Yan was practicing when she noticed the dean was in an unusually cheerful mood. Liu bragged that he had used his personal charm to recruit the second-place scorer with the top physical results. Yu Yan was skeptical that he even had the boy's contact info, and she flatly refused to believe it was his personality that won him over. Eventually, Liu Quanwu admitted that he had simply offered the boy triple the benefits provided by the Evolution Academy. Yu Yan was furious to learn that the dean had offered triple the benefits despite the organization's growing debt. However, he calmed her down by mentioning that he had already arranged a meeting with 3 wealthy women to secure the necessary funding. During their conversation, Liu Quanwu asked her how long it had taken her to sense her energy and blood when she first began training. She recalled that it took a week to feel her energy and 2 months to fully control her blood. As a former runner-up in the capital's entrance exams, she felt a sting of embarrassment when the subject came up. Ever since she had chosen the pavilion's path over gene fusion, her lack of evolution had made her a target for mockery. The dean encouraged her, promising that once she reached a high tier in a few years, she would be able to silence her critics. Still, Yu Yan felt discouraged that her acupoints remained closed even after 2 full-body refinements. She wondered how long it would take the new recruit to sense his own energy, and the dean predicted he could do it in 10 days. This prospect excited Yu Yan, who expressed a desire to train him herself. In reality, the protagonist started his practice immediately, and managed to sense both his energy and blood in just 3 attempts. After studying the techniques for control and refinement in his manual, he focused on his right arm. The system quickly notified him that both his skin durability and his proficiency in the blood-refining technique had improved. After 30 minutes of work, he decided to test the toughness of his arm with a blade. He was shocked to find that a single session had already made his skin resistant to the edge. This revelation helped him understand how Liu, with 3 refinements, could survive Wu Tiancheng's feather attacks. He began to imagine how powerful he would become after 5 rounds, and felt confident that he could refine his entire body's skin in less than a week, especially since he had only used 1/3 of his energy so far. Shortly after his training session, a text arrived from Han Han inviting him over for a surprise. He headed to her house, greeted her mother, and made his way to her room. After knocking and entering, he found Han Han hiding completely under her bedsheets. He jokingly wondered if she herself was the surprise, and she told him to lift the blanket to find out. When he pulled back the sheet, he was stunned to see her wearing the special outfit she had ordered online. Blushing, he complimented her appearance. She then asked if he wanted to see her in the stockings she bought, and began to put them on. As he turned even redder, he told her she looked great, and she invited him to feel the fabric, noting how nice the texture was. Lin Zixin gently touched her legs, agreeing that the texture was indeed soft and pleasant. When Han Han asked if the stockings improved the feel of her legs, he didn't hesitate to confirm that they did. Their quiet moment was interrupted by a knock from Meng, who informed Lin Zixin that his mother had dropped off some items in a bag hanging on the doorknob. Upon opening it, however, he was mortified to find a condom inside. The pressure of the situation felt overwhelming to him, especially since they hadn't even shared a kiss yet. Soon after, Han Han invited him to sleep beside her, but asked him to look away while she put on a diaper. Once she was ready, she told him he could turn off the lights and join her in bed. As they lay there, he noticed a lovely scent and asked if she had used a spray, but she explained that the pleasant smell was simply her natural body fragrance. For a brief moment, they stayed there, staring into each other's eyes. Drawn in by her lips, Lin Zixin suddenly kissed her, and while the atmosphere was full of romance, Han Han abruptly jumped out of bed because she had another accident. Lin Zixin questioned if she had been experiencing a sudden surge of intense emotions, and she admitted that her heart had been racing. She described a feeling of warmth spreading through her body just before she peed. This confirmed his theory that her mysterious superpower was directly linked to and triggered by her mental state. He realized that if she could strengthen her mental power, she might eventually gain full control over her abilities. To test this, they kissed several more times, and each time her emotions fluctuated, the same thing happened. Once she was completely soaked, Han Han went to take a shower and asked him to find her some fresh clothes. While searching through her wardrobe, he picked out an outfit, reasoning that she would be sleeping in a diaper anyway. Eventually, she fell fast asleep, and he spent some time watching her peaceful face before quietly leaving the room. Outside, Meng invited him to stay for breakfast. During the meal, Ye expressed a wish that Han Han was as disciplined as him since she was still sleeping, but he defended her, noting that a top provincial student deserved some rest during vacation. After he left, Han Han's mother began to suspect that her daughter's late-night shower was related to his visit, and happily messaged Wang Sun with the news. Meanwhile, Lin Zixin went to do his laundry. Seeing him with his dirty clothes, his mother gave him a supportive thumbs up and praised him for being so capable. Dean Ma paid a visit to Liu Chuanhua to demand an explanation regarding Lin Zixin, but Dean Liu simply acted as if he had no idea what the other man was talking about. This led to an outburst from Ma, who accused Liu of poaching a student who was already enrolled in Evolution College. Defending his actions, Liu shouted back that it wasn't poaching at all, arguing that the martial arts college had just as much right to recruit students as any other department. As their argument intensified, Ma brought up the first-come, first-served principle. Liu, however, remained unfazed, pointing out that since Lin Zixin wasn't officially a student yet, he hadn't actually broken any formal rules. Ma conceded that while it might not be a university regulation, Liu was ignoring the unwritten professional etiquette shared between deans. Liu flatly rejected this idea, insisting that his recruitment process was transparent and fair. He suggested that if Ma was so bothered by the situation, he should go and convince the boy to return to Evolution College himself. Feeling insulted, Ma challenged Liu to a fight on stage to settle the matter fairly, but Liu wasn't about to fall for it. He knew that as an ordinary 9th rank, he stood no chance against an advanced 5th rank fighter like Ma. He accused Ma of trying to bully an old man before the other dean finally walked away. Before leaving, Ma mockingly reminded Liu that as long as he refused gene fusion, he would remain a weak, ordinary-level fighter for the rest of his life, no better than an ant. Meanwhile, Yuan tried to reassure Ma, suggesting that once Lin Zichen saw his weaker peers surpass him through mechanical upgrades or gene fusion, he would realize his error and come back to Evolution College. Ma remained stubborn, insisting that Liu needed to be punished for his behavior, but Yuan simply advised him to use Liu's own tactics to steal the student back. Ma found himself agreeing with the plan. Despite his usually calm nature, Ma always seemed to lose his composure whenever he dealt with Liu Chuanhua. Yuan couldn't help but think that Ma's insults were as sharp as they had been years ago, imagining that his physical power might have matched his tongue if he hadn't chosen the pure-blooded path. Elsewhere, Han Han was exhausted after a long run. Lin Zichen offered her some water and suggested they stop for the day so she could rest on a bench. As she lay down, he began to massage her muscles to help her recover. When she thanked him, he told her that such formality wasn't necessary given the nature of their relationship. This prompted Han Han to ask the big question about exactly what kind of relationship they shared. Lin Zichen responded by telling her that they were family. However, Han Han viewed them more as fiancé, and the two of them made a pinky promise to get married once they both graduated from university. Later that night, Dean Ma arrived at Lin Zichen's home to discuss his college choice once more. The visit left the boy's father completely confused. Since his son had already made his decision, he couldn't understand why the dean had shown up so late to bring it up again. Dean Ma arrived at Lin Zichen's home carrying 2 ice crystal fish as a sign of his good intentions, prompting the boy's father to invite him inside. During the visit, the dean sat down with Lin Zichen's parents to discuss their son's potential for gene fusion. He argued that choosing this path would open up an endless future for the boy, whereas sticking to the pure-blooded human theory would simply be a waste of his natural gifts. While the Tian Ren pavilion might mean well, Ma insisted that their methods had shown no real progress. He warned the family that it was essentially a trap and that Lin Zichen would destroy his prospects by following such an unproven route, urging him to return to the Evolution College instead. This revelation left Lin Zichen's mother completely baffled, as she was under the impression her son was already enrolled in the Evolution program. The protagonist had to admit that he had forgotten to mention his decision to join the Tian Ren pavilion and switch to the martial arts college. Despite his parents' shock, he reassured them that he truly believed in the pavilion's philosophy. He explained that since the dean there had offered him triple the usual benefits, he had agreed to a 6-month trial. He promised his family that if he saw no results during that time, he would go back to the Evolution College and resume the gene fusion path. Dean Ma was clearly frustrated to hear about the triple benefits and tried to offer the boy some perspective. He explained that while such an offer seemed like a lot now, it was nothing but a petty profit when compared to his long-term future. Ma emphasized that sacrificing his education for a small financial gain was a mistake. Even a 6-month delay would mean losing out on vital knowledge that no amount of money could replace. He claimed to have seen many similar cases at the university level and viewed the whole thing as a massive waste of time. Despite the dean's persistence, Lin Zichen thanked him but stood by his choice. He explained that if he didn't try the pure-blooded path now, the curiosity would always haunt him, even if the financial incentives were also too good to pass up. Realizing the boy was set in his ways, Dean Ma eventually gave up and left. Shortly after, Lin Zichen was stunned to find a news report online claiming that the Tian Ren pavilion had brainwashed the second highest scorer in the province into abandoning gene fusion. The article even brought up a similar case from a decade ago involving a top student from Kyoto who had allegedly ended up as an ordinary person after joining the pavilion. Seeing the comment section flooded with negativity, the hero realized that spambots had likely been hired to twist the public narrative against him. He was even more disturbed to find that his private information had been leaked online. This wasn't just about cyberbullying anymore. He worried that having his identity exposed could attract the attention of dangerous cultists. Suspecting that either Ma or someone else looking to undermine the pavilion was behind the leak, he contacted the police to file an official report. 2 hours later, he finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the damaging post had been taken down. His phone began to vibrate incessantly as group chat notifications flooded in, all discussing the recent leaks. To his dismay, he realized that his private photographs had now been shared online alongside the rumors. That evening, Han Han arrived at his door dressed in a pink nightgown, cheerfully announcing her plan to stay the night. As they eventually settled into bed, she noticed him scrolling through the wave of negative news and remarked on how cruel people could be. The protagonist explained his perspective calmly, noting that in any power struggle, those who strictly follow the rules usually end up at a disadvantage compared to those who are willing to ignore them. Hoping for a solution, Han Han suggested reaching out to her influential master, Yuan Dongji. The hero initially shot down the idea, pointing out that since the conflict was a dispute between the Pure Blood and Gene Fusion factions, her master had no real motive to get involved. Despite his skepticism, she insisted on helping and sent a message anyway. To their mutual surprise, a reply arrived shortly after stating that the matter had already been dealt with. Within just 30 minutes, every trace of the negative news had vanished from the internet. While he was shocked by the speed of the intervention, he wondered if the help was due to Han Han's new status as a disciple, or perhaps Yuan Dongji's past connection with Liu Chuangwu. Regardless of the reason, he accepted the favor and asked his girlfriend to pass along his gratitude. She leaned in close, playfully asking how he intended to thank her specifically, and when he inquired what she wanted, she simply told him to kiss her. Later that night, the protagonist sat cross-legged on his bed, lost in meditation, as a misty white energy swirled around his body. After a deep, deliberate breath, a system notification appeared to confirm that his biological level had successfully reached ordinary Tier 7. He opened his eyes, feeling powerful but drenched in sweat, and celebrated the fact that he had finally completed the tempering process for his entire skin. A quick check of his updated status confirmed he was 18 years old, and at Tier 7, possessing an impressive list of 9 biological attributes. The system also noted the completion of the first stage of body tempering. Feeling a surge of confidence, he reasoned that having 9 attributes was likely equivalent to 10 gene fusions, leading him to believe he could now surpass the famous Prodigy from Kyoto. His reflection was interrupted by a text from Han Han, asking him to join her and their friend Chuxin at the hospital the following Monday. He realized that because she was choosing the gene fusion path, which frequently results in infertility, she needed to preserve her eggs for a future test tube baby. He agreed immediately, and when Monday arrived, they found themselves in a modern medical facility where Han Han was prepared for the procedure on a hospital bed. A nurse administered an ovulation induction injection and informed Han Han that she needed to come back the following day for the actual retrieval. After Han Han thanked her, the group walked through the hospital hallways, where Chuxin remarked on how exhausting and complicated the whole process seemed to be. Admitting her lingering anxiety, Han Han's girlfriend looked a bit uneasy, until her best friend threw an arm around her shoulder, suggesting a shopping trip to help her relax. Han Han loved the idea, and although the girls invited the protagonist to join them, he politely turned them down, mentioning that he had his own tasks to finish. This left Chuxin excited for some quality time alone with Han Han, and the two girls waved goodbye as they headed off. Back in the privacy of his room, the hero decided it was time to progress to the next phase of his physical conditioning, muscle tempering. As he began his meditation, system alerts flashed to confirm that both his physical strength and his mastery of the blood tempering method were reaching new heights. He realized that the burning sensation in his tissues was significantly more painful than what he had felt during the skin tempering stage, yet he remained focused and endured the heat. By the time he finished working on just his right arm that afternoon, he was so drained that he collapsed onto his bed. To recover his lost energy and replenish his blood, he ate a massive meal. When he finally tested his grip strength with a hand trainer, he was stunned to see that focusing on only one arm had already boosted his power by 50%. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and his girlfriend entered to tell him about Chuxin's plan. She explained that their friend wanted everyone to hang out with Heiyu before the school year started, and had already committed him to the trip. Taking her hand, the boy promised that he would definitely go if she was going to be there. However, she looked troubled as she mentioned that Chuxin specifically wanted to visit the beach. She confessed her fear of the ocean, reminding him of the traumatic, mysterious voice she had once heard coming from the water. To comfort her, the protagonist vowed to keep her safe and suggested they could simply stay on the sand instead of going into the waves. With her fears eased, the scene shifts drastically to a terrifying fire-filled cavern. Deep underground, a massive circular platform engraved with glowing magical symbols floated over a lake of molten lava during a clandestine meeting. A towering green creature gave a report to a mysterious figure, a man dressed in an elegant suit but wearing a chilling plague doctor mask. The monster confirmed that the stinky rats had finished digging all the necessary tunnels and instructed the masked man to establish a biological coordinate at that location. Agreeing to the task, the man raised a powerful staff topped with a single glowing red eye and slammed it into the stone, releasing a wave of dark energy. To finalize the ritual, he cut his own wrist, allowing his blood to flow onto the staff and be consumed by the eye. As dark tendrils of energy burst from the earth, the masked man declared that the coordinate had been successfully placed. The masked man's final plan involved waiting for the origin land to locate a matching point so he could set a second coordinate. By allowing these 2 points to resonate, the tunnels would eventually form a direct link to that mysterious place. Meanwhile, a group of friends was enjoying a drive toward the coast, traveling along a scenic road that overlooked the sea. During the trip, Chuksin asked Yu when he had managed to get his driver's license. He explained that his father had used his connections to get him into a driving course as soon as the summer break began. When he offered to help the others join the same program, they all agreed with excitement, which clearly made Yu very happy. Upon arriving at the beach parking lot, Yu was overwhelmed with joy. He ran straight onto the sand, shouting about how much he loved the ocean, the breeze, and specifically, the women in bikinis. Annoyed by his inappropriate remark, Chuksin hit him on the back of the head. She then grabbed Han's arm and led her away to get changed, ignoring Yu's complaints as they left. Left alone with the protagonist, Yu put an arm around him and suggested they should also go change, expressing how eager he was to go diving. As they walked, several guys on the beach recognized the protagonist as the runner-up from the Nanjiang province entrance exams. They began to gossip loudly, noting his association with the Tian Ren pavilion. They mockingly speculated that he must have been brainwashed or was naturally unintelligent, concluding that he had surely destroyed his own future. Overhearing this, Yu became furious and confronted the group. He angrily demanded to know who they thought they were to criticize a top-tier student and challenged them to keep talking. His sudden outburst left the group terrified and silent. Before the situation could escalate further, the protagonist calmly pulled Yu away, telling him not to waste his energy on people like that. He explained that their opinions didn't bother him, though he admitted he would have certainly fought back if they had insulted something he actually cared about. When Yu asked what that might be, Chuksin and the protagonist's girlfriend reappeared, having finished changing into their swimwear. Chuksin joked that it was obvious his girlfriend was the only thing he truly cared for. Yu laughed it off, admitting his question had been a bit silly, while Chuksin told the boys to hurry up and put on their trunks. A little later, the two boys returned, showing off their impressive, muscular builds in their swimsuits. The protagonist offered to help his girlfriend apply sunscreen while she relaxed on a lounge chair, and she happily accepted. As he rubbed the lotion onto her back, she complimented his technique. Watching them with a mix of jealousy and embarrassment, Yu thought to himself that the protagonist was surprisingly smooth. Hoping for a similar result, he tried the same offer on Chuksin, but she bluntly told him to get lost. As the protagonist continued to apply the cream to his girlfriend's lower back, she couldn't help but think about how wonderful he was. Out of nowhere, a mysterious and powerful voice echoed inside Han's mind. Her eyes snapped open in surprise, and she sat up instantly, her face pale with terror. Staring toward the ocean, she cried out that the voice had returned, which immediately grabbed the protagonist's attention. He pulled her close to comfort her and asked what was wrong. With a trembling voice, she described hearing that same creepy speech again, mentioning things like a great god, a revival, and a place called the Origin Land of the Sea. Zekin listened carefully to her story, suspecting that this voice was likely linked to that mysterious Origin Land. However, he admitted they simply didn't have enough information yet, and suggested that she should try to ask her master about it indirectly once university started. Han agreed that this was the best plan. Sometime later, the protagonist returned to his room to push his training even further. Having already finished his muscle conditioning, he moved on to the next grueling stage, tempering his bones. This process was far more agonizing than anything he had experienced before, requiring him to focus all his energy on strengthening his internal structure. After an exhausting session, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling triumphant despite the pain. His dedication paid off when a system notification appeared, congratulating him on reaching ordinary creature rank 9. He was now just a single step away from becoming an advanced creature. While resting, he studied his manual on blood tempering, realizing that his next goal was to open the apertures in his body to evolve further. Although the instructions seemed a bit unclear, he closed the book with a look of determination, deciding he would find his own way to succeed. The scene then shifts to the campus of Shanghai University, where the protagonist and his girlfriend finally arrived to start their new lives as college students. One of their parents called out to let them know they had arrived. As they explored the campus with the boys' parents, Han excitedly noticed an old ice cream shop that was still standing. Our hero confirmed it was the very same place they used to visit when they were little. Since they had plenty of time before their orientation, his mother, Wang Xin, suggested they stop for a treat. Han happily agreed and soon found herself enjoying a large bowl of strawberry milk ice cream. She even offered a spoonful to the protagonist, a sweet gesture that brought smiles to his parents' faces as they watched. However, their quiet family moment was interrupted by a loud disturbance coming from a nearby bar. Looking through the window, the protagonist noticed a man complaining to a woman named Jiaxin about her skirt being too long. Inside the bar, Jiaxin was sitting flirtatiously on the lap of a man called Brother Yang, suggesting that he could simply reach under her skirt if it bothered him. Another man at the table, however, grew impatient and told Brother Yang to stop fooling around with the woman and focus on their game. Just outside the ice cream shop, two men were gossiping about a girl named Huang Jiaxin. One of them remarked that although she acted like an untouchable goddess at the art academy, she was now frequently seen with men from the Evolution Academy. His companion noted that the bright career prospects of Evolution students made them highly attractive to women. This exchange made the protagonist reflect on the layout of Shanghai University, which is split into two very different sections. While the outer campus is dedicated to arts and culture, the inner campus is a restricted, high-security zone. Because it houses sensitive research on gene fusion and mechanical modification, it remains closed to the public and art students, protected by constant patrols of armed guards and surveillance drones. At their table, the boy's mother, Wang Xin, gave the couple some parting advice, reminding them that despite the increased freedom of university life, they needed to stay disciplined. Her husband, Yan Sheng, comforted her by expressing his trust in their responsibility. He then told the teenagers it was time to head toward the inner campus since parents were not permitted past the security gates. Before they left, Yan Sheng reminded his son to look after Han, a promise the boy made without hesitation. Upon reaching the heavily guarded entrance, a security officer asked for their admission papers. Han handed hers over immediately, but as the protagonist began searching for his, the guard recognized him as the high-ranking provincial student who had joined the Tian Ren pavilion. He waved them through without further delay. Once inside, the campus was filled with gene-fused individuals and cyborgs, which was a typical sight in such a specialized environment. After finishing their registration paperwork, the two had to head to their respective dormitories. Han waved goodbye, promising to meet him that evening before she walked toward the Evolution Academy. As soon as the protagonist arrived at the Martial Arts Academy, he was surrounded by an enthusiastic group of female seniors. They complimented his appearance, offered to help with his luggage, and eagerly asked for his social media. Amidst the crowd, a confident blonde senior stepped in and volunteered to personally show him to his dorm, an offer he gratefully accepted. During their walk, she asked if he was interested in seeing the university's combat power rankings. She pointed out a display featuring two distinct lists: the peak ranking for the top 500 students in the entire school and the freshman ranking for the top 100 new students. She explained that the three highest-rated fighters on the peak ranking were all fourth-year students from the Evolution and Mechanical Academies. In comparison, the Martial Arts Academy was struggling, with only 3 representatives on the list, all of whom held much lower positions. The senior explained that the academy once had a star student who, much like him, was a top-tier recruit, and even managed to reach the 6th spot on the overall power rankings. However, she noted that because this student remained a pure-blooded human, her growth eventually hit a wall, allowing gene-fused and cyborg fighters to overtake her. This former prodigy was revealed to be Song Yu-Yan, who currently serves as an instructor and a lead researcher for the Tian Ren Pavilion under Dean Liu. Upon reaching his quarters, the senior showed him inside, revealing that he had been assigned a spacious private apartment rather than a typical dorm. Fanning herself, she remarked with a hint of jealousy that being a top-ranked student certainly came with incredible perks. She then mentioned how sweltering the walk had been, and suggestively asked if she might use his shower. The boy, however, simply thanked her for the tour and offered to buy her a milk tea from a nearby shop as a gesture of gratitude. This left the senior completely baffled, as she followed him out wondering why he hadn't picked up on her obvious hint. Once he was alone again, the protagonist felt that buying her a drink had settled the favor of showing him the way. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from his girlfriend, who wanted to see photos of his new home. She had already shared pictures of her own place, which was remarkably luxurious, and even featured a private gym. Looking at her lavish accommodations compared to his basic single room, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the Evolution Academy's superior wealth. He reluctantly sent her a few photos of his modest space. His girlfriend was shocked by how small his room appeared, and immediately invited him to move in with her. Noting that her new bed was even larger than the one she had back home, without a second thought, the boy grabbed his bags and phone and told her he was on his way. As he walked out of the martial arts dorms, he grumbled to himself about the massive funding gap between the two schools. He realized that the best room his academy could provide was nothing compared to the standard housing at the Evolution Academy. He sighed, briefly doubting whether Dean Liu Quanwu could actually fulfill his promise of tripling his benefits. When the elevator doors opened on her floor, his girlfriend was there to greet him with a bright smile, welcoming him into her cool, air-conditioned apartment. As they began to unpack his belongings in the pristine, high-end space, the protagonist remarked that her master must value her significantly to provide such a beautiful home. Han Han agreed, confirming that her master treated her exceptionally well. Stretching her arms wide, the protagonist's girlfriend happily declared that they finally had their own little home where they could enjoy their freedom away from their parents. A blushing Zekin quickly told her not to get ahead of herself. Mentioning that the move had left her sweaty, she announced she was going to shower first and began to undress right there, leaving her clothes scattered on the floor. The protagonist could only watch, reminding her not to leave such a mess behind. While she was in the shower, a flustered Zekin picked up her laundry and decided to explore the new university campus app he had recently downloaded. He found an in-app marketplace where students could spend school credits on resources for mechanical modification and gene fusion. According to the app, there were 3 primary ways to earn these credits: by ranking high in the school's power standings, completing official university assignments, or performing exceptionally well in competitions. He realized that, for someone with his abilities, gathering credits would likely be even easier than earning regular money. His research was interrupted when his girlfriend called out from the bathroom, asking him to bring her some clothes. When he walked in, he found her relaxing in the massive bathtub. She commented on how wonderful the water felt, and suggestively invited him to join her, arguing that it was a waste of hot water for just one person to use such a large tub. Though he hesitated at first, a blushing Zekin eventually agreed and took off his clothes to get in. Once they were both in the water, he offered to wash her back. She happily accepted and promised to return the favor afterward. Later that evening, after they had bathed and eaten, the protagonist sat on the bed to meditate while his girlfriend lay beside him. He began the second stage of his skin tempering process, which proved to be much more grueling than the first. It took him 2 full hours of intense focus just to finish tempering his right hand. Curious about the results, he asked his girlfriend for a sewing needle to test his new durability. To her absolute shock, he pressed the sharp point against the back of his hand, but the metal could not break the skin. A system notification popped up to confirm that his skin's toughness was indeed increasing. When he applied even more pressure, the needle actually shattered against his hand. His girlfriend was in awe, exclaiming that the blood tempering technique was so incredible, it made her want to switch to the pure blood path as well. Moving on to his next test, the protagonist decided to check his heat resistance by calmly holding his hand over a lit stovetop flame. As the system confirmed his resistance was growing, he noted that it took over a minute before he felt even a slight burn. He concluded that, by combining the blood tempering technique with his system's unique attributes, he was well on his way to achieving a saintly body. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Liu Quanwu, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. The dean checked in to see if he had settled in and invited him to visit the Tian Ren headquarters to meet the other members and get to know the environment. After the boy agreed, the dean instructed him to wait downstairs for a ride. The protagonist responded with his girlfriend's address since he wasn't at his own dormitory. After the location was confirmed, he let out a sigh and prepared to head out. He told his girlfriend that he had to leave for a bit because the dean had invited him to the organization's headquarters, and she encouraged him to go. Once outside, he found a comfortable, shady spot under some trees to wait. As he leaned against a trunk, a young man with spiky orange-brown hair noticed him. The stranger approached and recognized him as Zishan, the famous top scorer who had chosen to join Tian Ren. As they talked, the protagonist realized just how well known he had become. The young man praised his decision to stick to the pure blood path instead of opting for gene fusion. He mentioned that he was also a freshman from the Kyoto area, where a similar institute had once operated for 20 years before closing due to a lack of results. He expressed a sincere hope that the Shanghai branch would be more successful, though the protagonist found the guy a little too talkative. With a final thumbs up and a word of encouragement, the stranger eventually walked away. Shortly after, the loud roar of an engine broke the silence. A woman wearing a helmet pulled up on a sleek red motorcycle and asked if he was Zichan. When he confirmed his identity, she hopped off the bike and removed her helmet. She introduced herself as Song Yu Yan, an instructor and Tian Ren researcher who had been sent to escort him to the headquarters. Shaking her hand, the protagonist internally recalled her reputation as the former star student who had committed to the pure blood path. He climbed onto the back of the bike, and she playfully told him to hold on tight. As they sped off, she joked about whether he was happy to be picked up by a beautiful mentor, to which he politely replied that it was an honor. She then curiously asked why a martial arts student was hanging out at the Evolution Academy's luxury dorms. He casually mentioned that he had moved in with his girlfriend, causing the instructor to lament her own love life and complain that she had never even lived with a man. They soon reached a large modern building labeled the Pure Human Research Institute. As the mentor led him toward the entrance, the protagonist wondered if the name was just a shorter version of the Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute. Inside, she showed him a break area where researchers could relax and told him he could help himself to the free drinks in the fridge. Noticing how quiet the building was, he asked why the hallways were so empty. With a sigh, the instructor explained that the university didn't hold Tian Ren in high regard, which meant their funding was tight and they couldn't hire many people. She revealed the small scale of the team, noting that the entire organization consisted only of the dean, herself, Ziken, and 3 senior students. This revelation was quite a blow to the protagonist, who finally realized that the large group of martial artists he had seen with the dean during their first meeting were actually just hired actors. Although he felt a bit disappointed by the deception, he quickly brushed it off, reasoning that the reputation of the school didn't matter as long as he received the triple benefits he had been promised. At that moment, the mentor called out to the dean to announce Zichen's arrival. A very messy and exhausted-looking dean appeared, waving them into his cluttered office. After the mentor pointed out how haggard he looked, the dean admitted he had been stuck in the lab for nearly 2 weeks. He explained that he was trying to make a breakthrough in the aperture-opening chapter of the blood tempering manual, but had made no progress at all. Despite his own frustrations, the dean gave the boy an encouraging thumbs up, expressing his firm belief that Zichen's presence would lead to a major leap forward for the pure blood movement. He went on to brag about Sister Yan's past, noting that she had been the top student in the Kyoto entrance exams. Sister Yan added with pride that her physical test scores as a teenager were even more impressive than the dean's, though he quickly told her to stop showing off. Turning serious, the dean credited Sister Yan with helping him finally end a 10-year plateau. Thanks to her, he had completed his 3rd body tempering, which allowed him, despite being an ordinary Tier 9 human, to take down a high-level gene fuser. Both the dean and the mentor placed their hands on Ziken's shoulders, assuring him that he had the potential to eventually surpass even Sister Yan. Shifting the conversation to training, the dean asked Zishan about his current progress with the blood tempering technique. He specifically wanted to know if the boy had mastered blood control and reached the Tier 4 level required to start skin tempering. When the protagonist calmly confirmed that he had, the dean was pleased and officially assigned Sister Yan to be his coach. He explained that with her help, Ziken could likely finish his first round of skin tempering by the end of the semester, noting that she had achieved the feat in just 3 months. Sister Yan confidently accepted the task, but the protagonist interrupted to say that a mentor wouldn't be necessary. He calmly revealed that he had already finished his first round of skin tempering over the summer break. This announcement left both the dean and Sister Yan completely speechless. Sister Yan found it hard to believe that anyone could master such a complex process alone during a short vacation. The protagonist simply explained that the manual was very detailed and that it had only taken him a few days of study, though he secretly knew it had actually taken him only 30 minutes. Still feeling skeptical, Dean Liu asked to examine the boy's hand to verify the claim. Before holding out his arm, the protagonist discreetly activated his natural camouflage ability. He decided to hide his true strength, setting his visible biological level to Tier 5. just high enough to make his claim of completing one round of skin tempering look believable. The protagonist finally allowed the dean to examine his arm, and as soon as Dean Liu made contact, both he and Sister Yan were struck dumb with surprise. In a state of pure amazement, the dean confirmed that the boy had indeed finished a complete cycle of skin tempering. Still reeling from the shock, Liu asked what his current biological rank was. Our hero, feigning a bit of nervousness, replied that he was at ordinary tier 5. This news sent the dean into a state of absolute euphoria. Throwing his arms up, he shouted that they were looking at a peerless genius, and that the future of the pure blood movement was now guaranteed. Overwhelmed with joy, he pulled the startled protagonist into a powerful hug, declaring that such immense talent would surely allow them to shatter the limits of ordinary humanity. Watching the scene, Sister Yan smiled as she reflected on the fact that there is always someone more gifted out there. She felt a sense of relief, thinking it was beneficial to have someone so capable leading their mission. Driven by this new hope, Sister Yan excitedly suggested that they should immediately go public with the protagonist's progress to attract more talent and funding. However, Liu shot the idea down instantly. He explained sternly that they had to keep his abilities a secret for the time being, as revealing such rapid progress could put him in serious danger. The dean argued that their strategy needed to prioritize quality over quantity. Now that they had a prodigy like Zichen, they had to focus every resource they had on helping him break through the biological barrier. When Sister Yan brought up their financial struggles, the dean reassured her, promising to call in every favor he had to secure the necessary evolution materials. He planned to wait until the boy's power was undeniable before finding him a high-level sponsor and finally promoting Tian Ren's ideals. Sister Yan praised the dean's careful strategy, and he accepted the compliment with pride. Meanwhile, the protagonist listened in silence, thinking about how terrified they would be if they discovered his true strength, that he was already at ordinary tier 9, had finished tempering both his muscles and bones, and was already halfway through his second tempering cycle. The dean then informed him that he was exempt from basic classes at the martial arts academy. Instead, he would be working directly at the research center with Sister Yan serving as his assistant. An annoyed Song Yuyan clenched her fist, arguing that being an assistant to a junior was an insult to her. The dean simply brushed her off, stating that pride had no place in their research. Shifting topics, he announced that the university would hold a freshman trial the following afternoon to name the new king, the strongest student in the first-year class. He told Zichen confidently that the title was basically his and encouraged him to join to bring honor to the academy. He offered a reward of 10 ki and blood pills, adding that the winner would also earn 10 school credits. The mention of credits immediately caught the protagonist's interest. Soon, the day of the freshman assembly arrived, and a massive crowd of students filled the university auditorium. While the protagonist and his girlfriend sat together, they quickly became the focus of whispers among the other students. Many recognized him as the top scorer who had surprisingly joined Tian Ren, and they were curious about his connection to their goddess, Han Han. Their private moment was soon interrupted by a familiar face, the chatty freshman with spiky hair they had met earlier. He approached to ask if Zichen remembered him, which the protagonist confirmed. Getting straight to the point, the freshman bluntly asked about the nature of their relationship. Zichen, holding a blushing Han Han's hand, calmly explained that they were childhood sweethearts who were already engaged and planned to marry after they graduated. This revelation clearly disappointed the freshman, who could only manage a few forced smiles in response. As more first-year students filled the auditorium, the atmosphere grew more crowded. Among the new arrivals was a girl with dark hair tipped in purple and distinctive cat-like ears. She sat quietly, but kept a somber, intense gaze fixed on the protagonist. He noticed her staring and felt a brief, uncomfortable chill. Meanwhile, the talkative freshman had returned to his seat and was once again chatting energetically with those around him. The ceremony officially began when a man at the podium called for the freshman representative to come forward. To the surprise of the entire crowd, it was the same talkative, spiky-haired student who stood up. Disbelief spread through the room as students whispered, wondering how someone with such a loud personality and dyed hair was chosen for a position usually reserved for the strongest student, someone they assumed would be a top-tier gene fuser. The freshman, however, loved the attention, viewing it as the perfect moment to make a lasting impression. Taking the microphone, he started his speech by asking if the audience recognized the name Li Yijin. Zichen thought to himself that everyone was well aware of the famous Kyoto genius. The speaker then revealed that this prodigy had a younger brother who was just as talented. a student who had topped the Kyoto entrance exams with a 16% gene fusion compatibility and physical scores that tied for the best in the country. With a dramatic flourish and a confident grin, he announced that he was that very brother, Lee Moyu. He told the crowd that he and his older brother had made a pact to dominate the records at both Shanghai and Kyoto universities. To prove his strength, Lee Moyu unleashed his full biological pressure, announcing that everyone was witnessing the power of an ordinary Tier 5 being. The heavy aura overwhelmed the auditorium, leaving students gasping as they realized the massive power gap between themselves and a true prodigy. Smugly telling the crowd to remember his name, Moyu soaked in the admiration. Back in the seats, Han whispered mockingly to the protagonist about Lee Moyu's arrogance, noting that the freshman had no clue Zichen could defeat him with a single finger. Our hero simply advised her to stay under the radar, and she playfully agreed to keep their secret. Following Lee Moyu's presentation, the announcer introduced the next speaker, Zhou Xuehong, the president of the student council. Taking his place at the podium, Xuehong informed the gathered freshmen that he had 3 critical points to discuss. He began by explaining that the student council wields significant authority as they are responsible for managing student discipline. Moving to his second point, he announced that the council would be recruiting 10 new members from the incoming class next semester. He emphasized that strength was the only requirement for joining and encouraged the students to spend the coming months demonstrating their capabilities. Finally, he offered a grim warning about the reality of life on the inner campus. He described the environment as a ruthless place where power is everything and where juniors are frequently bullied by their seniors, advising everyone to prepare themselves mentally for what was to come. As he finished speaking, Xuehong's demeanor shifted and his expression turned cold. He told the crowd that before he stepped down, he wanted to give them a true sense of the gap between them by demonstrating the power of an advanced being. Suddenly, a massive wave of biological pressure erupted from him, washing over the entire auditorium. The freshmen were instantly crushed by the weight of the aura, many of them gasping for air and crying out in pain as the force intensified. When the suffocating pressure finally faded after 5 agonizing seconds, the students began to catch their breath in relief, terrified by their first encounter with an advanced-level power. Lin Zichen, however, remained largely unaffected. While he acknowledged that the pressure was certainly formidable at such a close range, it wasn't enough to move him, given his own status as an ordinary-level 9th-rank fighter. Once Zhou Xuehong left the stage, Yuan Dongji stepped forward to take over the assembly. She surprised everyone by announcing that the formal ceremony was over and that their entrance test would begin immediately. She proceeded to lay out the rules. A massive martial arts stage sat at the center of the gymnasium, and the goal was simple. Any student who could hold the stage alone for 1 minute would be named this year's Freshman King and earn 100 credits, 10 times the amount offered the previous year. The second person to achieve the same feat would take second place and 90 credits, with the rankings continuing down from there. Up in the bleachers, a few arrogant upperclassmen smirked, whispering that the top 10 spots were always reserved for the geniuses in their class. However, their confidence was shaken when a special rule was revealed. If a single student from a non-genius class managed to break into the top 10, every freshman outside of the genius track would receive 1 credit. Since each credit was worth 10,000 yuan, the students quickly realized the massive financial incentive and began to consider how they might cooperate to win. Amidst the rising excitement, Hiyu suddenly leaped onto the stage and grabbed the microphone. With a surge of confidence, the young man introduced himself and reminded the crowd that Lin Zichen, as the provincial top scorer, was undoubtedly the most powerful freshman present. To capitalize on this, he proposed that all the regular students work together to help Lin break into the top 10 by launching a coordinated assault on the genius class. This suggestion caused a massive shift in the room's energy as everyone's attention landed on the hero. Although Lin Zichen remained calm and unfazed, the other students enthusiastically pledged their support, promising to clear a path for him to reach the stage. From a different section of the gymnasium, Liu Quanwu observed the scene, noting that Dean Ma's current behavior seemed like a petty grudge. He suggested that Ma was taking out his frustrations on Lee Moyu simply because the boy's older brother, Li Yijin, had defeated the dean earlier that year. Dean Ma didn't take the comment lightly, firing back by calling Quanwu the most narrow-minded person in the room. Unbothered, Quanwu clarified that while he could be petty, he only targeted individuals and never their families. Their bickering was eventually cut short when Zhou brought up the impressive exam performance of Dean Ma's daughter, Shiwei. The student council president expressed his hope that she would join the union, as he looked forward to overseeing her development. Ma proudly assured him that Shiwei would definitely join, and Zhou promised that as a recognized genius, she would receive all the necessary support. The conversation then turned to who would actually claim the Freshman King title this year, specifically debating between Li Moyu and Shiwei. One faculty member put his money on Li Moyu, citing his 5th rank status and raw physical power. However, another professor argued in favor of Dean Ma's daughter. Although her initial scores were slightly lower than Moyu's, she had successfully fused with the genes of a Shadow Knight cat over the summer, likely making her a formidable match. Quan Wu interrupted the debate to claim that neither of them would win, insistently stating that Lin Zichen would definitely take the victory. This irritated Dean Ma, who pointed out that Lin's test results didn't even place him in the top 10, making Quan Wu's confidence seem like total nonsense. He mockingly told his rival to stop bragging about a Tian Ren pavilion member as if he were trying to sell overpriced fruit. The tension between the two men eventually led to a formal bet of 100 credits. Quan Wu managed to pull Yan and several others into the wager, turning the rivalry into a source of entertainment for the group. Despite his outward confidence, Dean Ma started to worry. He briefly wondered if Quan Wu had somehow bribed Li Moyu to lose on purpose, though he felt slightly better knowing his own daughter was also competing. Still, a nagging doubt remained. What if Lin Zichen actually pulled off an upset? Amidst these thoughts, the dean of the mechanical college approached Ma to ask if it stung that such a high-scoring student had been poached by the martial arts department. Pretending to be indifferent, Ma claimed his college was so full of talent that losing one student made no difference. The mechanical dean just smirked, knowing perfectly well that Ma had personally poached the last 3 seniors from the Tian Ren pavilion, despite his current act of nonchalance. Quietly amused, Quan Wu felt a surge of confidence about his impending victory. Since Principal Yuan had placed a massive bet of 1,000 credits, while the others only wagered 100, he was certain that he was about to make a significant fortune. The entrance test finally began shortly after, and the arena erupted into absolute chaos. A large group of regular freshmen stormed the platform together, united by their shared goal of toppling the genius class. Watching from a corner, Lin Zichen analyzed the situation. He knew that most of the elite students had earned their spots through high gene fusion compatibility, but the real danger came from the 12 leaders, specifically Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's danger perception ability kicked in, granting him a clear view of everyone's true biological power. He noted that both Li Moyu and Ziwei had reached the 5th rank of the ordinary level, while the other 10 elites sat at the 4th rank. On the stage below, many members of the genius class already lay unconscious, having been overwhelmed by the sheer number of ordinary freshmen. Emboldened by their success, the crowd turned toward the remaining 12 elites in the stands, shouting for them to come down and face their punishment. In response to the taunts, a massive, muscular student named Lu Shiki dropped onto the stage with a heavy thud. He angrily accepted the challenge, mocking the freshmen for thinking they were strong just because they had defeated the weakest members of his class through group attacks. When the crowd lunged at him, Shiki delivered a powerful sweeping kick that sent the students flying backward as if they had no weight at all. He smugly declared that ants would always be ants, regardless of how many there were. The injured students were stunned by his strength. They quickly turned to Lin Zichen, urging him to step in and humble the arrogant fighter. Accepting the responsibility now that things had escalated so far, our hero stepped onto the stage. Shiki met him face to face, admitting that he had been dying to fight the top scorer of the provincial physical test. He began to brag about his own impressive exam scores and challenged Lin Zichen to reveal his results. Lin Zichen remained calm, simply responding that he didn't need to talk about his past achievements because his opponent was about to experience that power firsthand. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a devastating kick. The force of the strike was so immense that the muscular giant was launched across the arena, his body hitting the floor with a bone-chilling thud. The battle concluded in an instant, leaving the opponent with absolutely no chance to dodge or fight back. A massive roar of approval erupted from the ordinary freshmen as they chanted Lin Zichen's name in celebration. Meanwhile, the faculty members watched in total disbelief. They had expected him to rely on clever tactics to win, but he had dominated using nothing but raw, overwhelming power. Even Dean Ma was caught off guard, as he had always pictured the young man as someone calm and sophisticated rather than a powerhouse. Before the dust could even settle, another student named Luo Yongjian leaped onto the stage. He began to brag loudly about his past achievements, but his boasting was cut short when Lin Zichen silenced him with a swift, direct kick to the face. From his position on the stage, Lin could hear the regular students shouting with pride, deeply impressed by his incredible display of strength. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the gym, calling for Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei to step up immediately, warning that the title of Freshman King would go to the ordinary class if they didn't intervene. Responding to the call, Ziwei landed gracefully on the platform. The crowd had high expectations for her, certain that she would easily crush the regular students. At the same time, Lin Zichen's supporters urged him to stay focused and show no mercy just because his opponent was a girl. This was a unique moment for Lin, as it was the first time he had ever faced a gene fusioner at such a close distance. Without warning, Ziwei charged with lightning speed, closing the gap instantly to launch a powerful kick. Lin Zichen managed to avoid the strike by simply leaning backward. As he watched her move, he wondered if her speed was the result of the Shadow Knight cat genes she had fused with. On the other hand, Wei was stunned that he had dodged her attack so effortlessly. Sensing a significant gap in their power, she realized that continuing the fight in her current state was pointless. She backed away to create some space and asked Lin for 30 seconds to fully activate her feline genes. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity to witness a gene activation firsthand, Lin Zichen agreed without hesitation. As she prepared, Ziwei's body began to transform. She dropped onto all fours, mimicking a cat's predatory stance. In the stands, the faculty praised Dean Ma, calling his daughter a true genius worthy of her high ranking in the Kyoto entrance exams. However, the dean was far from proud. He was deeply worried because her fusion was so recent. He feared that pushing her body this hard so soon could cause a dangerous physical backlash. Once her transformation was complete, Wei called Lin arrogant for waiting for her to power up and vowed that he would regret his overconfidence. She lunged forward again, aiming a fierce kick, but Lin Zichen shifted at the last second to avoid the blow. While observing her movements, Lin Zichen realized that although she had previously been an ordinary 5th rank fighter, she had undoubtedly reached a level close to an ordinary 6th rank. Despite this power boost, the top scorer from Kyoto was becoming increasingly furious and disillusioned because she still couldn't land a single blow on her opponent. She launched a desperate series of attacks in her rage, but it was a complete waste of energy. The protagonist moved so efficiently that she couldn't even touch a hair on his head. After analyzing her style, Lin Zichen decided he had gathered enough data on the Shadow Knight cat gene fusion and saw no reason to let the fight continue. As she lunged forward once more, he finally struck back, landing a direct punch to her face that sent her crashing into the pile of already defeated students. A crowd quickly gathered around the fallen girl, with many people feeling upset that such a beautiful face had been bruised by Lin Zichen's strike. Her father rushed to her side in a state of great concern as she sat up. Dean Moss began screaming at the boy, accusing him of being heartless for hitting a girl. However, Lin Zichen remained perfectly composed, pointing out that on the path of evolution, there is no distinction between genders because only strength matters in the end. Li Moyu, watching from the stands, voiced his agreement before leaping onto the stage to face the protagonist. The students from the genius class immediately began shouting for him to avenge their classmate. Approaching the hero, Li Moyu remarked that he hadn't expected Lin Zichen to be such a strategist, intentionally hiding his true potential behind a second-place exam score just to ambush the top scorers later. With a dark smirk, he added that Lin wasn't the only one who had been concealing his true power. He then unleashed his full energy, leaving the audience in shock as he revealed he was also a gene fusioner. Specifically, he had fused with the genes of the demonic-eyed great ape, a feat only possible for someone with advanced physical strength. It was now clear to everyone that he had reached the ordinary level, 6th rank. While the crowd admired this display of power, Quan Wu's only thought was the fear of losing his bet. Meanwhile, away from the spotlight, Liu Gong and Wang Shujie were communicating with someone through a digital watch about a new assignment from their organization. The voice on the other end informed them that an advanced-level demonic seed had been hidden in the park outside the university. Their mission was to retrieve the seed and find a way to make Li Moyu eat it. Zuji expressed deep concern, noting that since Moyu was the young master of the powerful Li family, the task was extremely dangerous. However, the person on the call made it clear that their organization was far more powerful than the boys could imagine, claiming they could wipe out the entire Li family with a single command. Terrified and uncertain, Gang and Zuji exchanged looks, but Suji realized they had no choice but to obey. Back on stage, Lin Zichen analyzed his new opponent, knowing that the demonic-eyed great ape was a beast with maximum strength and defense, though it suffered from being quite slow. Once humans reach adulthood, most achieve advanced biological levels, though a select few truly powerful individuals manage to reach rare tiers. With a mocking grin, Li Moyu taunted Lin Zichen, questioning if the boy could maintain his composure once the fight truly began. He was certain that the gap between their strengths was far too wide. Instead of responding with words, Lin Zichen lunged forward and threw a punch. Li Moyu managed to react just in time, leading the protagonist to realize that his opponent's speed was actually quite decent. To further test his rival, Zichen increased the intensity of his strikes to a 7th rank ordinary speed. The shift in pace was obvious. This time, Li Moyu couldn't dodge, and Lin Zichen's fist landed squarely on his face. Feeling humiliated, Li Moyu complained that the move was a dishonorable sneak attack. Ignoring the accusation, Lin Zichen noted that his enemy's defense was exceptional compared to others at the same 6th rank. Meanwhile, Li Moyu declared he would be more focused from then on to ensure Zichen never touched him again. Without warning, our hero charged again with incredible speed, launching a series of relentless strikes. Despite the effort, he couldn't seem to cause any real damage. Even though the beast fusion made him slower, Li Moyu blocked every attack, using his superior defense to cover for any mistakes. At this point, the crowd believed Li Moyu would win easily, assuming a single punch from the beast would be enough to knock Zichen out. After testing his opponent's reactions, the protagonist leaped backward to create some distance, preparing to evaluate one final attribute: raw strength. The beast smirked slyly, admitting he had underestimated Zichen's speed, but scoffing at his physical power, which he claimed was too weak to be effective. Declaring it was his turn to go on the offensive, Li Moyu unleashed a massive punch. While the spectators screamed for Lin Zichen to jump out of the way, he stood perfectly still. In the stands, Chuanwu looked sorrowful while others reminded him to prepare the 100 credits he had wagered. On the stage, the punch connected with Lin Zichen's face, but the result was not what anyone expected. A sharp cracking sound echoed throughout the arena. Li Moyu dropped to his knees, screaming in agony and claiming his hand was broken. The confused audience struggled to understand what had happened, with many assuming Zichen had simply won by luck. Standing over the fallen fighter, Lin Zichen analyzed the situation. The great ape gene fusion had granted the beast so much power that his own offensive strength had exceeded his physical defense, causing his hand to shatter upon impact. Zichen immediately called for medical help, informing the staff that Li Moyu had suffered a comminuted fracture in his right hand. Principal Yuan Dongji asked him to step aside and, after a quick exam, concluded that the entire hand was indeed fractured due to a backlash from his own strength. To help him recover, she quickly retrieved a pill and fed it to the injured student. A sudden thought struck Principal Yuan. If the clash had been so violent, exactly how durable was Lin Zichen's face? Driven by curiosity, she attempted to investigate the boy's true strength using her mental powers. However, as the protagonist had anticipated, his natural camouflage successfully masked his actual power level. Yuan was left deeply puzzled. Her scan indicated he was only at ordinary tier 6, yet his physical toughness clearly surpassed anyone else at that rank. When she shared these findings with the crowd, Zichen felt a sense of relief, knowing his deception had worked perfectly. Meanwhile, Li Moyu stood there in shock, having just fully recovered after consuming the healing pill. Zichen approached him to ask if his hand was completely better. Once the boy confirmed he was healed, Zichen delivered a swift, light kick that sent the beast flying straight out of the ring. Red-faced with rage, Li Moyu shouted that he would return to defeat him once his gene fusion reached the next stage. The ordinary freshmen were quick to mock him, reminding the elite student that Zichen would undoubtedly grow stronger too. The entire arena broke into loud cheers to celebrate the underdog's massive victory. Suddenly, the hero leaped from the stage into the stands. Before anyone could react, he scooped Shen Qingchan into his arms, causing her to blush deeply as she wondered if he was about to go public with their relationship. He landed smoothly back in the ring with her and made a bold announcement. He intended to claim every single spot from 2nd to 10th place for his own group. This caused an immediate uproar from the genius class, who screamed that he had gone too far. Vowing to crush the pair, the elite students charged forward in a massive wave. They branded Qingchan a traitor for siding with the protagonist instead of her own class. Despite being attacked from every direction, Zichen moved with effortless grace. He dodged every strike and retaliated with such efficiency that his opponents were sent flying one after another. During the chaos, Shui dove down from above to target Qingqian directly, calling her a traitor as she attacked. Before the girl could even react, Ziken appeared in front of her. In the blink of an eye, he knocked Shui away, prompting a horrified scream from her father in the stands. With the genius class completely defeated, Ziken was finally satisfied that no one else would dare to challenge him. Shortly after, an official announcement confirmed that Shen Qingqian had secured second place in the entrance test. Turning his attention to the ordinary freshmen, the protagonist informed them that he was handing over all the remaining spots, from 3rd to 10th place, to them. According to the agreement, the protagonist would claim all the academic credits earned by those who took the remaining top 10 positions. This arrangement sent the crowd into a frenzy of cheers, as the regular students were thrilled to finally experience what it felt like to be among the elite ranks. Calculations showed that the top 10 spots were worth a total of 550 credits. When combined with the 9 credits granted to the ordinary class, the total prize came to 559 credits. Watching the situation unfold, Dean Ma approached Principal Yuan to lodge a formal complaint. He argued that the outcome was unacceptable, claiming that Lin Zichen had breached university regulations by continuing to fight for multiple rankings and dominating the top 10 after already securing the title of Freshman King. However, Quan Wu quickly cut him off. He challenged Ma to find a single specific rule that prohibited students from hiring others to help them seize top positions. Although Dean Ma tried to find a counter-argument, he realized there was no such clause to support him, leaving him to insist that the boy was simply exploiting a loophole. Principal Yuan admitted that Ma had a point regarding the rules, but she explained that while they would fix the oversight next year, changing the criteria now would be unfair to the ordinary students. Meanwhile, a darker plot was moving in the shadows. The original plan had shifted, and Gang and Shuji received new orders to target Lin Zichen instead of Li Moyu. Their mission was now to force the protagonist to consume an advanced-level demonic seed and bring him to their organization. Unaware of this threat, Quan Wu rushed toward Lin Zichen with open arms to celebrate after the test concluded. The boy casually stepped aside to avoid the hug and immediately asked the dean if he intended to keep his original promises. With a chuckle, Quan Wu produced a flask containing 10 Qi blood pills and confirmed that the promised triple benefits for the semester were ready. Furthermore, because Lin had helped him win a massive 1,900 credits in their bet, the dean transferred 300 academic credits directly to the boy's account. Lowering his voice, the dean curiously asked about the true extent of Lin's hidden power. The protagonist decided to share a partial truth, admitting he was at ordinary level 6th rank and had finished one cycle of skin tempering along with some work on his facial muscles. This revelation left Quan Wu in absolute shock. He nearly shouted in disbelief, confidently stating that Lin Zichen would surely reach the advanced level as a pure human before graduation. Overcome with emotion, he pleaded with the boy to stay committed to the pure-blooded path to achieve ultimate success. Later that night, the protagonist sat alone on his bed and swallowed a Qi blood pill to evaluate its potency. As a surge of heat spread through his body, a system notification appeared to show the results. He found the outcome disappointing, as it provided only a minor increase of 108 points. He realized this boost was less effective than simply running a few kilometers while utilizing his use it or lose it ability. Consequently, he decided the pills would be better used if he gave them to Qingchuan instead. At that moment, she entered the room. Without any delay, Lin handed the pill to Qingchuan and asked her to take it. As soon as she swallowed it, a wave of warmth spread through her entire body, significantly boosting her internal energy and blood flow. Noticing the positive effect, Lin smiled and gave her the remaining 8 pills. He explained that since they didn't offer him much benefit, she should be the one to use them. The next morning, Lin Zichen arrived early at the Tian Ren Institute, where he found Yuyan busy with her usual training. Upon seeing him, she playfully teased him about his new status as the freshman king. She mentioned that the dean had already shared the news of him reaching ordinary tier 6 and mastering the fundamentals of skin tempering. When Lin confirmed this was true, Yuyan's face lit up with excitement. She rushed toward him, praising his potential and expressing how much the Tian Ren Pavilion would improve now that he had joined their ranks. Shortly after, Ziken focused on his research. While Quan Wu and Yuyan had struggled to understand the aperture opening chapter of the blood tempering technique, Lin found the task quite simple thanks to the boost from his heavy wisdom root biological attribute. However, his deep concentration was interrupted when Yuyan approached him again. She informed him that members of the student union were waiting outside, eager to recruit him because of his impressive performance the previous day. Initially, Lin dismissed the offer without a second thought. However, his attitude shifted instantly the moment he learned that union members received a monthly allowance of school credits. He immediately went to meet the group, where he was greeted politely by the student union president, Zhou Shuihong. The president formally invited Lin to join as a candidate for the future presidency and began highlighting the perks of the position. These benefits included special daily meals, a voice in major university decisions, and the monthly credit stipend. Tempted by these practical rewards, Lin Zichen was ready to agree until the president added a specific condition. Lin would have to switch to the gene fusion path. Zhou argued that without it, even the most talented individual would remain stuck at an ordinary level, pointing to Yu Yan and Dean Liu Quanwu as cautionary examples of those who refused to evolve. Lin asked if following the gene fusion path was strictly necessary to join the union. When Zhou confirmed that it was mandatory, our hero simply walked away, leaving the entire group in a state of shock. As he left, Lin mentally compared the union's offers with the superior benefits he was already getting from the Tian Ren pavilion. Behind him, the union members mocked his choice, calling him arrogant for sticking to the pure blood path and predicting he would eventually regret his stubbornness. They even suggested to Zhou that the Tian Ren pavilion was brainwashing its students. Dismissing the drama, the president decided to focus on recruiting other geniuses instead, remarking that a talented person with no future was ultimately worthless. Following their conversation, Lin Zichen filled Yu Yan in on everything that had happened, which left her furious at the narrow-minded attitude of the student union. Their discussion was cut short by the sudden appearance of a completely exhausted Dean Quanwu. Yu Yan immediately began praising his dedication, noting how he worked day and night for the sake of the pure-blooded human path, and even joking about him selling his body to secure research funding. Irritated by her comment, the dean snapped back, asking if she really had to include such colorful details about his sacrifices. He then turned to Zichen with a piece of advice, suggesting he stay away from women because they were nothing but a distraction. Changing the subject, the dean informed the protagonist that the university provides housing and job placement for the families of talented students, meaning Zichen's parents could move onto campus. Lin noted that he would discuss this possibility with his parents over the weekend. Furthermore, the dean granted him special permission to start university missions immediately, rather than waiting for the second semester. Since Zichen's current strength was already sufficient, he could begin earning credits right away. Hearing this, Yu Yan suggested that he accompany her on her weekly off-campus missions. She also planned to bring him along to hunt mutant beasts later on to help him gain more experience. Intrigued, Zichen began browsing the available tasks on the university app. He noticed that most campus-based missions were just simple errands worth only 1 or 2 credits. While the rewards were small, their low difficulty made them very popular among students. Curious to see if there were better options, he looked through student-posted requests. He was surprised to find a bizarre listing for a fair-skinned, attractive female gene fusioner with animal ears to act as a sparring partner for 5 credits a month. However, he found that the off-campus missions offered much higher rewards, despite the long travel distances. These tasks involved capturing criminals or hunting dangerous mutants, exactly the kind of challenges Lin preferred. Ultimately, Lin accepted a high-stakes mission worth 50 credits, capturing a Catwoman, a female gene fusioner who had gone berserk. The target was a shadow-type fusioner with ordinary-level strength. When Yu Yan saw which mission he had picked, she leaned in, visibly shocked by his choice, and immediately asked if she could join him on the hunt. Lin Zichen was puzzled and asked how she had obtained that information. Yu Yan clarified that the mission's details page lists the names of every participant who has signed up. Upon checking his phone, Lin noticed that 28 people had already accepted the task, including Ma Shiwei, who was only at the 5th rank of the ordinary level. He found it odd that she would take such a risk, though he speculated she might have some form of protection or a backup plan. Shortly after, he announced his intention to head home for lunch. As he walked back, Lin's danger-sensing ability alerted him to the fact that he was being followed by someone at the 7th ordinary rank. A young man soon stepped out from the shadows, accusing Lin of intentionally targeting someone as sweet as Shuei. He angrily questioned if Lin held a grudge against her, especially now that they were competing for the same off-campus mission. The stranger continued his rant, labeling Lin a bully who enjoyed hitting women. Once the man stopped shouting, Lin calmly asked if either Dean Ma or Shiwei had sent him. The man denied it, insisting he was acting on his own. Realizing he was dealing with a fool, Lin simply began to walk away. This only enraged the stalker further, who screamed at him to stop. Irritated, Lin turned around and delivered a single punch, instantly knocking the loud-mouthed stranger to the ground. Later that evening, Lin arrived at his apartment, where Qingchuan called out from the kitchen to tell him dinner was almost ready. She mentioned that the 4.5-kilogram undead slug mutant meat he had purchased with his credits had arrived and was currently in the refrigerator. As he approached the fridge, Lin admitted to himself that while he initially wanted to buy a massive batch to unlock the biological codex immediately, doing so would have been too suspicious. He placed his hands on the meat and began absorbing its life essence, bringing the undead slug's codex completion to 10%. When Qingchuan saw him starting to throw the meat away, she asked in confusion what was wrong. Lin explained that the meat was now useless because he had already extracted all of its vital energy. Since she didn't quite understand, he further clarified that he possessed the ability to absorb life essence directly from mutant creatures to gain their specific traits. Qingchuan was stunned by this revelation. She finally realized why he was so opposed to the gene fusion path, as his unique power made such a process completely unnecessary. During their meal, they discussed moving their parents to the university, recalling Dean Quanwu's offer to provide housing and jobs for the families of elite students. Before they finished eating, Qingchuan mentioned that an exciting duel was scheduled to take place in the gymnasium at 3 o'clock that afternoon. The competition focused on a battle between a 9th-ranked mechanical student and an 8th-ranked gene fusioner. After learning about the event, the two protagonists decided to attend. A massive crowd had already assembled at the university gymnasium, consisting not only of instructors and students, but also representatives from the Mecha deity group. From the second floor, a well-known Prodigy cyborg, famous across the internet, watched the proceedings. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, the two combatants prepared for their duel. Qingchuan curiously asked Zichen which of the geniuses, the one from Kyoto or the mechanical expert, was superior. Lin admitted he wasn't certain yet. He reasoned that if the gene fusioner won, the Kyoto prodigy would be considered stronger, but a victory for the mechanical student would prove the female cyborg's superiority. The start of the duel was announced moments later, and the cyborg reacted instantly by deploying mechanical wings from its back. From the air, it launched a barrage of missiles directly at the opponent. The gene fusioner was forced into a defensive position, crossing his arms to shield himself from the explosions and leaving him with no opportunity to strike back. As the smoke cleared, the audience was shocked to see the mechanical student transition into a melee combat mode. Gathering his remaining energy, the gene fusioner charged forward to seek revenge and threw a punch. However, the attack was ineffective. The cyborg easily dodged the blow and retaliated with such force that the fusioner was sent flying across the ring before collapsing. Consequently, the cyborg was declared the winner of the match. In a different setting, Principal Yuan reviewed a report provided by her assistant. The data showed that number 36 had been unusually quiet for several months, leaving it unclear if the opposition had abandoned the passage or if a larger conspiracy was unfolding. When the principal asked for an update on a girl named Gan Shui, the assistant reported that her adaptation had been incredibly successful. Her growth was described as astonishingly fast, as she was already nearing the second rank of the advanced level. The subordinate mentioned that Gan Shui felt quite strange, almost as if she weren't from Earth, but Yuan sternly warned her not to speak out of turn. The principal then ended the call to oversee a student coordination match. Watching the live feed of the previous duel, she noted that the Mecha Deity group was more powerful than she had anticipated. She acknowledged the cyborg's versatility, but concluded that regardless of how advanced mechanical modifications became, they would be useless in the origin land, where all electronic machinery ceases to function. Later that weekend, Lin Zichen and Qingchuan returned from visiting their parents. During a shared dinner, the two families had discussed the proposal of moving closer to the university, and both sets of parents had happily agreed to the idea. The time had finally come to tackle the Catwoman assignment. While navigating the streets of the red light district, Lin Zichen carefully reviewed the mission details. The target was known to frequent this area of Shanghai, where she would seduce men before killing them. She was notorious for her cunning nature, her expertise in using various drugs, and her incredible skill at disguising herself. Given the massive size of the district, it was clear why no one had successfully captured her yet. To narrow the search, Lin decided to utilize his Sky Eye and Danger Sense biological attributes to scan the surroundings. As he began his search, his intense gaze started to unsettle the people nearby. A local thug even approached him, angrily demanding to know what he was staring at. Without saying a word, Lin released a wave of biological pressure that acted like an invisible force, causing the man to collapse instantly. After observing the area for a bit longer, Lin concluded that there was nothing suspicious in that specific spot and prepared to check the next section of the district. However, a familiar presence suddenly caught his attention. He looked over and spotted Shi Wei accompanied by 2 senior students, both at the 7th ordinary rank. It appeared they were there to assist her with the same mission. When Wei and her female companion noticed him, they looked annoyed and made a point of staying far away from him, which left Lin momentarily stunned. The trio hurried off, planning to find Catwoman before Lin Zikin could so they could claim the victory. One of the male companions confidently told the girls to rely on him. Since he had fused with demon hound genes, his sense of smell was incredibly sharp. Moments later, he picked up a scent and pointed across the street, confirming the target was inside a nearby bar. Eager to humiliate Lin by catching her first, Shi Wei and her partners rushed toward the location. They pushed their way through the crowded bar until the male student pointed out a girl sitting alone in a corner using her phone. Because she looked like a typical college student, the group felt a moment of doubt. However, the student with the hound genes remained certain, noting that her scent matched the evidence he had smelled at the security bureau. He explained that her ordinary appearance was simply a testament to her high-level disguise skills. Without warning, the 3 of them lunged forward to make the arrest. Just as they reached her, the girl looked up with a sinister grin. In a flash, she smashed through a glass window and bolted toward the exit. The group gave chase, but she was remarkably fast. Fortunately, they could still track her by her scent, which led them into a narrow, dead-end alley. Once they cornered her, a smirk appeared on Catwoman's face. She mocked the trio, asking if they truly believed they could have caught her if she had actually been serious about getting away. The Catwoman suddenly released a wave of biological pressure, mocking the group by stating that even the most talented hunters usually ended up as her prey. Her sudden transformation left the trio paralyzed with fear as they realized she had been hiding her true strength. She was actually at the 9th ordinary rank. Realizing the mission was impossible, the 3 students began running for their lives. From behind, the woman told them to stop, warning that they wouldn't escape her so easily. With a powerful leap, she blocked the male companion's path and admitted that he had caught her eye the moment he walked into the bar. In a desperate move, Wei threw a smoke bomb into the alley, hoping the fumes would dull the creature's senses. Exhausted and terrified, the trio finally reached a crowded street. The male student, still in shock, suggested they call Dean Ma immediately to update the Catwoman's file because the situation was far more dangerous than reported. As Wei pulled out her phone to call her father, she suddenly remembered that Lin Zichen had also signed up for the task. Fearing he might stumble into a death trap, she decided to call Ching-chan so her friend could warn him before it was too late. Back in the alley, the Catwoman was frustrated that her initial targets had slipped away. However, as the dust settled, she noticed she wasn't alone. Lin Zichen was standing there calmly. Amused by this turn of events, she laughed at his perceived bad luck and decided he would be her next meal. As she lunged forward, Lin noted that his target was indeed at the 9th ordinary rank. He rushed to meet her and easily dodged her opening strike, leaving the Catwoman baffled by his superior speed. Before she could recover, Lin landed a powerful flaming punch that slammed her into the brick wall. Despite her injuries, the woman managed to stay on her feet, while Lin felt a pang of disappointment that she was still standing after he had used half of his strength. The Catwoman was equally confused, unable to comprehend how someone so young could possess such power without any gene fusion. Sensing that staying to fight would be suicide, she turned and tried to flee, but she was horrified to find that Lin could easily match her pace. Deciding not to take any more chances, our hero unleashed his full strength. He delivered a massive kick that sent her crashing into another wall with enough force to snap her neck. Although he could feel her biological pressure weakening, he noticed she was still alive. He began a relentless series of kicks, but since she refused to stay down, he eventually picked up a heavy rock to finish her off quickly. However, just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, he looked up in total surprise. A massive aura suddenly enveloped the girl as her biological pressure began to surge. At the very edge of death, the Catwoman triggered a blood burst, and Lin could feel her power approaching the advanced level. Now transformed and furious, she demanded to know who he was. Internally, she realized that while activating her Shadow Knight genes had saved her life and granted her a power boost, she would soon be vulnerable to a severe genetic backlash. Lin simply smiled and offered a casual apology, pretending he had mistaken her for someone else before turning to walk away. Relieved to be alive, the Catwoman decided it was time to retreat, as her survival was her top priority. However, she was stopped in her tracks by a voice behind her. Turning back proved to be her fatal error. In an instant, a metal pipe pierced her forehead and pinned her to the wall. Lin followed up immediately by charging forward and stabbing her in the chest with another pipe. Standing over her, he waited until her biological pressure vanished completely. Once he was certain the target was truly dead, he tossed the blood-stained pipe aside and prepared to leave. To prove he had completed the task, Lin took a photograph of the body and uploaded it to the university app. He then contacted the public security department, provided the address, and asked them to handle the cleanup. Before departing, he began absorbing the Shadow Knight Cat's genes. He was surprised to see his biological codex jump to 36%, speculating that the intense gene backlash in her body had created a high concentration of DNA for him to harvest. Meanwhile, a frustrated Wei Wei called her father to report that the mission description was dangerously inaccurate. She complained that the Catwoman was a rank 9 threat rather than the rank 6 listed on the app, nearly costing her her life. Her father asked for a full report so he could address the error with the director of the mission system. Fearing the Catwoman might seek revenge, Wei Wei decided to head back to the university, only for her friend to show her the update. Lin Zichen had already finished the mission. She was stunned, wondering how a mere freshman could possibly take down a 9th-rank opponent. After the weekend, Lin Zichen and Han Han arrived back at their dormitory. Checking his account, our hero was shocked to see his reward had been significantly increased. Instead of the original 50 credits, he received 200 points for the kill, plus an extra 100 points as compensation for the incorrect mission data. Han Han felt relieved that Lin was strong enough to survive the ordeal, noting how unreliable the school app could be. Lin agreed that he needed to be more careful in the future and promised to take her along on a safer mission soon so she could gain some practical combat experience, which made her jump with excitement. Finally, he decided to order 45 kilograms of undead slug mutant meat to finish unlocking his codex, no longer caring if the large purchase attracted unwanted attention. Recognizing that mutant beast meat is packed with nutrients essential for evolution, the protagonist offered to buy some for Han Han, whose body still needed strengthening. When he asked what she would like, she browsed the options and picked out some fierce great eagle meat. They noted that a single credit could buy 2.5 kilos, which would last for several days in the refrigerator. Although he moved to pay for it, Han Han insisted on using the 90 credits he had previously given her. While they were eating, the doorbell rang, and the hero was shocked by the speed of the delivery. He handed a batch of the eagle meat to Han Han to store away while he began absorbing the rest of his order. By absorbing the meat, he successfully reached 100% completion of the Undead Slug's codex. He recalled being deeply impressed by the creature's ability to heal itself in mere seconds when he first encountered it. Now that the codex was fully unlocked, he gained the rapid regeneration biological attribute. Intrigued by his new stats, he decided to test the ability by cutting his own hand. To his amazement, the bleeding stopped almost instantly, and the wound vanished within seconds. He realized that as long as he remained conscious and had enough energy, this power would allow him to recover from almost any injury. Just then, another knock came at the door. Thinking it was another delivery for Han Han, he opened it only to find Wei Wei standing there. She was dying to know how he had managed to complete the Catwoman mission, but he stayed quiet and refused to share his secrets. Wei Wei accepted his silence and turned to leave, even declining Han Han's offer to stay for some tea. Once she was gone, Han Han commented that she thought Wei Wei was a genuinely good person, mentioning that she had messaged to check on her when she realized the mission data was wrong. She encouraged her friend to spend more time with Wei Wei in the future, and he agreed to invite her over eventually. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading about a heated confrontation between Dean Ma and director He. The two had reportedly gotten into a physical fight after Ma accused the director of providing the incorrect information that nearly cost his daughter her life. The reports had listed the target at level 6 when it was actually a level 9 threat. This discrepancy puzzled the protagonist's mentors, Yu Yuan and Liu, who couldn't understand how he had succeeded. They speculated that he must have used a trap or worked with a secret, powerful partner. When he casually told them that he had finished the job alone, using nothing but raw physical strength, they were left in a state of total shock, unable to believe the true extent of his power. Having decided that his mentors were trustworthy, the protagonist concluded that revealing his true progress in body tempering and his actual biological rank would be beneficial. He realized they could provide essential support in his research on the aperture opening challenge, so he chose to disclose the truth. He confessed that his strength had already reached ordinary level 9, noting that he had finished his initial round of body tempering and was currently working through a second cycle of skin tempering. Upon hearing this, Liu was overcome with shock and then wept with joy, feeling that his years of dedication were finally being rewarded. He expressed his firm belief that with such a disciple, the pure-blooded path would succeed, bringing global fame to both the hero and the Tian Ren pavilion. Liu spoke emotionally about the years he had sacrificed for this cause without seeing a major breakthrough, but he now felt that this path represented humanity's greatest hope. He admitted that the hero's physical talent was so immense that he would have suspected him of being an extraordinary being from the origin land if there were any signs of origin energy in his body. When the hero expressed surprise at this, Liu explained that the existence of mutant beasts made the existence of extraordinary beings a natural reality. However, he noted that these beings typically stay in the origin land rather than on Earth, making encounters extremely rare. Yu Yuan felt a sting of jealousy, pointing out that Liu had never shared this information with her despite her years at the pavilion. Liu went on to describe origin energy as a unique power source exclusive to those beings, distinct from mental power or qi and blood. He admitted he couldn't explain its specific effects because he had only ever met 2 such beings in his entire life. Yu Yuan remained skeptical, teasing the dean for boasting. She argued that since he was stuck at ordinary level 9 and barred from the origin land, such a meeting seemed unlikely. The protagonist was surprised to learn that entering the origin land required a specific biological rank. Liu confirmed that the authorities only allowed those at the advanced level or higher to enter, a rule designed to prevent lower-ranked fighters from becoming cannon fodder. However, Liu clarified that he hadn't met these extraordinary beings in the origin land itself, but rather on Earth. One was a female student his ex-wife had mentored a decade ago, and the other he had encountered in a mysterious ruin where he originally discovered the blood-tempering technique. Stressing the importance of silence, Liu warned his disciples that this information was strictly classified. He specifically instructed the hero to keep his true strength hidden to avoid attracting the attention of heretic cults, which had informants everywhere. To allow the boy to earn credits through high-level missions without revealing his identity, Liu suggested using Yu Yuan's account, as her rank of ordinary level 9 would provide the perfect cover. When the hero asked for more details about the origin land, the dean explained that most information was restricted and that knowing too much before reaching the advanced level was pointless anyway. He concluded with a grim warning. Most creatures within the origin land are hostile enemies constantly seeking a way to invade Earth. Some experts believe the primary motive behind the monster invasions is that Earth possesses something they are desperate to obtain. This discussion was cut short when the dean's phone rang. He excused himself, mentioning that an old friend had invited him out for dinner. Once he had departed, Yu Yuan curiously asked the protagonist how he managed to mask his biological rank and body-tempering progress so effectively that even the dean and Principal Yuan were deceived. Not wanting to reveal the existence of his system, the hero declined to explain. Despite Yu Yuan's attempts to persuade him with a cutesy attitude and even an offer to trade one of her own secrets, he remained firm in his refusal. Giving up on her interrogation, Yu Yuan instead proposed a friendly sparring match, noting that they were currently at the same level. The hero accepted the challenge, recognizing that fighting someone of his own rank would be an excellent way to refine his combat skills. Yu Yuan mentioned that her own tempering had progressed 20% into the second round of skin, flesh, and bone, so she dared him to give her his best shot. As the fight began, Yu Yuan allowed her opponent to strike first to gauge his power. The protagonist lunged forward and landed a sharp kick to her midsection, the force of which genuinely shocked her. She found it hard to believe that someone who had only finished the first round of tempering could actually injure her, given she was already working on her second round of muscle tempering. Realizing he would likely overtake her soon, she decided to make the most of her current advantage while she still could. She feigned disappointment in his attack, advising him that real combat is a matter of life and death and that he should focus on hitting an enemy's vital points. The match resumed with Yu Yuan challenging him to last at least 5 minutes against her. The hero leaped back into the fray, playfully asking his senior to go easy on him. After they exchanged several hits, Yu Yuan was surprised to find him holding his own so well. She even began to fear she might lose. However, as she swung her fist, the protagonist decided it was the right moment to fake a defeat. He intentionally took a blow to the face and allowed himself to be knocked down. As she helped him up, Yu Yuan complimented his strength, noting that since he had forced her to use 99% of her power to win, he would surely surpass her within a year. Since he had finished his first round of body tempering, Yu Yuan offered to guide him through her latest research on opening apertures. As they sat down to practice, she explained that the human body contains a total of 366 acupoints. According to the blood tempering technique, the 4 apertures near the heart are the simplest to activate. She instructed him that the process required first sensing these 4 points and then channeling his qi and blood to strike them at a consistent frequency of 10 impacts per second. While the intensity of the impact is key to success, the protagonist had to be extremely cautious to avoid damaging his heart. Li Zichen attempted the technique, but the physical agony proved too much, leading to a failed first try. Noticing his struggle, Yu Yuan suggested that he shouldn't force it, noting that either his body wasn't ready yet or her specific method required further refinement. Meanwhile, deep within the basement of the Liu family's ancestral home, Liu updated the pavilion master on the discovery of a peerless genius capable of opening apertures. He expressed total confidence that the boy could surpass the restrictions of the ordinary level as a pure human, eventually evolving into an advanced, rare, or even epic being. Liu's ultimate hope was that the master could eventually rely on Zichen's qi and blood to sustain her life and finally leave her coffin. He spoke of a future where her protection and the boy's talent would lead the Tian Ren pavilion to save humanity. However, Liu grew concerned when he received only a brief one-word response, realizing the pavilion master had already exhausted her daily energy. As she weakened with each passing day, Liu prayed that Zichen would reach the advanced level before she faded away completely. Back at home, Li Zichen arrived with groceries, but Han Han had some significant news to share. She explained that her master wanted her to move up her schedule for gene fusion, specifically recommending the genes of the azure jellyfish. The hero was initially surprised. While standard azure jellyfish are low-level creatures usually peaking at ordinary rank 7, the rare jellyfish king can reach the advanced level. These creatures are known for their superior mental power, allowing them to manipulate large volumes of seawater with ease. Zichen initially told her to simply follow her master's instructions, but Han Han revealed the plan was even more ambitious. She was meant to fuse with an advanced-level jellyfish king. She confessed her fears that her weak constitution might lead to a berserk mutation if she couldn't handle the power. This news actually made the protagonist's eyes light up with excitement. He remarked on how rare such an opportunity was, considering that king variants appear in only 1 out of 10,000 jellyfish, and he jokingly wished he had such a generous teacher. He reassured her that jellyfish genes have high compatibility with humans, and that her 21% compatibility rate would make fusing with an advanced beast quite manageable. Despite his encouragement, Han Han remained worried about the potential side effects, such as losing her reproductive capacity or developing permanent animal traits. Zichen pointed out that she could rely on her frozen eggs in the future, and explained that most physical changes could be hidden by keeping the genes in a dormant state. He even mentioned that some mutations, like cat ears or foxtails, were actually considered attractive. This cheered Han Han up, and she began to wonder excitedly what kind of traits she might develop, and if they would make her even more beautiful. To show him why she was interested, she pulled up a picture of the azure jellyfish to demonstrate its natural elegance. Han Han explained that her master didn't need any special equipment to film the video. She had simply dove 10,000 meters into the deep sea using only her bare body. This led Zichen to believe that her teacher must be at least a rare level being. When Han Han expressed doubt about reaching such a height, he reassured her that with her 21% compatibility, she could potentially even reach the epic level. He admitted that physical constitution and access to evolution resources were important factors, but he insisted that her natural affinity for water already made her constitution extraordinary. He promised that if she chose a water attribute gene fusion, she could definitely surpass her master. Furthermore, he told her not to worry about the cost of resources, as he planned to work hard to provide the necessary funds. Feeling much better, Han Han playfully asked him what color of stockings he preferred before heading off to her class. Instead of going to the research institute, Zichen decided to stay home to train privately. While scrolling through the news, he noticed headlines about strange, misshapen plants appearing across Shanghai. The public was being warned to stay away since the nature of these mysterious plants was still unknown. Zichen realized they looked exactly like the ones in the background of a photo belonging to Han Han's senior, which made him wonder if they originated from the origin land. He speculated that the divine plant cult might be responsible for their appearance, and felt a flash of irritation toward the humans who betrayed their own kind to help such organizations. Regardless of the outside world, he knew he had to grow stronger as fast as possible. The second round of body tempering was draining his chi and blood far quicker than he could naturally recover. While searching for a solution, he found blood restoration pills, made from expensive, century-old medicinal herbs. These pills were designed to restore energy based on the user's biological rank, though the recovery process slowed down as the user reached higher levels. After placing an order for the pills, Zekin turned his attention to his next evolutionary goal. Having finished the Undead Slug Codex, he began researching the myriad poison mongoose. Despite its name, the creature wasn't poisonous itself. It simply ate toxic beasts and possessed an incredible immunity to venom. Zekin figured that unlocking its codex might grant him a biological attribute for poison resistance, which would be invaluable for avoiding accidental exposure. However, with only 200 credits remaining in his account, he decided to buy just half a kilo of the meat to get the progress started. Believing his current physical strength was still too low to successfully open his apertures, the protagonist decided to focus on his training instead. He spent 2 hours pushing through the second round of skin tempering, but the process quickly drained his chi and blood, leaving him completely exhausted. Just as he was searching the fridge for a snack to restore his energy, the doorbell rang. It was the delivery service with the 2 packages he had been waiting for. When the delivery girl tripped and nearly dropped the boxes, Zekin dove forward to catch them before they could hit the ground. He immediately tested the blood restoration pills, which cost 1 credit each. After taking a few, the dizziness in his head faded, and he felt a solid sense of strength returning to his limbs, proving the luxury pills were worth the high price. Next, he absorbed the life essence from the myriad poison mongoose meat, which increased his codex progress by 1%. With the help of the restoration pills, his recovery time shortened significantly, making his body tempering sessions much more efficient. He realized that spending credits to accelerate his growth was a smart investment and returned to his training. Later that day, Han arrived home with Chuckson in tow. Chuckson was stunned by the luxury of their apartment, noting how different it was from the cramped dormitory she shared with a roommate. Although Zekin offered her his unused room at the martial arts college, she declined, explaining that she actually enjoyed her current living situation. However, she had come to vent her frustrations about the behavior of the seniors at the school. She explained that while no one dared to bother the geniuses, the ordinary students were constantly being bullied. Chuxin shared how a senior had simply walked into her room and taken her cosmetics under the guise of borrowing them, while another classmate had his valuable century-old blood ginseng stolen. When they tried to report these incidents, the student union dismissed them, claiming the university operated on the principle of survival of the fittest and telling the freshmen to fight back themselves, an impossible task given the power gap. Our hero and Han reassured Chuxin, telling her to let them know if she had any more trouble so they could handle the seniors for her. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the building like an earthquake. Zekin immediately activated his danger sense, though he was surprised to find it didn't react very strongly. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, a masked man informed a divine envoy of his plan to push himself toward the advanced level. In response to his request for evolution resources, the envoy rewarded him with a mysterious enchanting demon flower. The flower's aphrodisiac qualities led the envoy to suggest that the masked man should have a woman accompany him. In response, the man thanked his superior and reported that he had already made arrangements to feed an advanced demonic seed to a student with incredible physical potential. However, the divine envoy seemed unimpressed, noting that the world's real geniuses were all located in the origin land. Their conversation was cut short when the envoy received a message about a discovered nexus point with matching biological coordinates. He was ordered to personally activate the connection and, before departing, he threatened to replace his subordinate if Zekin didn't consume the demonic seed within 3 days. As Xiao and Han were heading out, they were approached by 2 classmates seeking protection from a bothersome third-year senior. They believed that the senior wouldn't dare challenge the year's freshman champion. To win his favor, the guys offered several spirit fruits that supposedly enhanced beauty, calmed the mind, and boosted vitality. They handed over their entire family supply in exchange for help. Since the senior was only at the 6th ordinary rank, Zekin agreed to assist them and told the boys to meet him at the Research Institute entrance at 5:30. After they left in high spirits, a curious Han urged him to open the bag, as she had never tried such fruit before. Zikin picked out a small one for her, but upon closer inspection, the fruits looked disgusting and rotten. Suddenly, Zikin's danger sense was triggered, identifying the items as seeds from a demonic tree. He immediately jumped in front of his friends to stop them and told Han Han to contact her master. Yuen arrived almost instantly, and after examining the fruit, confirmed Zikin's suspicion that they were linked to the divine plant cult. She explained that these seeds come from a mutant tree. Anyone who eats them becomes a mindless slave to the plant, a common tactic used by the cult to force recruitment. Using her water magic, Principal Yuen quickly took the students away for further questioning. As the boys struggled to explain themselves, Yuen warned Zikin to stay vigilant, as cult infiltrators were everywhere. Once Yuen had flown away, Han Han remained in awe of her ability to levitate and fly. Reflecting on how Lu Gang and Wang Shuji had tried to harm him, Zikin realized he needed to be much more cautious in the future. By the following day, the official investigation confirmed that both students were indeed members of the divine plant cult. It was discovered that a safety officer had forced them to consume demonic seeds during a previous practical assessment, effectively taking away their free will. Following the investigation, both students were expelled from the university and faced criminal charges as punishment for their actions. Around the same time, the parents of both Han Han and the protagonist moved to a residence near the campus. With the assistance of blood restoration pills, Li Zichen successfully finished his second round of skin tempering, while his progress in muscle tempering reached 40%. The long-awaited day for Han Han's gene fusion finally arrived, and despite her nerves, she brought her friend along for support. Principal Yuen explained that because the azure jellyfish is a water-based mutant, Han Han needed to hydrate extensively to facilitate the process. After she had drank as much water as she could handle, her master instructed her to lie down. Yuan explained that she would inject the Azure Jellyfish King's genes directly into Han Han's heart, using her own mental powers to numb the girl's pain receptors. She warned Han Han that while the initial injection might be painless, the actual fusion would eventually become quite intense, and she should feel free to scream if the agony became too much. While such procedures usually require complex equipment to monitor physical data in real time, Yuan's immense mental strength made such tools unnecessary. Once the genes were fully administered, the master told her student to prepare herself mentally for the coming pain. However, even after 2 minutes, Han Han reported feeling nothing at all. This left both the protagonist and Yuan confused, with the principal fearing that the fusion might have failed. Upon closer inspection, Yuan realized the situation was highly unusual. Typically, if there is no severe rejection, the subject's DNA merges with the beast's genes through the help of chemical reagents, allowing the human to gain new abilities. In Han Han's case, there was no rejection, but the genes weren't merging either. Yuan's spiritual perception revealed that Han Han's own genes seemed to possess a form of self-awareness. They had surrounded the invading Jellyfish King genes and restricted them. Any jellyfish genes that tried to initiate a fusion were immediately destroyed and absorbed as nutrients by Han Han's DNA. This was a phenomenon Yuan had never witnessed before. Suddenly, Han Han's hair began to change color, a physical trait usually associated with a successful jellyfish fusion. This shocked the principal, as it contradicted her observation that no fusion had occurred. Han Han mentioned that she felt something new inside her body that she could actually sense and influence. Hearing this, Yuan realized these were clear signs of a successful connection and used her spiritual power to probe again, searching for anything she might have missed. She then instructed her disciple to use her newfound spiritual strength to try and force the jellyfish genes into a dormant state. Upon her master's request, Han Han demonstrated her ability again, causing her hair to shift back to a blue hue. Yuan was astounded by her progress. While elite students like Li Moyu and Wei Wei typically required 2 weeks to master this control after their fusion, Han Han had achieved it instantly. Yuan then informed her disciple that she had both good and bad news. Choosing the bad news first, Han Han learned that she would never actually be a gene fusion user in the traditional sense. However, the good news was far more significant. She had evolved into something superior. Instead of merging with the animal DNA, Han Han's human genes had essentially enslaved the beast genes. This unique state allowed her to utilize all the creature's powers with even greater efficiency while remaining a pure-blooded human. Consequently, she was entirely immune to the dangerous genetic backlash that usually haunts fusion users. Yin noted that since no pure-blooded human had yet broken through the ordinary biological limit to become an advanced creature, Han Han was now the most likely candidate to be the first in history to do so. Despite this, Yuan warned her that she must maintain the appearance of a normal fusion user to keep her true nature a secret. Since this gene enslavement was an entirely new phenomenon, Yuan scheduled a meeting at 8 Kodsong to begin their formal study of the ability. 2 weeks later, while the protagonist was in the middle of his training, Han Han excitedly called him over to show off her new skills. She demonstrated expert control over water using only her spiritual energy, moving it with the fluidity of a professional. She even revealed a much more dangerous application of her power, the ability to influence the internal vitality of others. By manipulating someone's blood flow, she could cause minor internal chaos or even deliver a fatal blow. Zikin realized that if she could control vitality this way, she might be able to use it for her own body tempering. Although Yuan had previously claimed Han Han was too physically weak for the pure blood path, Zikin encouraged her, arguing that her unique status might allow her to succeed where others failed. Misinterpreting his encouragement as a romantic confession, a blushing Han Han felt a surge of confidence and agreed to let him teach her. To Zikin's surprise, the blood tempering technique actually worked. He had only intended for her to experiment with it and hadn't expected such immediate success. Despite only being at ordinary rank 2, well below the rank 4 intensity usually required for this art, Han Han was successfully cultivating. The two friends felt a deep sense of shared joy. While Han Han enslaved genes for power, Zichen devoured beast meat to gain his own. Together, they were both successfully walking the path of the pure-blooded human. In less than 15 days of practicing under Zichen's guidance, Han Han successfully completed her first round of skin tempering. Following her recent training, Han Han's biological rank jumped directly from ordinary rank 2 to 3. Sensing she was ready, Li Zichen decided that real combat was the next step for her to gain experience, and selected a mission to help capture local drug traffickers. At the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters, Captain Fang introduced the two university students to his team, explaining that they had accepted an off-campus assignment to assist with the current case. Zichen listened quietly, as Fang identified him as the well-known second-highest scorer from the Nanjiang provincial exams. This revelation shifted the mood in the room from silent observation to genuine surprise, with the other officers offering words of praise. Fang went on to mention his own godson, a fellow freshman and provincial top scorer who was already considered a genius in his class. He expressed regret that Zichen had joined the Tian Ren pavilion instead of the genius class, advising him to transfer while he still had the chance. Zichen, however, remained unmoved by the suggestion. Fang then informed them that his godson would also be participating in that night's operation, suggesting that Zichen should try to befriend him for protection against any difficult upperclassmen. Just then, the young man in question entered the room and headed toward his godfather. Hushed whispers filled the office about Fang's good fortune, as everyone noted the impressive aura of the provincial top scorer, Jian. Fang greeted his godson with a smile, asking for confirmation that he had recently reached the 5th ordinary rank. Jian dismissed the achievement with a sense of pride. When Fang pointed out that 2 other freshmen, including a beautiful girl, were joining the mission, Jian secretly hoped to impress her. However, his jaw dropped when he finally looked at the 2 students, realizing immediately that he had no hope of showing off in their presence. On the other side of the room, Han Han whispered to Zichen, asking if this was the same guy he had instantly defeated during the entrance exam, to which Zichen gave a proud nod. Jian quickly stepped in to bridge the gap, telling his godfather that he already knew them. He identified the girl as a top scorer in his own class, and Zichen as the king of Shanghai University, who had single-handedly defeated the entire genius class. Zichen felt that Jian was exaggerating a bit too much for someone trying to keep a low profile, but the story left Captain Fang wondering if he had seriously underestimated the boy's potential. By 11 o'clock that night, the group arrived at the target location. As they stood outside the drug traffickers' hideout, the captain offered them bulletproof vests for safety. Zichen, however, declined the gear, stating simply that he had no need for it. Determined to make an impression, Jian also turned down the protective gear. Although he conceded that he might not match Zichen's power, he was still a top provincial scorer and was eager to prove to the regular officers that he truly belonged in the elite class. The operation began as officers stormed the building with the students close behind. The drug traffickers quickly scrambled into defensive positions and opened fire, prompting Captain Fang to scream at everyone to take cover. While Jian hesitated, wondering if charging without a vest was a mistake, Zichen lunged forward. To the disbelief of both the police and the criminals, the incoming bullets seemed to have no effect on him. It appeared as though he was completely bulletproof as he charged directly into the fray, delivering punches with devastating force. Terrified, the criminals began to shout their surrender, begging for their lives. Amidst the chaos, a grenade was tossed toward them. Zikin, however, was already focused on providing Han Han with some practical experience and decided to leave the remaining suspects to her. He signaled that it was her turn, and she immediately used her spiritual power to manipulate the criminals' blood and energy. The men were frozen in place, unable to understand why their bodies had stopped responding before she finally knocked them out. Later, an officer alerted Captain Fang to a suspicious box containing strange seeds. Upon inspection, Fang identified them as demonic tree goo seeds, a clear sign that the divine plant cult was involved. According to the suspects, a masked man had paid them handsomely 2 months prior to distribute the seeds. Zikin took a moment to examine the area before deciding to head back to the university with Han Han, preferring to keep his distance from cult matters. However, his attention was suddenly caught by a rat, and he realized the creature was actually planting one of the demonic seeds. He immediately instructed Han Han to warn the headmaster that the rat god cult might be working alongside the divine plant cult to spread these dangerous plants. After passing this information to Captain Fang, the duo continued their streak of success. Over the next few weeks, Zichen and Han Han successfully apprehended a group of armed smugglers. Only 3 days after that, Zichen teamed up with Yan for an advanced-level mission, where they managed to defeat a first-rank cyborg robber. As the days blurred together, the first semester of Zichen's freshman year drew to a close. While he was sitting on his bed finishing his second round of body tempering, Han Han suddenly jumped on him with exciting news. She had already completed her first round of tempering. Zichen held her firmly, shocked that she had mastered the technique in just 3 months. He praised her, noting that her talent far exceeded that of a normal person. However, Han Han was confused. Zichen had told her that her biological rank should increase after the first round, yet she felt stuck at her current level. Zichen speculated that Han Han's lack of a rank increase might stem from her naturally lower physical potential. However, her mastery over internal energy was so impressive that the training seemed to have refined her control rather than just building muscle. Excitedly, she questioned if this meant she could eventually match his power. Zichen simply smiled in response, privately thinking that it would be a terrifying feat for her to catch up to him, given his unique cheetah code abilities. The conversation then shifted to the mystery of how to open apertures. Zichen suggested that completing all 5 stages of body tempering might be the key, but Han Han immediately dismissed the theory. She argued that if such a high requirement were true, ordinary people like her would never have a chance at cultivation. Seeing his confusion, she decided to change the subject, offering him some juicy gossip about the private lives of the university's elite to cheer him up. Instead of showing interest in the drama, however, Zichen asked about their current credit balance. After a moment of calculation, Han Han noted that since they had completed several advanced missions together using her account, they had amassed a total of 2,400 credits. Knowing that myriad poison mongoose meat cost 40 credits per kilogram, Zichen realized he could afford the 45 kilograms needed to finish his codex. He asked Han Han to make the purchase for him, and when she questioned the sudden interest in that specific meat, he simply told her that the full explanation was too complicated to get into. Later, back in his dormitory, Zichen looked at the delivery box that had been sent to the Research Institute address. After absorbing the essence of the meat, his progress reached 100%. A series of notifications soon confirmed that he had unlocked the Myriad Poison Mongoose Codex, granting him the poison immunity attribute and significantly boosting his resistance to toxins. To test his new power, he injected himself with a neurotoxin that had anesthetic properties. After waiting for 2 hours with no side effects, he confirmed that the immunity had completely neutralized the poison. Following his successful test, Zichen accompanied Han Han to see Principal Yuan for her second mutant beast injection. As the girl prepared herself, Yuan explained that she first needed to evaluate how the existing Azure Jellyfish King genes would interact with the new genetic material they were about to introduce. After completing the checkup, Yuan was puzzled and asked how the girl's biological rank had climbed so rapidly to the 6th ordinary level. Han Han explained that her progress was due to perfecting the blood tempering technique. When the principal asked for more details, Han Han revealed that she had used the Azure Jellyfish King's water control powers to directly manipulate her own energy and blood flow. Impressed by this level of genius, Yuan decided to immediately test the limits of Han Han's gene enslavement ability. She injected Han Han with 5 distinct mutant beast genes representing various elements: a metal attribute for hallucinations, another for camouflage, an earth attribute, a fire attribute, and a water attribute from an undead slug for self-healing. Almost instantly, Han Han's body reacted. Her own genes killed off the foreign invaders, absorbing their attributes while the blood neutralized any potential infections. Only the water-based undead slug genes remained, which Han Han's body successfully enslaved. Yuan noted that, so far, only water attribute genes were being enslaved, suggesting they should experiment with different water traits to see the result. When asked how she felt after the multiple injections, Han Han admitted she felt uncomfortably full, as if she had overeaten. This led Yuan to conclude that Han Han could currently handle only 2 water attributes simultaneously. She theorized that Han Han's physical strength or mental power might not yet be high enough to support more, though she assured her that this limit would likely expand as she grew stronger. Encouraged by this, Han Han promised to dedicate herself to even more intense training. Yuan also mentioned that the newly acquired slug genes would allow Han Han to produce a unique mucus with healing properties. As Zichen helped Han Han get dressed, the principal dropped some significant news. The freshman competition had been rescheduled for mid-January, right at the end of the semester. Yuan expressed her excitement to see Han Han's new abilities in action. While Han Han smiled and vowed to work harder, Zichen remained silent, mentally adjusting his own plans for the upcoming tournament.